The thunder is rumbling and lightning has truly begun to crackle as the world premiere weekend in Prague well and truly underway. And you know what that means, my friends? It's time for a freaking calling. Sam O'Byrne, Scott, HowlingMines. Mine's going to bring you this first round of action and kind of walk through this beginning of the day. Scott, it's been pretty fun, eh?
It really has been. I have been very eager to get back into playing Limited myself. It's been it's a fan favorite of mine, at least. People seem to be really enjoying themselves yesterday, and I guess more importantly, there's just a level of complexity to this set that we haven't really seen before. There's a lot of turn zero play, there's a lot of instant speed play, and I'm most curious about seeing what our players learned yesterday they want to apply to their learnings in the calling today. Will not having that Astral Sanctuary equipment make Aurora more appealing? Is Oscilio the default? I really want to see where we end up.
Yeah, I mean, even just in talking to some players, talking to you, talking to Michael this morning, these are my favorite parts of these weekend, are these types of discussions, right? What are we thinking before anyone's played? What are we thinking after the 4 rounds of Sealed in the world premiere? Then the 8 rounds, if you get to play a side event, then perhaps some of the players out there, they probably played like 12-ish, maybe more rounds of Sealed if they just, you know, got some other side events they were able to play. There were on-demand drafts firing yesterday, which is a pretty cool...
I played 12 rounds yesterday, let alone those people that are trying to get in there for extra. Yeah, it was like, okay, the workday is done. Okay, I'm going to jam as many events as I can before the doors close, because I just want to know more about this format. Not only to put on a better show, but also because Flesh and Blood rips, and I just want to play more games.
Flesh and Blood rips. Like, this set rips. Like, actually watching all the games, I was just watching them, I was like, well, this looks really fun. And then getting to go out and play the games, we were talking about this yesterday. Flesh and Blood Limited, when you invest, when you watch, when you decide, I'm going to watch this and imbue it with the same stakes I would a classic constructed game, Flesh and Blood Limited rips. The games are always very skill expressive. They end up in these really close end games. It ends up with these really crazy plays. But in past formats, that really crazy play might amount to like, oh my God, and they got that 1 point of value. That changes everything, and that's the big splashy moment, and that can be very exciting. But in this format, the big splashy moments are like an attack for 3 became an attack for 10, and in response, they shot with a Volt Bond Duality, which pops the ward, which change. Like, it's just a different type of fun, which is quite, shall I say, electric.
Oh, he's one of those. No, I agree. I think, especially after my round 1 yesterday, if you haven't had the treasure to go and watch it, you should. It was a really sick game.
It was a sick game.
But I wrapped that up with no spoilers, and I just remember sitting there and going, yeah, I'm about this. You know, it wasn't like, okay, I made enough gold, I did the thing in high seas. It wasn't I drafted enough yellows and welcome to Wraith. It was like, I feel like I made meaningful decisions that changed the output of this game. That's exactly what I want from a Limited format, and I'm just hoping to see more of that today.
Well, let's go ahead and take a look at what we're going to be getting into today as we're past the world premiere and the first time we got to see these cards. Now it is time to see just precisely what a calling looks like in this format. It's been a while since we've had a limited calling on deck. And what does that mean? What does that mean? We got a whole day of Seal today, 8 full rounds of Swiss, where the players are going to be opening whatever the Flesh and Blood gods have given them in those packs and going to go ahead and build whatever deck they can before the top players at the end of day 1 get to enjoy what I think will be a really, really fun booster draft experience.
I'm so psyched to see what draft looks like as well. I think there are a lot of rares in this format that are defining for a lot of these heroes, very formative, should make for very interesting first picks, but there's also a lot of commons that players are just going to be coveting. Like, I spoke to most of the floor yesterday. Red Auric Shards is just like, I had the players being like, I'm going to take this over nearly every rare, which is a really strong sentiment this early on. I look forward to seeing how the learnings kind of change from Sealed through to Booster Draft. I'm also looking forward to giving away a cold beverage or 2 at the end of the day.
Yeah, just a little bit of a drinking buddy promo that you all out there could have a chance to win. This is so exciting with this brand new giveaway promo. We get to give them away every single day. It's no longer you get. I mean, it's fun to get the Young Marvels. It's fun to sometimes get boxes. In the past, it's very fun to do giveaways every single day, especially for such a sick freaking card, dog. I mean, well, we have the very first one in person here. The very first one won by a player yesterday, given away to a Franchement. I'm being told, and we're being told as well, the giveaway winner yesterday just started recently in February.
Wow, okay, very cool.
Just absolutely loving the game. Apparently this individual loves Silver Age, and so they get an opportunity.
So cool.
If they love young hero formats and they want to try something a little more spicy, a little more silly, a little more cash, that's where this drinking buddy can really shine. But in general, it's also just Pretty nice. Pretty
Yeah.
nice. Pretty nice to get those nice giveaway exclusives that we have.
Beautifully rare card. These are going to be an incredibly hot commodity, and hot is the word. Like this hot stamp is like something special. Like I just want you to take a look at this thing. Like we're a little out of focus, unfortunately, but
yeah, but no,
we'll try and take a peek for you. Let's.
The
I'm
unsleeve. The unsleeve.
I'm dangerous. Let's see if we can get there.
Yeah.
There you go.
Dude, wow, it really does just look nice.
Look at that.
Come on. The hot stamp.
It's just incredible.
Well, folks,
if you
want the drinking buddy, you're going to have to go ahead and hang out with us all day. Be present in chat during that final round. Be hanging out. Be sending some yays, some woohoos, some that was electric. And you could go ahead and potentially get the drinking buddy. We're hearing that the winning message yesterday was, and I will quote, woot. So truly, anything is possible, alongside the possibilities of what our players are playing for today. Because there's a whole host of prizing on offer for the players here at the Calling. Let's go ahead and take a look at just what is on the line.
Prizing all around $20,000 for our field today will be distributed between our top 32 players with $5,000 up top. Our top 8 taking home a little bit more than that, though. Gold foil legendaries available there, Pro Tour invitations available there, and those all-important World Tour points starting to rack up, starting to decide that Player of the Year race already.
Yeah, it's an exciting season. We're already getting to like the midpoint of the World Tour season. We're cruising towards our second Pro Tour and, of course, the World Championship. So those World Tour points starting to heat up, as well as all of the prizing on offer, including the new participation pack, the tournament packs. These have been, I think we can just say, a pretty rousing success. Everyone loves the tournament packs.
Slam dunk. People are excited to open these. We had our second set of cards make an appearance back in Toulouse, if I recall correctly, not so long ago. So happy to see these kind of thriving. And again, if you're unfamiliar, these all look the same on the outside. So as the tournament pack circuit kind of continues, you're going to see more and more cards coming through, but you'll still have a chance to open some of the originals, some of those original print runs, prize cards is hidden in there, which I think makes for a really snazzy reward for entering these high-level events.
You never quite know what the tournament pack will bestow, but you always know what the champion gets to walk home with. That incredible gold foil Marvel quick dodge flexors, one of the absolute most beautiful pieces of art and cardboard ever presented in any flesh and blood environment. Of course, the Calling Champion trophy, those important World Tour points, you get your PTI, and $5K to the winner. So let me tell you, there's a very, very small list of players that have ever won a Calling, and we get to go ahead and crown another one of those champions this weekend. And there's just something with a little extra juice when you do it on those world premiere weekends. You sit down in a format that is as yet completely undiscovered and unknown and prove your limited mastery. And those names, they just come to you very quickly. Lucas Oswald, OO, Simon Nielsen, Evan Tanguy, right? We know these players because of how impressive the feat is.
It's an exclusive club. I think there's no other way of putting it. Like, to win a Calling, you need a bucket of skill, a little bit of luck on your side in the first place. But a format like this where you have to rely on fundamentals, I think is the big thing. It's about good game knowledge, not necessarily matchup repetitions, matchup knowledge. It's just arguably a different skill set, and I think that deserves to be recognized as not necessarily a step above, but something special.
Being able to learn on the fly and being able to learn, and I think we're going to just see this all weekend long, we're going to be constantly just like, oh, well, that was interesting. Oh, that was unexpected. And being able to find unique and interesting and important ways to close out games, find the right amount of value, right, and utilize the incredible toolbox that is on offer in Omens of the Third Age. If you open the packs, you start playing games, you're like, wow, things are possible that were not possible in limited formats before. So the champion going to be able to go ahead and take it down with all those skills.
Yeah, very much agree. I think despite having had the set for a few days longer than most people to kind of get ready for this event, our first couple rounds yesterday, me playing one but also watching a few, I sat there and was like, I didn't think about the fact you could do that.
Yeah, totally.
So how does this work now? How does that change my existing preconceptions of other cards? Yeah. And everyone in this room is going to have done that at some point yesterday, and I guarantee you they're going to do it again at some point this morning. And then if they're lucky enough to make those draft pods tomorrow, they're going to be doing it a third time there as well.
And I have a feeling all of you are going to be watching these incredible games and thinking to yourself, when can I get to a World Tour stop? Well, I got great news for you. All the time, because there are so many options on offer during the 2 million US World Tour. Let's take a look at some of our next stops and when you can join us. And I want to highlight all the opportunities you have to play this incredible limited format. We've got the Calling in Auckland. We've got the Calling at the US National Championships in Minneapolis. We've got, of course, some other classic constructed callings, but there's Silver Age on offer at Bangkok, at the World Championship qualifiers in both Minneapolis and Las Vegas. This is like, I know it's, we do it every time, but this is some of my favorite part of going over these streams and being a part of these shows, just getting to look ahead and being like, damn, you really get to play a lot of Flesh and Blood if you want.
You certainly do. It's play the game, see the world. It's not just about the sheer density of Flesh and Blood. The number of places you can go is also very appealing to folks. Pro Tour Vegas, presented by TCG Player, going to be a fantastic event all around. But Auckland, Minneapolis, Shinjuku, Edinburgh, regardless of where you are in the world, there is going to be somewhere for you to visit nearby. And if you fancy a trip with the family, there's certainly somewhere a little further afield for you too.
Absolutely, yeah. Big shout out to TCG Player. What an exciting partnership just announced. We're looking forward to seeing them both on the streams in Minneapolis and at the event in Las Vegas. As we take a look at some of our next slate of events here, we're getting all ready to talk about another limited format. It's so back, baby. It's so back.
It really is. I want to nudge us towards the Set 20 World Premiere in Seoul as well. All I'm saying, I may have speculated a few streams ago that Seoul was rather Monarch themed. Now, I don't know if we're going back to Monarch exactly, but there's some shadowy nonsense going on, which we found out yesterday, so I'm feeling rather validated about that one right now.
Well, we'll maybe have to go back over some of those unbelievably exciting reveals yesterday in just a couple minutes, but shout out, of course, to all of these events and to all of you who will be joining us on these World Tour stops as we look towards the World Championship in Paris. The City of Lights welcomes the Flesh and Blood World Championship from November 5 to 8th, so we do hope you'll join us then. We hope you'll join us at the World Premiere in Seoul. It's a perfect time. It's early enough. You can get those flights and join us in what will be, we were talking about this yesterday, like I just feel like this one's going to be an all-timer. It just feels like Seoul is the one you got to get to.
Let me tell you, the social media feeds were ablaze yesterday based on those reveals that we had. And this event is going to be the pinnacle of that. We've got a bit of a slow burn until we get there, but that just means the excitement is going to boil over until I'm positively vibrating at some point in the future.
And we'll all vibrate together at the World Championship in Paris. That's just the collective, the collective Flesh and Blood experience will just pervade the room with a sense of excitement, a sense of anticipation, perhaps a sense of vibration.
Yeah, it's going to be... I was so in the zone right until I started working with Samo Burn. It's completely gone out the window again. No, this is going to be pretty spectacular. If you've never had the pleasure of attending a World Championship before, it is the pinnacle of Flesh and Blood. It is the ultimate end game of the year's efforts. It's where we crown our player of the year. It's where we find ourselves with arguably the biggest winner of the year. But you don't have to be invited to the World Championship to be able to play. There is going to be a calling alongside. There's going to be mountains of side events. There's going to be literally thousands of Flesh and Blood players in the room who are just enjoying the atmosphere, regardless of what their goals may be. So I would highly encourage you to make this trip, if not only because I'll see you there.
Yeah, and same. And let me tell you, my first experience ever at a TCG event was the World Championship in San Jose. And the two World Championships I attended as a player, San Jose, Barcelona, so, I'm being completely for real, some of the most treasured memories I've ever made. Those 2 weekends were spectacular. And I was not sniffing the World Championship. Nope. I was there sitting cross-legged in front of the feature match area in San Jose, just excited to watch and be a part of it. It is a magnificent experience for all involved. You don't got to be qualified to join us and have the time of your life.
We had some very different experiences at that World Championship. You didn't want to sniff it. I was very happy until about round 6. I was 5-0, and then the wheels came off in a pretty spectacular fashion back in San Jose, and then I wasn't sniffing the World Championship either shortly after that. But something else I'm really kind of excited for in the near future, well, all of these events, honestly, is the ability to cosplay. We've kind of seen our community kind of breathing new life into this space, and Pro Tour Vegas is going to be another opportunity to earn those Frankies and just bring your favorite characters out of the woodwork, large scissors or otherwise.
Yeah, absolutely. Join us at the Pro Tour in Las Vegas, presented by TCG Player. You can sign up to be one of our featured cosplayers and get a little extra perks, get to be, a little bit of fanfare around that. But, of course, everybody who signs up would be welcome to join us just as a cosplayer, enjoying the weekend, enjoying the festivities, and meeting up with other like-minded individuals with that incredible fountain of creativity and sharing not only the love for the game, the world, the IP, the characters, but the love for the craft with everyone at these events. It is, of course, your last chance to sign up to be one of the featured cosplayers in Minneapolis at the USA National Championship and the Calling attached. So we do hope you'll join us over there, and we do hope to see all of your incredible work at these 2 events.
Yeah, fun fact with this one for the Pro Tour in Vegas. After all of the iconography was revealed with Olympia as the pit boss, you will not believe the amount of requests I got to cosplay Starting Steak, who's in the background of that.
Yeah.
Just grow the beard out, grow the mustache out.
Beard,
and
yeah.
I'm not quite sure I can quite get the length in there, but I won't lie, I'm thinking about it. So we'll have to see if that one comes to fruition.
Love to hear it. Some other exciting events just on the horizon. And the events are all over the world in your home and in the palm of your hand, folks. You have the opportunity to make your mark on the future of Silver Age. We are going to be having our very first vote for the benching of any Silver Age heroes that, in your opinion, you want to shake up the metagame, you want to change it up, you want to say, listen, I've perhaps lost to this hero one too many times. You cast your vote, you go ahead and potentially have a chance to shape the metagame. It's such a unique proposition in the landscape, and I'm really excited that's finally here.
Yeah, me too. I had the pleasure of editing an article recently for game developer Karol Ruskowitz about Silver Age, this voting process, how it all works. And he said something that really stuck with me about this. It's not just about making your mark on Season 2 of Silver Age. You are ultimately impacting every future season of Silver Age. Because
Absolutely.
if you choose to bench something now, you're going to impact how long it's benched for at some point in the future. You're going to impact the decks that are good now and therefore influence what people want to bench for Season 3, which then affects what people want to bench for Season 4. So the choices you're making now are fundamental to the core of Silver Age, and the voting process for that decision is right on our door.
Yeah, looks like if we can take a look at the timing here, starts tomorrow, folks. Starts May 24th, May 25th, Eastern Daylight Time, normally Eastern Standard Time, EDT, and New Zealand Standard Time, May 24th, May 25th, and then it closes May 27th. So you got a couple days to get those votes in, and I'm honestly just excited to see what it happens, how it shakes out, and what the meta continues to look like.
Yeah, I have some feelings about what I expect to go, what people have kind of told me that they expect to take away. But if you touch Icelander,
Yes.
they will never find your body.
I'm with them. That's absolutely. You leave my girl alone. I just got her back. No, it's very fun. I know who I'm voting for, but I'm not going to say it. I'm not, because we don't want to push anything. We want to let people do what they're doing.
I
Silver Age.
have no idea what I'm going to be voting for when it comes to my personal Silver Age vote. No clue whatsoever.
Yeah, understood. Well, folks, we've had such an incredible weekend here already. There's going to be so many great games on offer for your viewing pleasure. One of them is about to get underway just in our feature match area, featuring a pretty important and prominent figure who perhaps won the last calling in Prague. But we'll get to that in a little bit, because the name of this set, Omens of the Third Age, it all speaks to something brewing on the horizon, something dark, something eldritch, mysterious, and perhaps some deep and great shadows looming over Wraith. And we all were so excited for this event to crack open these packs, but what I don't think we realized was just how present the omens of what is to come would actually be in this set. Let's take a look.
Our victory is fated. The Shadow Realm within my grasp. An eclipse upon the world, and liberation from our shackles. I will find it in this place and finish what we started.
The omens of the third age are upon us indeed, folks. As you can see, all of these unbelievable marvels that are just beginning to make their way out of these packs as players open them all throughout the room. And they are perhaps a fell and mysterious portent of what is to come. This is so exciting and so unique in that we don't as yet truly know where and how all of these will be played. The rune chants, as we understand, they're marvels, right? So we know they're, as hearing, legal to play in our current CC format, but we don't know what they will be in the future. We don't know how and when and if they will appear. We don't know what formats they could be legal in the fell and dangerous future that these omens foretell. It's a fascinating and deeply, deeply exciting experience watching players in the hall open these and look at me with truly the widest eyes.
Yeah, I was speaking of widest eyes. So they like to keep these things secret from the casters as well. I didn't know about this going into this weekend. And Michael Feng was sat next to me yesterday while that trailer was playing and ended up absolutely stun-locked. If you want to go see the photo, you can see it on his personal Twitter account. His facial expressions are just liquid dynamite for how the reaction into this in the first place. And honestly, mine wasn't too far afield. Gate to an Ethereal is just a mind-blowing token. This is an absurdly powerful effect, and I have no idea how we go about generating it. Balgor scares me. just fills me with unadulterated fear. If I'm playing UPF or Blitz anytime soon, I'm in trouble. And maybe we end up seeing Balgor in Silver Age or elsewhere when they eventually arrive.
Yeah, that's what's exciting, is the unknown of it all. Balgor, the omen of the end. Such a deeply unsettling name, and just a hero that instills me with a bit of dread because of how powerful the art is, how powerful the potential effect is. You see that 33 life and that 3 intellect, and your head just starts to spin, and so many questions start to fill the conversation. When and how will we truly be able to interact with this hero? This hero is a marvel, not a promo. It's a marvel. So what does that mean for the future of Balgor, for the future of this young demon, this omen of the end, and all of these rune chants? The gate to Irathael, it is truly just about the most exciting time to be a Flesh and Blood player.
If I may speculate for just a moment, I can't get away from the demon tagline, and it just stands out to me. And I woke up in a cold sweat last night when I realized not only was it a demon's moment, but all of Nazareth, Ursa, these are demon allies, and I was like, hang on, I thought you were allies to heroes, but maybe you're allies to the demon.
Oh, interesting. Very interesting. I'm hearing from you, my friend, that you have some questions, you have some theories.
I'm in the rabbit hole.
And you might want some potential breadcrumbs, some potential answers. And I do have a bit of an exclusive scoop. I'm hearing words that there might be a dev talk on the horizon in the not too distant future featuring your favorite Dev Talk hosts and mine, Mr. James White, Mr. Brian Gottlieb. I have to imagine they dive into some of the questions around this set. I cannot promise any answers, but I can promise a healthy and interesting discussion. So I do hope you'll stay tuned to the FabTCG YouTube channel to see just how that all shakes out. And I'm pretty sure that's happening pretty darn soon. Something like next week or the week after. So we're going to want to keep our eyes peeled for that as we turn our attention to what is about to take place here in Wraith, in Prague, in this limited format. It's going to be a barn burner of a weekend as the electricity will only continue to rise. I want to take a moment and take a look at some players we're going to be checking in with throughout this weekend, throughout this calling, as it's about to get underway. Walk me through it, Mr. HowlingMines. What are we seeing?
Sure thing. There are a never-ending tide of big names in this room, and to narrow it down to just 10 was a surprisingly difficult task this morning, but wanted to highlight a variety of heroes in the hands of a variety of recognizable names. Oscilio kind of the breakout here for me in the hands of Arthur Trehet, Jacob Clements, Paul Van Heysel, Tommaso Vecchido, all leaning on the new iteration of the Wizard. General consensus on the floor after yesterday is that Oscilio is kind of the de facto way to go in sealed. People feel like the recursion abilities are quite powerful if the games go quite long. Kind of true damage in the form of Arcane is very potent if you can break through those prevention effects, break through those lightning flow, and we're seeing more people gravitate towards that hero as a result. We see Brody Spurlock, Evan Tanguy, and Jason Rolfe rocking our new variation of Aurora. Big question mark on Aurora for me. We talked about it a bit before, but Astral Sanctuary equipment readily available in the pre-release kits, which means yesterday Scorpio was kind of smacking into a brick wall a bit and trying to struggle to get through the damage. I'm expecting that not to be the case today, so I'm curious exactly where we end up. Our final two, Filippo Barbani, our most recent European calling winner, and of course, our previous World Premiere Prague winner in the form of Simon Nielsen, both dancing with Zyggy today, a deck that I've grown pretty fond of myself in recent memory. I think Aphrodite offers you a ton of endgame power if you can leave a couple of lightning flow around. You don't need that many auras to sneak in 2, 4, 6 kind of arcane. You don't need an awful lot more than that. And these fragment attacks, especially alongside red auric shards, just continue to be incredibly punishing once life totals start to dwindle. There's no really proactive way of insulating yourself by the damage that can come from them.
Yeah. I am truly looking forward to seeing just how all of this shakes out. My experience in the sealed format yesterday was truly one of wonder and excitement, given the depth that is clearly present and the amount of fun I think we're about to watch all of these players in the feature match have. Now, we've alluded to what's about to go down in the feature match area. We do, of course, have Calling Prague Champion and the last world premiere in Prague in the Hunted. Simon Nielsen, champion of that event, will be joining and gracing our feature match area. And one of the things that I love so much about getting Simon in, you talk about how much fun these players about to have. We were talking about this earlier. Simon has fun, win or lose. The dude is just here to have a good time. But it's nice because he does win a lot.
He does win a lot. If you're not familiar with Simon, just one of the most renowned names in modern TCGs. I love seeing him every time he goes down to the feature match area. He's like, hey, do you mind if we get a selfie to his opponent? Like, if you follow his social media feed, just every round is just like kind of narrated by what's going on. You can just, there's never not a smile on Simon's face, and more importantly, there's never not a smile when he's getting clapped. Like, it's just lovely to see a player who is getting thoroughly beaten into the dirt and is just having the best time while it happens, and it's hard not to want to cheer for someone like that.
Yeah, well, I think we're looking forward to seeing just how this game is going to shake out. We've got a really strong opponent on the other side of the table, Andrei, who's going to be doing very powerful things, you have to imagine, with that Oscilio deck, as he's, I believe, on the Carpathian Goats team, which I've seen quite a bit of. A lot of really prominent European players. Andrei from Romania, and we've got Simon from Denmark, but of course, we got one calling champ and a challenger looking to take him down. It is time to descend through the clouds, decipher the omens, and prepare for the first round of the Calling in Prague. As you see our players introduce themselves to each other, prepare for this game. I am so looking forward to this. And I think we maybe just heard Simon say, can I take a picture? And
never
as
change.
you drew it up, HowlingMines, getting a nice pick of the opponent.
That brings me joy. That's just Simon through and through.
Hold on. And it's selfie time.
One in the back. Everyone pose. Everyone in chat pose.
Ready?
I'll pose. 1, 2,
3.
I'm really glad we got to experience this together.
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
I think we're part of that.
We are. We're definitely
part
in
of
the
that.
shop.
Yeah.
Really stands out to me of intrigue here. Simon choosing to go first. This was a real hot contention point yesterday. Typically, you'd think the more aggressive decks like Aurora really would like to go second, kind of push the advantage with that first volley of damage. But Zyggy can often convert in a way on the first turn that establishes ward, establishes extra benefits for going first. The downside to that is you give Oscilio the breathing room to do so without typically offering a ton of pressure. For me, the tiebreaker is these fragment attacks, something like Showering Flow Tide, which on the first turn of the game, you really don't want to block. You don't want to give your opponent additional lightning flow, and you don't really want to take a lump of 5 damage off the red either.
Yeah, this one is going to be a very intricate matchup back and forth. What I love about both of these heroes is we get to watch a whole lot of in response, hold priority. Before you do this, I'd like to do this. And that is where you get to see some of the most intricate games of Flesh and Blood play out.
Cannot wait to see what these players have found in their seal pool. Let's meet them down in the feature match area. I think the first thing I'm going to take a peek at here is equipment. Not guaranteed to have a full set in this sealed format, and it seems Simon is not the beneficiary of this. Does, however, have the kind of ideal mixture of Seeker's prevention, and in this case, the legs that cost 2, so you can double prevent off a blue, which is pretty nice. Both these players, however, packing Astral Sanctuary pieces, which I think are a real premium in sealed specifically.
Both heroes, of course, starting with that Lightning Flow token, thanks to the Omens of Arcana. That was also, I will just say, from my experience getting to play yesterday, boy, the macro. It's just such an evolution of Flesh and Blood Limited, and the Spell Void on the Lightning Flows and getting to start the game with them, it just makes these games feel so intricate and back and forth, and the value proposition on the Lightning Flows, there's so much tension in all the right ways. All the heroes want them, all the heroes need them, but they need them for multiple reasons, and it's just fun navigating all of those questions.
Yeah, you definitely saw yesterday, as this Cosmic Duality comes ripping on through for 6 damage, I personally found myself using 5 of these Lightning Flow just to eat up damage in the face of Oscilio, and then kind of regretted not having one left available to make the most of my Aphrodisias, and lessons were very quickly learnt on that one. Pretty impactful block here for Andrei as well. That the Nebulous, I want to say Nebulous Rift, it's a 0 for 4, that does it's a 0 for 3 Arcane, does an extra point of Arcane if you tap your hero. Pretty premium rare, forced to play defense here on this Cosmic Duality. We'll see a Starlight Road coming out of Andrei as well for kind of wins this first turn cycle, despite Simon being the one that's attacking. And so Lightning Flow, but number 2, quickly becoming available for Andrei. Kind of definitely a bit of a perk, despite going second.
Yeah, and we talked about this before we were getting into the games, but the difference between what we saw yesterday and what we'll see today, for the most part, is they were playing with pre-release packs. What you all get to play with at your pre-releases, you get to enjoy these games, and you get guaranteed cold foil equipment that you're able to play in those games. This is a different story. This is true sealed 8 packs. You only get the equipment that you find, which is going to change the timbre of these games potentially quite dramatically.
Overperformer from yesterday for me here as well. Electrolyze, kind of Fry Plus, if that's the way you want to think about it. But in sealed especially, just unconditional 1 for 4 go again that can convert and extend your turns. In Aurora and Oscilio especially very powerful. I really like having a couple of copies available in Oscilio because it gives you access to Storm Shard, which is a card that's really awkward to play in the deck otherwise. If you instant speed a Storm Shard off of Oscilio, it just feels like cheating, but you don't get attacks as a wizard, so you need to rely on the Lightning card pool and the generic card pool to kind of facilitate that if you want to make it work.
See Simon here. Something else I love about this. I didn't know this was allowed, but I'm seeing Simon rocking the true sealed and limited experience. We're going unsleeved.
Yeah, it's playground concrete time for Simon Nielsen. It's rustic as it gets. Gives me plenty of nostalgia from all those years before sleeves existed, showing my age just a smidge. Interesting one for Simon here. Cosmic Space Dust in the hand. Does have that 1 Lightning Flow available courtesy of the macro. Would work kind of well alongside soaking up damage, but you end up in this weird spot. You don't want to really use this to prevent 2 damage. And Cosmic Space Dust also doesn't really allow for a clean activation of Aphrodisias here because you would need to play it and blink it and activate Aphrodisias, which is looking at 4 resources. It's clear that Simon's hand, despite having this Cosmic Flare, doesn't really quite have the facilities to do that on defense, and certainly doesn't want to lose that Ward 4 to just 2 points of damage. So Simon falling to 17 will Cosmic Flare and fire the Space Dust in his own turn. And I really like this. That gives you the freedom to use these resources more aggressively and hold this Space Dust to prevent 4 damage, hopefully. However, Andrei is looking at this Vault-bound duality on the other side, which might be able to snipe this away or at least earn prevention effects from Simon before it can soak up 4 damage.
This is exactly what we're talking about with how intricate and how fun this format is. This was one of my favorite parts of playing against Zyggy yesterday. They go for these Ward Auras. You have these duality-style effects where you get to just say, all right, before you end your turn, 1 Arcane. I'm taxing your hand, or I'm taxing your decision-making to go off of resources floating out of cards in hand. I'm going to snipe this aura before you got your true value out of it.
Big one for your pre-release, by the way, folks. It's worth knowing that Zyggy does banish this aura as part of the cost of activation. So no window for Andrei to go, actually, before you hollow this out, I would like to try and deal a point of Arcane. Has a window to challenge it afterwards, but also has to balance that with this Aphrodisias activation and whatever he's hoping to do on his own turn.
And now Simon Nielsen, because of the pitch card there in the pitch zone, did have enough floating to go ahead and utilize either that Seeker's Gillet or the Laced Lightning and potentially get that Embodiment of Lightning. That card also potentially an overperformer for me.
Worth noting, the card pitch there from Simon was Glide Through Starlight, which is a fantastic one to stick into the pitch stack. It's going to give you that extra prevention effect as we make our way down the game, as Meteoric Rise is the ripper here. This entire cycle have been huge overperformers for me. I had 2 Voltic Impacts myself yesterday, Flowing Stormstride. Similar story. The 1-cost Meteoric Rise, arguably the most flexible of the bunch. Does require you to have an extra card however you cut the mustard, but it's also going to make sure that pitching a blue immediately uses all your resources in one of the most efficient ways.
I love that, however you cut the mustard.
I'm sorry, I'm British.
No, it's good. No, and it's so good in that. It's just great. We got a block coming in here with that Shattering Float Tide. Now it's time for Nebula Duality to go ahead and shoot the 1 Arcane. We're trying to take care of that Cosmic Space Dust before Corrosive Space Dust, before it can do ward duty right now.
And so we're going to see the helmet cached in here, the Astral Sanctuary helm, disappearing alongside tapping Zyggy to, thankfully, prevent that point of damage. But an extra lightning flow will be generated here for Andrei. And again, watch these lightning flow counts. Simon kind of struggling here a bit, having cashed in that early copy to make this Cosmic Space Dust work. Andrei is instead drowning in it, and we'll need to find ways to utilize it. Thankfully, Oscilio pretty good at that. Yeah. We know there are a flurry of instants available to the hero. And at the very worst, you can think of these as additional points of life. Eventually, the Sephrodius is going to want to try and end the game, and every lightning flow you have is going to stop it from doing so.
Now we pitch into the Meteoric Rise, pitch the last card in hand. So that will now get the value out of the ward, get 4 points of prevention value total.
So we see here Andrei filtering away. Well, no bonus damage guaranteed there. The Space Dust still ate it all, but decides to hold on to those powerful 0 for 4 reds for a later turn. Also chooses to soak up a point of Arcane on a turn where Oscilio wasn't going to be tapped. And it's going to be a really big part of using those Astral Sanctuary equipment. You need to manage your hero ability activations, especially when you've got Lightning Flow, alongside making sure they soak up Arcane damage, ideally when you're getting a window to do so.
Flittering Spike after the Cosmic Flare. I'm so curious to see what these Cosmic Flares are going to do throughout this game and throughout the weekend. There are 3 resources. It's what you get out of a blue, but the instant speed ability and the fact that they're lightning cards potentially having some impact on points of the game. Potentially if this Flittering Spike had go again and you had another way to come forward, but it's going to be the Nebula Glide, I believe, joining the party. Nebulous Glide was going to be one of those War 2 auras. When they leave the arena, they have an effect. This one creates that Ponder token.
Yeah, Nebulous Cycle, an interesting one, actually. I think maybe my least favorite, the Ponder token, not super impactful in the limited format. Cosmic Sutra are going to be the answer here to this Flittering Spike, which is a card I'm a big fan of in the format so far. I think an opponent of mine yesterday turned around to me and went, I think in 12 or so rounds, I've blocked this card correctly once. Which is very telling about how pressing it can be. Yellow Sutra, not the preferred color, but it is very much the bread and butter piece of Oscilio, especially in sealed. You're looking for a smaller amount of instants you can capitalize on, but Starfall going to do a wonderful job of converting your damage prevention effects into additional Arcane. Worth noting, this is prevent the next 3, or in the Red's case, 4 damage that will be dealt to you this turn. This isn't from a single source. So you can find yourselves blocking 2 damage on an attack, and then, oh, there's still 2 prevention flying for Aphrodisius, which is something that Michael Feng did to me many times yesterday. And so I'm vaguely aware of how that works now.
So,
Marvel Ponder token.
Wow, that's a Marvel Ponder from the prize wall.
Brand new one from the prize wall. Like, oh, I have somewhere that I need to be.
So, Volzar here not being tapped, does that mean we have extra arcane damage?
So I don't think
for this turn
is
or the next
currently active. Would need an instant to have gone to the graveyard already. We did Oscilio. No, I think we used our equipment to tap Oscilio. So I believe this is being played from the hand. So there is no instant that has gone to the graveyard yet.
The Ponder. Ponder from Oscilio.
I thought we used the equipment to tap Oscilio. If we have activated Oscilio, then yes. Volzar should have been activated here. Maybe I'm mistaken, but... So we see the second Cosmic Sutra here. This is intriguing. There is a window in theory to have let this first Sutra to resolve and then play the second and amp with Volzar. So looks like we're pretty content in not doing that. Double Sutra to cover this, though, reasonably impactful. Does allow them to convert on damage prevention, but We kind of see a bit of a lackluster Starlight Road, and okay, we're going to see the payoff here.
Very
well navigated by Andrei. Chooses to hold on to the Arcane Source from Stellar Flowtide as the very last piece. This one also pretty great, going to make another Lightning Flow to replace the one that you can expend on activating Oscilio, and then has that Starfall trigger as well. So got to amp on the end and got a little bit of extra arcane value out of those Sutras. And this is kind of what we're seeing from Oscilio in Sealed. It's, I want to stymie what you're doing to me, and I want to win the turn cycle by leaking Arcane on your turn. I'm pretty content to pass back, ponder, put a card in my arsenal, make meaningful decisions in your turn when you're resource light because you're trying to hit me.
And I think we're seeing just how impressive that Ponder is from the Oscilio ability there. Took care of the turn from Simon Nielsen, actually got a point of damage through thanks to that final amp on the Volzar. And the Ponder from the first activation of Oscilio, meaning Andrei now gets just this 5-card hand to move into the next turn.
Intriguing hand here for Simon on the way back. Clear Conscience in yellow, a card that I'm a surprisingly big fan of. Is going to threaten to knock cards out of players' hands, make Ponder tokens, and you can, of course, play your instance in response to this. Bit of an awkward situation otherwise, though. Thunderous Wrath really wants to be used for Arcane Barrier against Oscilio. You really want to convert it for prevention, but you also need it to kind of give an attack go again to make the best of both sides of the coin. And Simon's hand here arguably does neither. It's a bit resource light if you're using these blues to front Clear Conscience, if you want to play this Crackle from afar as well. And there's no guarantee Andrei is going to send this arcane damage, and at the moment, there's no guarantee you're getting the beneficiary of that go again later on either.
Here comes the Clear Conscience. This one comes in for 7, has the Fragment.
And this rare really does force an answer for the most part. You don't want to ignore it unless you happen to have a hand that you can immediately convert in response, because you don't need to bottom a card for Clear Conscience to give you a Ponder token. The power of that for Zyggy is that you can play your instance before the on-hit and therefore make a free Ponder and convert your cards accordingly. The power of that for Oscilio is that sometimes your opponent throws it at you and you can play all your instance and convert your cards accordingly and still end up with a Ponder token when all is said and done.
This card pretty much single-handedly was the reason that I fell to a Zyggy in one of my games yesterday. It was just such a back-breaking turn to throw it out. I couldn't cleanly block it while still presenting any offense at all. If I took the damage, losing a card meant my turn in some way fell apart. Most other effects, I'd have been like, yeah, no problem. I'll take the damage here. I got a banger of a hand. But this is a really interesting effect. It really can do some major work, and we'll have to see how Andrei wants to navigate this turn after pretty deftly dealing with Simon's last one.
2 cards in hand. We're going to see that Voltic Flexor playing defense. This is another card that was a huge overperformer yesterday, blocking 3, attacking for quote-unquote 0. But another card is just very difficult to block correctly. If an instant pops up, suddenly it's got power. If it's hitting you, suddenly it's making lightning flow. A pretty painful one to be forced to use on defense, especially if we're not covering up the entirety of this Clear Conscience. We'll see Crackle from afar coming on through to juice this up to 6 and provide a point of ward value in the process. And so the damage will connect here. And Andrei has to decide which card is going away in exchange for a Ponder token.
Oh, and interesting. Looks like we're going to see Simon Nielsen. He has the retort in hand that allows, it's an instant speed aura. It can be played to get Arcane Barrier, but look, you can see Simon is considering the pitch stack, and he's deciding, do I want this in my stack that I'm setting up for this endgame, or do I want this right now? An attack go again on the next turn, AB3, or is this something I might need to set up a potential kill shot?
This is so heads up. I think the average player looks at it and goes, haha,
yes.
I can play my hand in response and get my free Ponder token. And then I have Arcane Barrier for your next turn, and I might have Go again for the next turn. Simon has understood how this matchup seems to play early on, and those final zaps from Oscilio when you're out of Lightning Flow, out of prevention effects, those are the ones that get you. So you know where you want your Arcane Barrier 3? You want it on the bottom of your deck, so it is there ready for later on.
Before Simon passes, he has his Ponder that he's just going to go ahead and resolve as he draws the rest of his hand because he does still have an arsenal. Andrei, though, playing out that Chromatic Refinement. This is a good one. It can basically give you a resource, and if a card deals damage, it would deal 1 more. So Lightning Overload now gets to come down.
This sequencing is very important here, and it's part of why Chromatic Refinement is of interest to Oscilio. It triggers Starfall. So if you're funding the bill on a 1-cost arcane effect, like, oh, I don't know, lightning overload, all of a sudden your Starfall trigger is active, an extra lightning flow getting made here, and we're ripping in for 5 Arcane. I believe this Volzar should be tapped, because again, there was an instant that went to the yard, hence why we're amping this one up, but I'm not sure it has been visually.
had the response last time, so potentially that Arsenal card has the ability to use Volzar here?
I just thought we were representing 5 Arcane on the dice, so I thought maybe there was a vocal acknowledgement of the Volzar activation.
That's the damage from the chromatic refinement as well. This is if the 4 damage goes through, it becomes 5. Michael and I were talking about this yesterday.
Yes.
So I prevent 4 turns.
Calm Veil of Volthaven plus the ward 1. I think that means 1 damage.
I make a lightning flow.
Oh, now this is actually interesting because unless Volzar was utilized here, but we're only seeing 1 damage over, I don't believe actually any damage should have been able to go through because it is 4 damage, but if it would deal damage, then it deals 1 more. So that ward 4 should have actually just converted all into defense.
So kind of cancels out when all is said and done. 1 damage that shouldn't have happened, but 1 damage that should have. So it's
because of the Volzar, that was a free
negotiable.
Volzar.
Simon here with multiple copies of Clear Conscience, which is a bit painful. I do think the red is my least favorite color on this one. It's hard to say that when it comes in for 8. It does swing like a bus, but
it's been in the arsenal for quite a while for Nielsen.
I also think it's the one that fragments the worst. It still gets covered by 2 cards in a lot of cases. The blue often still fragments to 4, which is really annoying. The yellow falling somewhere in the middle. I just think the red one is arguably a little less efficient in limited. Maybe more appealing against classic constructed decks that don't want to block. Astral Assault will be the follow-up here for Andrei, and we're going to start seeing some of these lightning flow converted into damage here. So +2 given to Astral Assault. Pretty clean 2-card hand, if not for the 1 resource left flowing.
I like these 2-cost cycles that also allow for lightning flows to be utilized in yet an additional way. There's the 2 for 5 that can get go again. That card felt really strong when I was able to resolve it yesterday. Blocks 2, so there was some consideration before I put it in the deck, but boy, when it worked, did it work well. This one, of course, getting that extra bit of power in that Astral Assault, being able to come down and just be a nice 2-card 7 play, and for Andrei, who had a veritable boatload of those lightning flows, able to go ahead and convert them into value in one of the many ways you can do so in this format.
Bit of a tough hand here for Simon. Looking at Riftbreaker and Voltic Impact, pretty premium reds that you don't have the resources for, because the other cards in your hand, Red Pulsing Cardia, Red Cosmic Duality, the issue with this, they block efficiently, sure, but these are the premium game enders for Simon. These are your big reds. These are what you need to close the door in a game of Limited. And not only can they not foot the bill on your other premium cards here, but you're going to be forced to spend them on defense, so this Astral Assault doesn't just astral your ass.
Oh my, well that got me.
I'm here all week.
That got me. 3 block currently presented. You can see Simon is already and consistently throughout this game considering precisely the stack that you have to imagine he's sculpting to try to actually win this game. Also, dude, what a shirt for Nielsen. My God.
Those sleeves have got my heart.
Dude,
they are.
That's some fire.
Some character. It's always Simon through and through. The original red button tie, if you go back to those days. Simon known for a very bright red tie covered in various buttons. And I do miss that one, but style has always been a forefront of Simon's character.
So when you have a handful of reds, it means you're probably sending some to the bottom, and that's why we're seeing Simon look at the pitch and imagine exactly where these cards are going to go. As we see the Riftbreaker come down, this is one of those 2 for 6s, immediately threatens those lightning surges. It's not efficient. We're pitching 2 cards into it, but look, Simon, he knows where certain cards are. He's pulling them out. Like, okay, this is this card, which means this is this card, which means these 2 cards in the Voltic Impact and the Cosmic Duality are going to be joining that stack together again. So we have to imagine if he took that 4 damage on the last turn, he either knew he needed to present this Riftbreaker or was comfortable putting that Duality next to that Impact.
Again, Duality just pretty great in the end game when you get down to those lower numbers. I'm more intrigued by the choice to pitch away this Voltic Impact here. Simon deciding that Riftbreaker is kind of at its worst in the end game. It's very hard to make this connect in a meaningful manner, but also deciding that tripping away a lightning flow here from Andrei might be more important than attempting to generate another copy of his own, which is a really interesting transaction all around. I think I agree if you're looking to get to those endgame spots, you really don't want arcane prevention left on the table. You don't want Oscilio to have the ability to suddenly starfall some goodies and knock you out of the game in recourse. So making the most of this Rift Breaker while it is here and saving that more generically impactful in a vacuum card like Voltic Impact for the pitch stack, I think I like it.
It's a clear-cut thing that happens in Flesh and Blood, both formats, all formats. Sometimes your on-hit effects get a lot worse when the on-hit effect is also just they lose the game. So these on-hit effects can be much more enticing when the players have life to spend on certain cards because they want to resolve their own hand. But when you get late in the game, yeah, my 0 for 4 with the cool on-hit is good. When the on-hit is dead, they're always going to respect it. We see another Crackle from afar here. That's going to make it an attack for 7, so it's a Calm Veil of Volt Haven in response, plus the Seeker's leggings to go ahead and cleanly use the blue pitch. We're going to be preventing 4, so it looks like 3 damage will still come through unless there's further prevention. Now it's time for the Helm of Astral Sanctuary, so we're currently preventing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so 2 damage over. Take 2. Down to 11 goes Andrei. Lose the lightning flow.
Yes, so more importantly, 1 being made here from that Volt Haven protection effect, and so breaking even on lightning flow. Worth noting on that Voltic Impact as well, we kind of alluded to how good the Cosmic Duality is in the end game, but having an attack that you can suddenly turn into an 8 if your hand needs to convert in those final turns, also pretty darn impactful. Want to talk about this one again? Voltaic Flexor, a card that has continued to overperform for so many players this weekend. Starts as base 0 power, play an instant, it will suddenly become a 3, which makes blocking it a real chore because if you commit cards, yeah, all right, I'll save my instant for my arsenal, I'll do something else with it. If you don't, you're staring at damage and a lightning flow on a block 3, 0-cost red. Sometimes most important part about this card is go again.
Absolutely.
In a deck like Aurora, you just want these lightning attacks that naturally have go again, so you're not converting cards into embodiments and you can still swing Scorpio at the end. It just does a bit of everything.
We're seeing Calm Veil of Volthaven on both sides of the table, and this was a card that I didn't get to play with yesterday, so I wasn't sure how it would feel. But clearly, these two incredible players, they think it's good enough. They like the lightning flow. They like the prevention, especially in a format when, as we've already discussed, those lightning flows are going to be taxed in multiple ways.
It's a big one. It's in these endgames, again, 3 arcane prevention plus a lightning flow that is theoretically another arcane prevention. Into a deck like Oscilio is a lot of safe space. It gives you a lot of breathing room when you know you have these effects available. And we're going to see Simon responding here with the Hollow Shield, which is going to insulate yet again, and also in this case, given a Frodius activation. So we're going to see one of the lightning flow cashed in to just take a little bit off the top. And it will now be 10 plays 10 as these players continue jockeying for position in what has been a very difficult to navigate game.
Absolutely. 10 plays 10, but now Simon gets the Ward 4 thanks to the Hollow Shield and the Crackle from afar, giving an additional Ward 1. So 5 points of potential damage prevention already on the board for Nielsen, and that was the second Aphrodite of activation of the game. So we're going to have to see as Simon's now thinking about Andrei's pitch. He grabs his deck to start looking. It's one of the games that make you feel like, man, Flesh and Blood is awesome. And boy, do the players that do it well, do it well.
If Andrei wasn't aware of Simon's plan before, I think he is now. That was grab the deck, it's 6 cards. So it's 6 left in deck, it's 4 in hand, a card in arsenal here. So Simon knows what he has left to work through, and we can kind of see again Hollow Shield as he brush off in the hand. It's a very viable way to lean into fatigue against a deck like Oscilio because there is a finite amount of damage. On the other side, though, effects like Tap Lessons Past that we see pitched here for Andrei, these are the way for this deck to do its best to kind of re-navigate that scenario, put instants back on the bottom. The problem is you need to deal damage to get them to do that. So if Simon can sit on this lightning flow, other prevention effects, we still have the boots available here, you could deny the recursion and you can run Oscilio out of resources.
I think we're going to see Oscilio players as we get throughout the weekend have to have really excellent plans against decks that have enough tools to present really staunch defenses. It reminds me of Kano and Silver Age when you're pitch stacking. You have to create a turn where, let's say, in Kano and Silver Age, you do the Wounded Bull potentially for 8. You strip the hand, then you can start to get damage through once they've already spent their hand on defense. As we're seeing Andrei do a version of that here, we're coming in with the Flittering Spike. We're coming in to try to do a fair bit of damage. Now we're going to get the Eneon Surge alongside the Volzar.
Pretty clean turn here.
4 points of Arcane,
Andrei. 4 more Arcane following this. 4.
Rush off.
Okay, so we have the prevention effect left on the buoys, which is why this makes sense, but also we have War 1 on play and the lightning flow available in play, so there was always going to be a way for Simon to turn this brush off into a meaningful points of 3 prevention. And again, these are effects I see players coveting more highly in their seal pools. Not only are you going to have them, they're at common for the most part, but they're just worth their weight in gold against a deck like Oscilio, who is relying on these final pieces of arcane damage to close the door. And we see we're firmly back to stacks for both players. That glide through Starlight we saw pitched earlier, now back in the hand for Simon. And the core reaction we saw pitched away for Andrei on the very first turn of the game, finally in hand. Both players pretty certain of what is left available as this Scattering Conflux, 2-cost embodiment of Lightning Generator, comes ripping on through. And this is kind of the duality of what Simon is doing. There's a low card density left for Andrei, so you need to conserve cards to win the game. But if you want to conserve cards, you're just going to get hit for 7.
Yeah, this is an interesting predicament that Simon is putting his opponent in. And the thing that you have to continue to do if you're playing Simon's seat, which is not, he has not in any way simply been doing only defensive things. He's been making meaningful attacks. He's been utilizing Aphrodisias because in a format like this one, nobody has access to the hammer for 3, the hammer for 4, a couple of weapons. You have to actually make sure you have the ability to close out the game. Your weapons are conditional. You can't just only play defense. You have to conserve enough damage in your deck to be able to actually finish the game. You don't want to go to a draw. You don't want to go to a stalemate. So Simon Nielsen, he's got a plan, but his plan is twofold. It's make sure that he doesn't take enough of this arcane damage to die, and potentially run Oscilio out of threats. But then he's got to actually make sure he can finish the game and close the door.
Yeah, we see it here from Simon, actually. We know it's 9 cards left in the deck, was just counting through how those hands are going to be drawn up. But also going through the bin there and just stopping on the red attacks. I think this kind of dawned on Simon. If I'm tracking the stack correctly, I know the guy through Starlight remains, but there's not a ton more in the ways of red damage for Simon. This Conflux is definitely the last big haymaker, but with 3 cards left for Andrei, there's quite a disparity in deck availability.
Yeah.
So I think for me, this is going to be a case of how much damage is left alongside this glide through Starlight, and how many Aphrodisias activations can you sneak in once Andrei is forced to kind of play out the remainder of his damage.
He's got the Voltic Impact, right? He's got the...
Voltic Impact and the Cosmic Duality remain.
Yeah,
those are the 2 big reds.
Yeah.
The Voltic Impact is just a big one in terms of hitting like a boss. The Duality... I'm less of a fan of throwing. It does fragment pretty badly, but in fairness, if your opponent's sitting on 3 cards left, maybe getting fragmented twice is just entirely fine. So we'll see this blue core reaction extended from Andrei off the Starlight Road in hand. We'll bump up our force field up to 4, and Scattering Conflux will be fragmented down to 5. So currently a single point of damage coming on over, and this embodiment of lightning will be generated.
So take 1 damage down to 9 goes our Oscilio player. 7 minutes and 37 seconds left in the game. Simon Nielsen on 10. He passes the turn over to Andrei. We've got a core reaction. We've got a Sigil of Astral Flow.
It's now 5 cards, 6 cards even, I think, in deck for Simon. 4 for Andrei plus the 2 in hand. Sigil of Astral Flow at the start of the turn. Chumping away will activate Volzar in a pinch. And no doubt we'll see that lining up with this core reaction to force through 3 points of Arcane. And he's going to walk right into that Thunderous Wrath that we saw Simon carefully pitch at the start of the game. Enables AB3. And even more so, we see another Sigil that has Arcane Barrier X pitched away to pay for it. Simon is more than prepared for the endgame damage of Oscilio. And now needs to decide how best to navigate this Flowing Stormstride.
Flowing Stormstride, of course, can create a lightning flow, but the lightning flows need cards to work in concert with them to truly be at their maximum potential. The on-hit less important. We might actually even see Simon here go for that Zyggy activation now that he has an instant aura in the arena. Might decide, listen, I can take some damage. I don't think you got enough to actually finish this. I'm going to make sure I can finish this with an Aphrodisias activation. No, it is going to be a block with the Flowing Storm Strike, and then he might still go ahead and do that Zyggy activation remainder in this turn. It's going to be pumped up now all the way up to 6, so 3 damage over the top.
Like this a lot from Andrei, conserving cards, finding damage while doing so, brings Simon down to 7. Really intriguing turn from both of our players there. Embodiment of Lightning and the Flow, kind of redundant here, but will line up very nicely. with our 0 for 3 in this case. It's the yellow variety of our shattering flow tide. This one going to make you a flow on fragmentation. Does feel pretty impactful here. Andrei arguably incentivized to ignore this in the 4. Try and deny the extra copies of Lightning Flow, but you have to imagine with the Embodiment of Lightning available and the cards to then Arsenal for Simon here, you know those big reds are still coming in the deck in the form of that Voltic Impact, that Cosmic Duality. Can you really afford to ignore 4 physical damage when the Haymakers are still in the tank?
7 currently plays 9, 4 damage on the combat chain with Go again. Now, is this the Thunderous Retort that was bottomed to the Clear Conscious effect, right?
Yes.
He didn't pitch one. That's so sick to see it utilized so well here. We saw how much Simon agonized over that decision, and now we get this Ebbing Arcstride coming out. On Fragment gets Go again, but mostly just 3 damage.
Yeah, huge fan of this one in the blue in these endgame scenarios.
Yeah, just
usually you want to start the turn with it, so your opponent goes, oh, I don't really want to block that.
Yeah.
Simon here with the double Go again, courtesy of our Thunderous Retort and the Embodiment of Lightning. So this ends up being a Chain Ender. It threatens 3 damage, and we're finally going to see the Robe cashed in for another Lightning Flow here. Pitching 2, again, conserving cards for Andrei where possible. Really doesn't want to leak that much damage, but understands that these last 5 cards are all he has to work with to find 7 points of damage, and he really can't afford to give them up if there is any hope of scraping this one out.
And that means all of a sudden Zyggy gets to play out a blue card that just comes in for 3. And just that's fantastic rate. Blue card, 0 cost, comes in for 3 damage. Like, that's where you want to be in a lot of places.
Okay, so our Meteoric Impact of the blue variety, pitching Blue Lightning Overload. So there is a little bit of arcane juice left in the tank.
A very little bit, it does appear to be.
This is kind of what happens if you like give yourself electric shock by hanging onto the escalator rail a little too long. Is that it's not jam a fork in a light socket, but it's like it's a light tickle.
It's a light tickle. Simon Nielsen has the life to play with. He might be okay with a bit of a tickle.
Aren't we all okay with a bit of a tickle?
So was that Starlight Road? Did I miss that go in?
Yes, so Starlight Road
okay.
has enabled our Volzar and does also enable Starfall on this Meteoric Impact, which is why this is 4 points of Arcane, which is a meaningful number.
That's less of a tickle.
Yeah,
that is.
That's not quite fork in a socket, but it's pretty close.
But now Simon here with the life he has to play with can take the 4 Arcane, go down to 3. And so now, is there, within those last cards, enough damage for Andrei? Simon probably knows exactly what they are, and that's why he feels comfortable making this play.
Oh, Simon Nielsen, the player that you are. There are 2 Cosmic Dualities left in the hand alongside this Voltic Impact. One is red, one is blue, which means this Voltic Impact, it can get bigger, and if it doesn't get bigger, I can just fire a point of Arcane and make a Lightning Flow. Maybe I hold on to the red attack version to send you next time. This is rock and a hard place. This is perfectly navigated by Simon, who knew that placing these cards next to each other in his hand gave you this unapologetic fork when Andrei's looking at 3 cards. You need to soak up this incredible amount of damage, but with what? You have no tools left to win the game.
Wow, 3 plays 3, but that's not the full story. I want you all, when you go back to watch this stream, I want you to go back and look at the first time Simon Nielsen looked at this deck. He's going to go ahead and pitch this on up. It goes up to 8, so now 2 damage is currently going over the top. Down to 1 goes Andrei. He's got enough floating to go ahead and send that final point of Arcane if he wants to, but instead, the absolute... what is patience from Simon Nielsen, putting that in the arsenal?
It's the Lightning Flow. Again, the Omen is sitting here. Omens of the 3rd Age has this macro in play, which means that this 1 Arcane, it wasn't lethal damage guaranteed. So we're going to see this Cosmic Duality ripping out of the arsenal. With only 1 card in hand, it means that Simon Nielsen will find a way to secure victory with physical damage this time around.
Now that was entertaining.
Gosh, was it entertaining, Zyggy. That was an absolute masterclass from Simon Nielsen as he vanishes into the Aether to join Zyggy up there in the Auric Keep. But that was just like beautiful flesh and blood play from one of our game's greatest players. What a game.
Look, I said it at the start of the round. It's a very exclusive club to be able to win a world premiere calling. It's something very unique. It requires a unique skill set. And you watch a player like Simon Nielsen play a game like that, and you just get it.
Yeah.
You know what you need to do to find success at this level.
Yeah, you absolutely do. And I think it's a great masterclass for all of you going home, going to play in your pre-releases, going to play just some random fun events with friends on the kitchen table. You want to play some, maybe you have an armory that's limited. You come to one of the World Tour stops, you play in a sealed side event, and you want to watch someone play at that high level and think to yourself, how can I do that? Simon Nielsen, we were able to talk about it. We were able to see the end game he sculpted throughout the whole game, and we were also able to see the way he considered it, finding those signpost cards for himself in his pitch deck, being like, okay, this is this, then this is this. It's a skill you have to develop, absolutely. I can't really do it, but it is something that when you do enact it successfully that first time, boy, is it satisfying. And it is the key to success at some of these higher level matchups.
Yeah, if you're looking for a dopamine hit playing trading card games, just
The
find
pitch
yourself
stack.
a deck that needs the pitch stack, and then go to the
Icelander,
next
man.
level up. No,
Yeah.
bring me back to counter stacking. I want to I want to counter stack
Yeah,
my
absolutely.
unmovables for my opponent's dominated attacks.
100%.
That just makes me feel like a god among men when you can pull it
Absolutely.
off, and then
Dude.
throw a crown of seeds in there,
Yeah,
so we
yeah,
have to
yeah.
worry about cards we don't know. Take me
Dude.
back.
Yes, it was. Oh, you pitch a Rake the Embers, Dromai in the mirror. Fine, I too will pitch my Rake the Embers.
Okay,
so
I
that
need to put my
Rake can
sins
clear
there
your
so I can clear the
and
Rake.
absolutely.
I love Flesh and Blood.
Let's talk about gem packs.
Let's do that.
Gem Pack 5 going to be coming to your LGS very, very shortly. It is an absolute banger of a product, which is going to be so exciting to open, not the least of which because you get a dyadic carapace in some of these packs.
Just one of the most impactful pieces of equipment for the Rune Blade class was in need of a reprint. Happy to see it finding its way into the gem pack. Going to be very available at your armory. This new art style on this one, I'm a bit of a fan of the original EA cold foil. It just stands out to me. But this one is beautiful. Those vibrant purples are just iconic with Rune Blade at this point. Temper 2, Arcane Barrier 2, just an incredibly well-rounded piece of equipment. One you'll want in your toolkit if you intend on playing Rune Blade at any point in the near future.
Taking a look at some of the other offerings, the Cold Foil Teklo Pounder. We said it yesterday, if you're going to be doing the pounding, you might as well do it in beautiful Cold Foil. I love that they're giving all the mechanologist fans out there the ability to ice the items out in Cold Foils. It's such a core part of the strategy. You want to be able to do it in the blingiest way possible.
Yeah, this is the Teklo Pounder with cheese, the little premium one
Yeah,
you have to
baby.
pay a little extra for on the menu.
Yeah.
It's up there. It's snazzy.
I'll take a double pounder with cheese.
Me too.
As
I have
we take-
no conflicting thoughts on that one.
No, not even a little, nor do I have any doubts about how beautiful the Stardust Spike is in EA Cold Foil. We got to open one yesterday. We got to see you enact your game plan in that CC show match. And it was quite a show match indeed, wasn't it? That was quite a fun one. I think we might be able to take a look at your deck as well at the end of this. We can show it off, just get a sense of exactly how your CC show match deck works for anybody at home who's looking to build it once this set hits stores. Taking a look at some of the other cards here in the Gem Pack 5 offering for you. Log. Run Roughshod, Seek Vengeance, Brimming Blade, Toughen Up as well. All beautiful cards you can get in your Gem Pack 5. And man, Gem Packs, you talk about something that is just another slam dunk. I cannot describe how much I love the gem packs. It was always fun to go to your armory. I remember when I won my first ever armory, getting my Cold Foil Arachne Huntsman. It felt so fun to win the prize. But let me tell you, the fact that you get to show up and everybody gets a chance at opening something absolutely badass. It is a beautiful evolution of the system because they're just fun to open. They have great stuff. Let's just open them so you get to see exactly how much fun it is when you go to your armories and take care of business and getting yourself a Gem Pack 5.
I'll take another one of those Stardust Spikes if
Oh,
you
will
don't
you?
mind. Yeah. I'm a really big fan of that card after
Oh, will
yesterday,
you?
unsurprisingly. So let's just double dip.
If we open a Carapace, someone watching the stream gets a Carapace.
Okay. Shattering Flow Tide. This one, and maybe not as flashy as Stardust Spike, but it was a pretty important role player in the deck. Lightning Flow Generation on a fragment attack is just kind of ticking all the boxes, ticking all the corners.
And on the back, we have...
Oh my gosh!
There's actually no way! Well, that's crazy.
Simply will the things you want into existence.
Oh my
Don't let anyone tell you no.
Dude, there's always special people. Every time you're like, oh, you conceded the packs. Oh, you guys, how'd you get the special ones? Dog, we just get random packs,
Yeah.
and we just get to enjoy putting on a great show for you all at home.
Talk about a cool shot.
Well, we're not opening anymore because that, I mean, how does it get better than that?
I mean, where's your Marvel?
How
Where's
does it
your
get
Diet
better?
Carapace?
We'll do it later.
Oh,
We'll
fine.
do it later. You just, how do you follow up? I'll take a Stardust Spike, please. There you go. My goodness. What a game we just saw. What an opening that was. What a CC match we got to see yesterday. I want to briefly just get a chance to put that deck on screen. We saw Zyggy win in the limited format. We saw you get to go ahead and win that game yesterday. I want you to give the people a chance to hear from you, break it down. If you want to play Zyggy at your armories upcoming, this was how Scott Mines put the list together. Scott, break it down. What's the deck trying to do? How do you win with it? And what do you like about it?
Sure. There is a kind of a lot to process here. So I intend on doing some more content to break this deck down in detail in the near future. So if you're looking for more detail, you'll find it. Don't worry. But we'll give you a surface level umbrella of what's going on. I quickly found, in my opinion, that the best cards in Zyggy were Stardust Spike and Lightning Press, which is not really where I thought we were going to end up. But Lightning Press just allows these fragment attacks to very quickly become dual-pronged attacks. It's really hard to play around one mode while not walking into the other, and when you something like Unwinding Finality, when you connect with both modes, is incredibly painful. My immediate concerns with how the deck was built the first time round, though, were that you were often lacking in a bit of damage. I think Aphrodisias is very powerful, it's very fun, it's definitely what I wanted to tie into the deck, but if your opponent wanted to get blocky and wanted to try and soak up your damage, present AB3, AB4, it got really difficult sometimes, and so I wanted to lean more into embodiment of lightning generation, go again generation with a card like the Go Again Aura, whose name I now forget, the blue Go Again Aura and Sigil of Lightning gives you additional ways to kind of convert on those cards. And so I lent into those 0 for 4, 0 for 5 attacks. They were kind of the way that I wanted to build this deck. It gives you, there we go, Fleeing Starbreeze is the one in mind. This alongside Sigil of Lightning gives you multi-modality in creating multiple embodiment lightning tokens. So if you're not familiar with Sigil of Lightning and how Zyggy interacts with this, at the start of your turn, you can respond to Sigil of Lightning leaving by blinking it out with Zyggy. It will make you an embodiment of lightning token, and then the Sigil of Lightning is a new game object.
Ah, so it gets to stick around
stays
again.
In play. And then on the following
Wow.
turn, you then make another embodiment of lightning.
Oh,
so it
wow.
lets you chain 2 turns together of
That's
that
pretty
embodiment.
good.
And Fleeing Starbreeze lets you do a similar thing because it sits in play as a ward aura. You give it Go Again when you play it, and then later on you Zyggy it when you need to give an attack Go Again, and you continue to kind of get a second Go Again
wow,
activation
sick,
out of
yeah.
it. And that makes cards like the Showering Flowtide, these 0 for 5s, things like Snatch significantly more appealing because
Yeah.
you can keep the turn spinning. It makes Flow State Embodiment into an absolute monster because the cards you've just been talking about, they're all instants.
Yeah.
So you want to be using them on your opponent's turn anyway, and sometimes you don't need the Embodiment of Lightning if you're playing a Sigil of Lightning. That just means you've got more room to make lightning flow, to make these corrosive space dusts and everything kind of work together. I was really happy with how we ended up here. There's a couple of packages I want to talk about, though. Voltaic Starplate is my main chess piece. It's something I think is just very important in a number of matchups. It lines up with Stardust Spike. It lines up with Static Shelter in very impactful ways. But it lets you do some tricky stuff as well when it comes to playing Sigil of Lightning, these 0-cost auras. But in some number of matchups, I think it's kind of important for you to have a higher damage sink. And so I think you have to have access to Findle's Spring Tunic, then Miraging Metamorph, because you have access to Spring Tunic. It makes it much more efficient to play it off of in the first place. And then you kind of look at Gone in a Flash, because when you have access to Findle's Spring Tunic, you can tag out your slot of your foot slot of choice to have access to Lightning Greaves, which is what I tend to play when not playing Boots of Omni's Ward against decks like Aurora, because it gives you this 16 to 20 damage turn with Gone in a Flash at some point, closes the distance for you to be able to end the game with Aphrodisias. So you end up with this kind of side grade package to tie it all together. Rest of the deck is mostly defensive tools. You see Shelter from the Storm, Sink below. Those kind of wrap up alongside that Static Shelter to kind of give you a defensive suite in the more aggressive matchups. And then you see some tech choices for matchups I kind of expect to be relevant in the metagame going forward. I didn't want to just build a deck for Aurora. That doesn't achieve anything. So I thought about some other matchups too. We have the one Overcrowded, which I'll sometimes tag out for the Voltarius against Assassins, people with Codex of Frailty, that kind of thing. Lunar Mirage available for specifically Gravy Bones. I wanted another Go Again source unconditionally. I could just send it a Rigor Mortis and send it back to where it came from. But all around, I'm really proud of. I put in a lot of work on this deck list. Maybe that's a little vain to say, but I wanted to get this right for the show match, and I'm really, really happy with where it ended up. The deck feels well-rounded. It has a plan into every matchup. The Snatch was definitely kind of a revolutionary card choice for me. A lot of people ask me why I'm not playing the Armory deck option, the other 0 for 5 that amps 1 on Fragmentation, and I just found it requires you to keep too many hands to kind of benefit from the amp, because you need an aura around, and you need an Aphrodisiac activation, and you need your opponent to block it. And so I was looking for another 0 for 5, 0 for 4 that kind of filled the hole I'd made in my deck list by removing it. And I looked at my deck and I went, I'm a Lightning Press deck. I'm an embodiment of Lightning deck. And I'm arguably a little shy on Chain Enders because a lot of my other attacks line up so well with the embodiment of Lightning. And you know what Snatch does? Snatch does all 3. I would play 6 Unwinding Finality if I could, but I can't. So I guess the generic version of Snatch will fill the role just fine.
Yeah, I love that breakdown, Scott. It's a deck that I've really enjoyed watching you put together. I've enjoyed, looking at it and enjoying kind of playing it against you and seeing the way you do it. And let me tell you, the lightning presses, the snatch, the amount of work you put in is very apparent, and I think it's really great as a good starting point for all the Zyggy fans out there to look at this and imagine what the possibilities are. And if you enjoy it, take a moment, play it in paper, play it at your armory. I don't think you'll be disappointed. The deck is honestly sweet, and I'm looking forward to get a chance to play it myself because it looks great, and it's really, really fun to watch do its thing.
I'm glad I did it justice in the feature match. It's not easy to get through a foe like Michael, and it took a bit of work, including Michael not having blues for several turns to row. But I think we showed off some of the powerful things the deck can do.
Definitely.
I think when you look at the packages of it, you didn't see me go on a flash against Michael because I chose to start Voltaic Starplate and Brutes of Omni's Ward, which I think are better in the Aurora matchup.
Good.
But when you get access to that go on a flash turn, you will find yourself your opponent's on 14 now, and 14's very reachable with Aphrodisiac once you have some Lightning Flow in play.
Got that right. Well, we've enjoyed our first game here from the Calling at the World Premiere Weekend in Prague. We've enjoyed a look at the upcoming Classic Constructed format, and we've enjoyed a look at what else potentially is on the dark horizon. So let's go ahead and enjoy our next game here from the World Premiere in Prague. We've got our last World Premiere champion, Paul von Gijssel, and we've got Scott Mines in the feature match area, so that
That's
means
a good luck charm.
some beautiful things are about to happen. It all gets to shaken down right after this.
You wanna come with me? I can see it in your eyes. It's a feeling that you can't deny. I'll bring you high so deep, so we can feel alive. Let the world behind.
Hopefully you all enjoyed a look at my take on my much beloved Ziggles McGiggles, and will be joining us playing that deck in Classic Constructed soon. I know a few of you are very intrigued by Michael's Aurora list as well. I'm sure we'll get to that a little bit later on if you're looking for input on that one. Michael, slow morning, you got to walk the floor, check out how the tournament's going. How's it feeling out there?
Electric.
Why does everyone keep doing that to me?
It's been a great day. I've been watching some great games. Just some powerful turns that I've seen people do, especially with some rares. Like, this is a sealed format, so players that actually choose a hero, they often get to choose the red cards, the rares, the majestics. Saw a really epic turn where a player started with a core reaction. Core reaction goes to the action phase, goes to the graveyard for arcane, then plays an echo flash, or activates Oscilio, discards echo flash. That's 1 arcane. Plays the echo flash. That's 1 arcane. Echo flash goes to the graveyard. That's another arcane. Then plays Arc Ramp, destroying a Lightning Float, and plays a Meteoric Impact. I believe with the Volzar activation somewhere in there, I believe it adds up to 18 if everything was a red. I think one of the cards was maybe a yellow, so I think it might have been 17. But his opponent was just like, so I guess I'm at 2. And then takes their first turn, and he's like, I may respond. And that was it. That wasn't actually the game, but like they played one more turn, but I was just really impressed. Cards like Arc Ramp, I think it was a yellow Arc Ramp, to be honest.
Sure.
But like, I didn't think, like, Arc Ramp's one of those cards I just didn't think was going to be a possible card being played in any other color but red. But he really made that deck sing, and so kudos to that opponent. And just seeing a lot of, and I saw it on stream as well, a lot of the Shelter of the Convale being played, more so than I thought. But almost always there was an Oscilio in play.
Sure,
if that card was seeing play. And just more turns that actually played out, players actually using their 4-5 card hands than I thought. Sometimes out of necessity, sometimes because their opponent just did 17 arcane and you had no way to, block or do any other, ways of actually utilizing your hand defensively. But it's been pretty good. These games have been both grindy and explosive, and that's always a cool experience.
I hope we get to see a little bit more of that in our next round. We've got our most recent world premier champion in the form of Paul Van Gijssel coming to join us back in the feature match
Fresh
area.
from London.
Absolutely.
2-time champion.
Maybe 3-time. We'll have to wait and see. It might beat you to the punch. We'll have to find out one way or the other. On the other side of the coin, we have Julius Otte, I believe, who is rocking Aurora for the first time today. We haven't had the chance of seeing Aurora on camera so far. Oscilio Aurora, a matchup we saw a little bit of yesterday, though. Do you think we've changed our impressions at all on how it goes, or are we expecting kind of more of the same?
A lot of what determines the tempo of the game is that turn 0, turn 1 interplay. Depending on who wins the dice roll, who chooses to go first or second, I always say that if you win the dice roll, you know your own deck, right?
Yes, of course.
You may not know your opponent's deck, but you know your own deck better than your opponent. And so you can make that educated guess. Can my deck take advantage of that turn 0? Can it, set up plays, deal some hard to deal with arcane damage, or am I better going second because maybe I have some Cosmic Sutures, maybe I have maybe I'm Aurora. I just want to go second to really start, bashing down that tempo. It's hard to really make too many educated guesses without seeing people's actual decks.
So cool.
But, just from a macro standpoint, we've been seeing that Aurora players typically do struggle with that turn 0 interaction, right? They have less instants. They have less permanents. They have less ways to just generate that value at instant speed. So we'll see. I think that a lot is just determined by the dice roll. But, Oscilio deals a little bit more arcane. Aurora deals a little bit more physical, and it's going to be kind of that classic battle between arcane and physical damage.
I'm down for a classic battles. Let's get ourselves ready to meet the players down in the feature match area, as it will be Paul Van Gijssel looking to complete the back-to-back on World Premier Calling victories, rocking Oscilio. And you can see that not only very locked-in impression on the face of Paul, but also a stunning new hairstyle recently acquired while out at the Calling in Sao Paulo. On the other side of things here, Julius will be rocking Aurora. I'm very eager to see the impact of Scorpio in the sealed format today when we have less Astral Sanctuary equipment available to kind of keep it in check.
The game already feels, the tone has felt a little bit more serious. You can see it on players' faces. Yesterday we were a little bit more smiles, a little bit more Zyggle McGiggles, and today it's just this, like, you know, the stakes are real again.
Oh, yeah.
Players are playing for a real chance at gold foils and cash and PTIs, and you can see that change in their demeanor almost.
Players are locked in. Can't expect anything more than that. If you haven't seen these heroes so far, Oscilio with the ability to turn that lightning flow into ponders and instants from the yard. Aurora on the other side of things, though, capable of making those embodiment of lightnings. Lightning flow, a very heavily taxed resource, though, thanks to that macro.
Yeah, and looks like Julius did choose to go first as the Aurora player, which tells you a little bit about his expectations. Maybe he doesn't want to give Paul that opportunity to go first and really send that arcane damage at him. And this also maybe tells me a little bit about what Julius's deck looks like. Maybe he doesn't have that many ways to instant speed prevent arcane, and he really doesn't want to give Paul that first turn. Or this could also mean Julius has an explosive first turn where he tries to leak damage and take advantage of the fact that Paul may be running instants in his deck. It's too soon to tell. Let's see how the players actually go.
Only one way for us to find out. Let's crack along down to the table and check out the loadouts for now. Paul, intriguing. Well, I think both players here, no Astral Sanctuary equipment in sight on either side of the table, choosing to prioritize these more pitch-heavy prevention effects instead. Big one available for Julius, though. Those snap fingers, pretty premium if you are playing Aurora in sealed.
All red hand to start for Julius, so not ideal, but playing a fun card. Making a little lightning flow to start. This is a great setup turn. You can't really do too many things on that turn one as Aurora going first. And so I think he's happy to at least be able... Ooh, sending some damage.
This is intriguing to me. So this Jolt Step lining up very well with Flowing Storm Strike will demand some respect from Paul if he'd like to deny another lightning flow so early in the game. And as you alluded to just moments ago, Oscilio sometimes flush with instants. Not the easiest thing to block a 7-power attack, especially not one that could theoretically be a 9.
Yeah, this Jolt Step, this Flowing Storm Strike actually isn't as scary, though, because Julius pitched a red. It's hard to, you know, assume that he actually has a blue or some more resource cards in his hand, and this might actually just be 7 damage.
Very heads-up read. The red does kind of give the game away, at least in theory, and so we will see Paul reaching for those lightning boots to pitch away a yellow, convert it into an embodiment of lightning. Definitely feels like a pretty big win on the turn cycle for our Oscilio player.
Paul keeps this Visionary of Orbits, probably one of the most powerful attack actions in this limited set, and has the embodiment to start. So he's going to have an explosive turn as long as he has a blue.
I think
he
the
does have a
duality is blue. Yeah. So 3 reds, 1 blue.
Yeah, I believe that's a blue with a Visionary and a Meteoric Impact, I want to say.
Looks like a Meteoric Impact to me.
Yeah, and a red Flittering Spike. This is a great start. It's not like an amazing, insane start, but that Visionary Orbits kind of just sets the tempo of this game. Paul's not playing an all-arcane-based strategy, and so he's probably going to have other attack actions. He's going to need these embodiment of lightnings to just do that 1-2 punch of, here's a physical attack, are you going to block it, are you going to block it, and then maybe another physical attack, or maybe another arcane spell.
It is that Visionary of Orbits that comes crunching on in as the first attack of Paul Van Gijssel's turn. 7 points of power. If this one hits, you can put instants from your graveyard back on the bottom of the deck. Not super relevant right now, but pretty impactful for keeping Oscilio's deck flush with action in a number of matchups.
In other formats, this would not be a premium card at all. But in this format, in Omens, this is an extremely premium card. There's very few cards that have these stat lines.
So we will see a block of just 5 from Julius here. 2 points coming on through, despite 2 cards jumping in front.
Yeah, this Visionary actually doesn't have an on-hit here. The on-hit, of course, would allow Paul to put an instant from the graveyard on the bottom of his deck. There are no instants yet.
So Paul reassessing what the follow-up should be, and it will be the spike that is reached for here. We'll pitch away that Meteoric Impact for a little bit later on, not against putting that one next to a resource card and saving it for the end game. We've kind of seen this from Oscilio already, saving those zap effects for those final turns when there's less lightning flow in the way. It's pretty good if you ask me.
Wow, Julius has a Thunderous Retort in his hand. He was prepared for arcane damage this turn, but Paul set 11 physical damage, and this Flittering Spike also has an on-hit. Its on-hit create a lightning flow token. Paul's thinking, you know, he reads the tea leaves. He sees a 2 block already on the combat chain, and he's like, maybe I can sneak in this Flittering Spike and get another lightning flow. This would be a 4-value turn instead of sending that Meteor Impact, which would only be 3 arcane.
incredibly heads-up stuff all around from our Calling Champion. Back to Julius, now sitting at 14 health after staring down a barrage of damage on that first turn of the game, looking at 2 cards to return fire, 1 in the arsenal as well. Looks like Astral Assault parked down there to me, could convert those lightning flow into damage on the way back. Does instead go with that quick succession to start things off as a yellow variety, and will fund this Astral Assault. With that Thunderous Wrath, we'll see a lightning flow disappearing to add a little bit of extra power to this one. All in all, 3 cards, 8. 8 indeed for this one around with Go Again. Does mean Scorpio will come crunching in afterwards, though.
Yeah, this quick succession, if that Scorpio ends up hitting, basically gets 3 value. Gets that +1 on the Astral Assault itself. Then it allows Julius to swing that Scorpio, that's at least minimum 2. And of course, Scorpio has that, very cheekily annoying little on-hit of that 1 more arcane damage, a little arcane chaser.
Paul committing 2 reds to block 6 on Astral Assault there. Takes 2 falls to 17. The Scorpio comes on through. Looks like 2 pretty good ones in the hand for Paul. So Scorpio does tickle just a bit as its electric charge runs through Van Gijssel, who is staring at Turn to Mind Fire as the follow-up here. 5 arcane, about as tall as it gets in rare in this format.
This is one of the premium rares in the format. Being able to get a Ponder token functionally means it replaces itself. This is, in true net cards of how many cards you have spent. If you get that Ponder token, you spent 1 card to deal 5 arcane. That's extremely powerful, and it's really hard for it not to connect. Julius did have that yellow Thunderous Retort that he could have arsenaled. He could have not converted that quick succession for about 3 points of value. Maybe he's wishing he did, maybe he's not, but he has a pretty powerful hand here. Oh, another yellow Thunderous Retort.
I think the problem here is that the rest of this hand is rather red, which does mean there is ways to interact with this. Might be a blue in the corner there alongside it, so maybe we're okay. It does need a blue copy of that same ends, and so 2 damage coming on through in the face of our arcanic version of Snatch. The Ponder token will still be made. Storm Shard in hand as an option for Julius, who does still have a lightning flow available to foot the bill on that if he would prefer. Ponder will be parked in the arsenal for Paul as we make our way back over to Aurora.
I just realized something. Julius's equipment suite, besides that lovely snap fingers, are all of the 2-cost-based equipment, which are actually quite awkward, I found, in Aurora. The Seeker's equipment usually pair really nicely with Aurora, the hero ability herself, but he's kind of, it's sealed. You play with whatever you got, right?
Of course.
I'm doubtful that he had other choices here. He's just happy to, fill his equipment slots. But because of that, we haven't seen him use them, whereas Paul already got value from his leg piece, the Lace Lightning. So it's going to be, it's going to be interesting to see if Julius actually finds windows to take advantage of these equipments.
Good turn on the way back here. If Julius uses that retort to foot Go Again on Rush of Power, means it's 4 with an arcane on hit. And we know about that Storm Shard in the hand. That lightning flow could meaningfully convert into 4 damage here if you try hard enough.
Just a clean usage of that retort. I love just being able to play these small hands, and sending that Scorpio basically amplifies all of your attacks by at least 1.5-ish, so to speak. So this is a clean, basically 5-ish value turn, just with 1 card.
Paul will pitch for Cosmic Sutra from the hand. This is one of those must-have commons for our Oscilio decks in sealed. 4 points of prevention in the red variety will deal Arcane if Starfall has successfully been triggered. And we will see that Storm Shard ripping on through to try and force through this on-hit. Converts that lightning flow into damage this time. Does mean there is currently no fuel for embodiment of lightnings or arcane prevention on the side of Julius, though.
Take 3.
Paul taking 3. Looking at a hand of Ion Surge and Tap Lessons Past. 2 red copies this time around.
Hull chose not to use a lightning flow here on the Sutra, which tells me that he probably has intentions. Oh, okay, yep. Converting that Seekers in order to block the Scorpio. That's extremely telegraphed. This is a clean play.
Paul Paul there choosing to use one of those lightning flow to stop the arcane damage from Rush of Power. Does mean there is one flow remaining as things stand, as the opt goes on top from the Seeker's mitts. Scorpio being foiled once more by these prevention effects that we see in the equipment slots for this format.
Yeah, there's this interesting interplay with lightning flows and their usage, both offensively and proactively. Sorry, both proactively and defensively. And, you know, when you're playing against Oscilio, sometimes you're incentivized to keep a couple of extra flows to deny some of these spells that have powerful on-damage effects. For example, this tap through the pass. I mean, this tap lessens pass, I apologize. It's kind of an innocuous effect, right? Being able to put an instant on the bottom of your deck, but it's the world against decks that are trying to block you out, trying to fatigue. We just saw that in Simon Nielsen's game. He was winning in both axes, both offensively and just running his opponent out of cards in deck. Conversely, as Oscilio against Aurora, who deals a lot of physical damage, it's prudent sometimes to cash in those lightning flows defensively while you still can, while there's arcane damage being dealt.
So we see Julius here forced to pitch away 2 blues, spends 4 resources on Constellar Tiara and the Starflex robes. So we're going to see Ponder token and Lightning Flow token made. The latter there rather impactful because there are still 2 resources floating. I have to imagine Aurora intends on converting that into an embodiment of lightning to make the most of those 2 blues where possible.
This is awesome. Julius has finally found a window to use these otherwise clunky equipments. By pitching these 2 blues, he still has that ability to activate Aurora and convert this lightning flow into an embodiment of lightning.
Cosmic Sutra goes back on the bottom for Paul Van Gijssel. Will be fantastic in those endgame turns. Julius falling to 9 in the face of Tap Lessons Pass. We will see Aurora equally tapped to cash that lightning flow out. Embodiment of lightning generated, but just the 1 card, I believe, for our Runeblade player. Wouldn't surprise me if we end up kind of using that to facilitate Scorpio here, let the Ponder token refill that arsenal. 2 cards, my apologies.
Yeah, and I just want to highlight these 3 pieces of equipment that Julius had. They each make a token that is part of this limited cycle. The hat, of course, making a Ponder token, the chest making a lightning flow, and the legs, the lace lightning, making a embodiment of lightning. For different heroes, these tokens are at different power levels or different levels of meaningfulness. However, the Ponder token is typically the most powerful token that we have access to, yet it's the worst in multiples. We got a little destructive fleet foot, part of our DF cycle, the 0 costs, the quick strike that have that +1 ability.
Full go again on the fleet foot, threatens to rip away an Aura token, which that lightning flow looking awfully like a tempting target for that. We will see the Constellar Tiara reached for here by Paul, though, which, if preventing damage, might offer up a Ponder token to take instead, but we do see that Force Field jumping out of the hand to cover up the rest of this one. No instant played, but 3 block on the base version of the red defense reaction, so 4 points of damage covered, no lightning flow lost. Ponder token made, and the follow-up will be that end of same... I can never remember this one. Always going to get me. Path of same ends, not end of same fates.
It's just not a card that really, like, intuitively makes sense to me. You know the name of it?
No, I'm not lost on the irony that I put the end at the start, quite literally, though. Big fan of this one, though. This one in yellow, less exciting, but 2 and 1 arcane. This 1 arcane surprisingly pesky. You don't really want to give this go again naturally to allow Scorpio to come running afterwards. And in this case, with no resources available, you're denying a Scorpio swing if you respect the point of arcane damage.
And Paul can do so in multiple ways. He has the Seeker's Delay available with a 4 and float and a Lightning Flow token. He smartly did this line assuming there was going to be a Scorpio swing, but by just preventing the AB here with a Lightning Flow, the arcane damage with the Lightning Flow usage, he could just stop almost 3 points of damage. So this is really, really a good opportunity for him. I think he's wondering if he wants to cash in both the Seekers and the Lightning Flow here. The Lightning Flow on the Arcane and the Seekers on that physical damage from this Path of Same Ends.
Chooses a Spell Void here because, if I'm not mistaken, there's a duality, a Nebula duality in the yellow variety, which means if Paul would like to reimburse that Lightning Flow token or while dealing a point of damage, he has the option to do so. So use the lightning flow on the arcane damage and then deal an arcane damage and get your lightning flow back. It seems like a pretty solid transaction to me. Another force field doing remarkable work here as Julius will be forced to take an arcane, falls down to 8. Despite it being Aurora's turn, just again, a very profitable cycle for Oscilio, who seems very content to play the game in the opposing turn.
I love this turn cycle. Paul is basically playing extremely efficient, and he probably is just going to play a card from his arsenal and pass, and really make it a difficult time for Julius to convert his full hand. Julius has no lightning flows right now. He has no way to make a lightning embodiment of lightning. The only way he would do so is if Paul maybe deals some damage to him and lets him use that lace lightning. Oh, here we go.
Pretty perfect. This Indian Surge coming out of the arsenal here in the red variety. 3 arcane, can tap the hero for a lightning flow token.
This Indian Surge is one of the best just one-card plays possible. It doesn't require any setup. It doesn't require an instant to be put into the graveyard. It doesn't have Starfall to really get that full value. And all it requires you to do is tap your Oscilio hero after you're able to do damage. And this is what I was talking about earlier. Having a little bit of a stack, a little cachet of lightning flow tokens while you're playing against Oscilio is often prudent. Why? Well, it's very likely you're gonna be able to cash in that value when you have to. Oscilio's not always are setting 11 physical damage like Paul did on that first turn. There's no lightning card or there's no lightning wizard attacks at all. So if an Oscilio is playing attacks, especially in sealed, they had to borrow them from the generic pool or the lightning pool, and there's just simply not that many. However, here we're seeing that Julius has no lightning flows. He's used his lightning flows quite astutely. I don't think he's really squandered any of them. Because he doesn't have any, Paul's going to be able to get the full value of this Iron Surge.
Laced Lightning will prevent a point of damage on this one and make an embodiment of lightning for Julius as Paul makes another flow in the process. This Surge kind of turning into a 0 for 4 if you squint. Does give you a point of arcane prevention. Makes it a pretty spectacular rate all around. Ponder token will resolve at the end of the turn here to park a fresh card. Lightning Overload found. I believe it's a blue one though. Not the most optimal arsenal. See Paul thinking on it here, does decide it's good enough to go in the zone and draw 4 fresh ones. Make our way back to Julius, looking at 3 cards in the hand, 1 parked in the arsenal.
Definitely not ideal. Oh my goodness, it's another Visionary of Orbits.
Alongside a Cosmic Flare that can foot the bill on that one, even if the rest of the hand does happen to be red. We'll see Quick Succession pitched away from Julius to foot the bill on one of the Leech effects here this time around. This one, Leech Memory. This is the one that allows you to have a little spot of recursion of your own.
Yeah, of attack actions. This is just a Rune Blade non-attack action, not Lightning Rune Blade, so it's not as thematic as some of these more lightning-based cards in the set. So it puts action cards from your graveyard to the bottom. I bet if this was like a Lightning Rune Blade action with a similar effect or similar vibe, it would be putting instants on the bottom.
Almost certainly. Had the pleasure of having Leech Vitality myself yesterday. Was quite impressed by what that card can do. Leech Memory looking equally impactful. We're kind of, again, seeing these war of attrition games in Sealed so far, and so these innate recursion effects that we see for Runeblade, for Oscilio, also for Zyggy, in truth, gives you the ability to just put an extra couple cards in the deck, drag the game a little longer, and maybe out-resource the opponent. For now, though, Julius needs a little bit of extra help from this attack. We'll need a quick little extra juice from this Singeing Flow Strike. 6th place 12 currently. Will be met by a 2-card block here. Happy to burn. Guide through Starlight.
Oh, my favorite card, the Volatile Fluxers, is getting blocked with here.
Equally good on defense. Block 3 in
That's
the bottom corner.
That's one of my favorite parts of it, actually.
100%. So
has a nice little butt.
And so Scorpio will be the follow-up alongside a lightning attack here. Looks like Julius perhaps reconsidering instead. Chooses to deploy that End, which I Paul, remember, is not at the beginning
Path of
this
same
time around.
ends. Yeah, yeah.
3 and 1 arcane, and again, I like this pressure. Paul was a little sheepish about the defenses this time around, and so you could sniff it out. You wanted to keep these 2 cards to return fire, which means that preventing this arcane is much harder for you this time around, unless you give me your lightning flow. Julius just very happy to make that exchange and give up the Scorpio swing if Paul is willing to cash it out. We see exactly that. Arcane covered. Means it's just 3 points of physical damage to worry about. Pretty happy to take that one to send back a whopping 7.
I would be not happy if Paul converted his lightning flow, though, just because that just makes that lightning flow worth so much. It's preventing another Scorpio swing, which could be another arcane. It's like almost giving you 2.5, almost 3 points of value.
Pretty idealistic use of that resource thanks to the Omens of Arcana. Cosmic Flare, really big fan of this card in Oscilio. Turns on Volzar, plays the role of being a blue. Paul deciding if that Lightning Overload is a better option as a result while Volzar is active. Really like this, feels very heads up. 3 for 7 in the arsenal, going to be pretty good whenever you like. But blue Lightning Overload, I would rather turn this into a 3 while I can, make my Lightning flow and make the most of my active Volzar.
Paul knows his deck better than us, and he knows he might not have too many ways to enable Starfall, especially on his turn, reasonably, conveniently, more accessibly later. So he's, taking advantage of this opportunity. We do want to note this is quite inefficient compared to what he could have done this turn. He could have just swung with that Visionary of Orbits, which represents a lot of damage. It's more than Julius's life total, so that would have definitely gotten cards out of Julius. But by playing it this way, he's just chipping Julius down a little bit. And I also noticed a Visionary of Orbits in Julius's hand as well. Players have realized this is a premium card in the sealed format.
Julius decides it is time to make a stand and will pitch away. Well, founding the Sigil of Lightning first of all, deciding if it's required on Paul's turn. It will be the resource cost for our Visionary of Orbits. And if you're in Paul's seat, you have some questions here. Julius was kind of forced to take the arcane damage. So these 2 remaining cards, they could be anything, really. They could be absolute bricks. They could be meaningful ways of interaction. They could be Arcane Barrier X.
But you know what they probably aren't? They're probably not attacks. Because Julius had the opportunity to play the Sigil of Lightning on Paul's turn, and that would have given this Visionary of Orbits go again. And by choosing not to do that, there have to be some alarm bells, right? There have to be some certain instance that Paul at least has to think about. I mean, we know exactly what Julius has in his hand right now, but Paul doesn't, and he has to play with that unknown information. He has to think about Storm Shard. He has to think about maybe something, an instant that gives us go again. Or in this case, just an activation of the Snap Fingers. Julius, of course, I think this is a really good play. He's going to be arsenaling that Spellbane Sigil. And while you're at 3, that's a great card to put at the arsenal.
Again, I love this from Paul. Just so happy to expend these Lightning Flow tokens on covering on hits and denying Scorpio for extra value. And in this case, Visionary would loop back an instant for Julius and decides, in fact, I would like to get in the way of that. But because we only block 3, it's Storm Shard. And it's going back on the bottom of the deck for Julius. A little bit of extra fuel in theory. We'll need to pay for it right now as we're a little flow light on the other side of the table too.
We've been extolling the virtues of Visionary of Orbits a lot. But what it is not is a Rune Blade attack action. And that memory leech, was it another leech memory that he pitched there? That only buffs Rune Blade attacks because it is not a Lightning Rune Blade non-attack action.
So we will see
the
flowing. I believe it's
I am
elemental.
wrong. I apologize. Actually, we get to see what Leech Memory says, and it just simply buffs an attack action. So this was a very intentional play that gets that Spellbane Aegis in Julius's arsenal, which he was hoping could help him on this turn. But right now, there's a physical damage yet again. Paul's deck has a lot of attack actions. It feels like he's got some premium lightning attack actions to really augment his arcane sources. And I think there's this dynamic, there's this tension with a lot of Oscilio players that you don't know what they're going to do. Are they going to be all arcane? Are they going to be a little bit of arcane? Or are they going to have every single attack action possible and punish you for putting in these retorts and these Spellbane Aegises?
Flowshard Elemental double dipping here. Discards the instant, which means that Volzar is active. And so we will have to see that Sigil popping on out of the arsenal just to make sure this Comet Collision doesn't completely eat Julius's face.
but that was a great use of the Spellbane Sigil. Pitching 2 cards AB5, I mean, this is unheard of in any format, in CC or Draft.
I believe Paul Van Gijssel has a second copy of Turn to Mindfire in the hand, which is pretty premium. Would
He
not
might be
too
turning
sad.
Julius to some Mindfire very soon.
I was thinking more ashes, but turn into something.
Yeah, Julius has passed priority here, holding a card in hand, no more equipment, no more lightning flow. Paul does have some decisions. He can't really utilize his entire hand right now. He could tactically maybe pitch one of these reds to use that Nebula duality to just come in for a cheeky 1 ping.
Pass is good. We'll be back to Paul, who reaches for that Turn to Mindfire. 5 Arcane presented. Julius staring wistfully at a hand that contains a Glide Through Starlight. That could stop 1 point, but I don't. There's a Thunderous Wrath in there too.
Another yellow Thunderous Wrath.
AB2,
This might be the
which is-
one that he pitched.
It is, but AB2 and 1 point of prevention means that currently, if I'm not mistaken, this Turn to Mindfire is still dealing 2 points of damage. And it will leak through. It will be enough for Paul Van Gijssel to lock up the victory. Turn to Mindfire, turn to ashes, and a 2-0 record for our previous Calling champion, who still has a chance to make it back to back.
Insufficient again.
Wow, Oscilio teaching me that I'm maybe have a bit of a harsh tutor to follow in the near future. I've never felt more insufficient, actually. That's pretty damning.
Well, Paul certainly wasn't. That was a clinic. I want to highlight something that I noticed, and I'm not sure about this. I don't know if you know. How many times did Paul activate his hero ability in that game?
I believe 0.
Yeah, that's what I think as well. I think every lightning flow was basically used to defensively soften up some of those little pesky pings. And I think, I mean, we played this matchup yesterday. We actually got to do an on-demand draft here in Prague, and I felt the same thing. Like, I never really wanted to activate Oscilio. Yeah. I just, sometimes I would have an instant, I would just play the instant. I didn't want to, like the Cosmic Suture that Paul had.
We saw it,
he had the opportunity to activate Oscilio, and by doing so, he converts a lightning flow into a ponder token, a very powerful transmutation, and is able to then activate Volzar and get that Starfall trigger. So there's a lot of value in that, but instead he opted to just play the Starfall, have 1 float in order to use the Seekers on the very, very telegraphed Scorpio. And I want to highlight this because I think it was a very prudent usage, but I don't think it's going to be the first time we see Oscilios functionally use their flows just for defense. Whereas on the flip side, Julius, he had to use his hero ability multiple times to unbrick some of his hands. He was forced to be very proactive with his hands because he wasn't able to defensively use a lot of his hands because, well, there was a lot of arcane spells.
You can tell by the excitement in Michael's voice that we're learning, you're learning, our players are learning, and hopefully that means that you're learning for your pre-release next week as well. It will be your opportunity to take Omens of the Third Age for a spin very soon. If you're a big fan of Zyggy, Aurora, or Oscilio in the limited format, I have a pre-release kit for you.
Wow. I can't believe that these Glide Through Starlights are Marvel. Every time I look at it, I'm like, this feels like a premium card. I'm really grateful that we pull one of these.
I'm very excited to get my hands on some more cold foil equipment. I didn't get to keep my set from the world premiere, unfortunately. I had to be sensible and give it back to the distinct owners. So as a collector myself, want to grab that Marvel, want to grab those cold foil equipment, want to make sure I have a great time at a pre-release in the near future. So next weekend, make sure you're available. Don't miss out. Find an event for you to go and play. Now, we had a chance to see a little bit of Aurora in Limited for today. Aurora in Constructed was the name of the game for yourself yesterday. I made it look really embarrassing, but I'm sure there's plenty of promise in that deck list. You seemed quite hopeful about where it might go.
Yeah.
You fancy talking about it a little bit for the folks at home?
Yeah, sure, I'd love to. This is not a deck that I feel was the original intent of the design of Aurora, especially Aurora, the first version. But as I was tinkering around with the hero, I found that some of the most powerful things I wanted to do were things like playing that Tempestuous Kiss, attacking with a card like Snuff Out, and a card that we haven't really seen Aurora play, but I have found to be quite good, but not really against Zyggy, against heroes that don't just have, you know, residual remaining amounts of Ward 1 or Ward 2 and plenty of defense reactions. Succumb to Temptation. This is a really powerful piece of disruption that, because of these lightning Runeblade attacks and lightning Runeblade attacks that have Go Again, more importantly, it in my opinion, has the opportunity to see more play. The one card I do really want to highlight here is actually a common, a Rosetta common, Hit the High Notes. This card, it's never really seen too much play in Classic Constructed, but it's a beefy attack coming in at 6 power. And what I really like about it is when you're still on Grasp of the Arc Knight, you can make that rune chant, pitching a blue, tackle the Hit the High Notes, and if you have 1 or 2 cards in your hand, you could still be representing things. You could always be representing that you're going to activate Aurora, make an embodiment for the future. You could also be representing a Succumb to Temptation. And I think against some decks that just really don't want to block, really don't want to give you an extra card, Succumb is one of these cards that can punish them really hard. I just think that there's going to be an opportunity for a deck like this to be good. I'm not sure if it's going to be good immediately, but I wanted to explore this concept as just something different. I think a lot of friends at home you're already building these like red line versions that utilize Scorpio extremely well. I just wanted to highlight this version. I think there's a lot you can do to refine this deck, to be completely honest. Obviously, it was a little rough around the edges playing yesterday. I've actually added 3 more blues to the original list. I added 3 more Electron Jolt Steps. Electron Jolt Step is another card I want to highlight. This card, one of the ways you can tell a card is probably going to see more play is if it's there's a full art version in the gem pack.
True.
Right? Like, that's like one of the ways you know that the devs looked at this card, they intentionally wanted to see this card see more play, and it kind of just checks a lot of the boxes. It creates an aura, which is relevant for Swarming Gloomveil, Hit the High Notes. It has Go Again. It's a block 3. It buffs a Runeblade or lightning attack, which includes your weapon. This is something that is more of a new era of design in terms of Flesh and Blood. These non-attack actions that both buff attacks and attack action cards. And because of that flexibility, I've really been enjoying this card. And in a pinch, of course, you can use that flow to make an embodiment to really extend your hand. One of the problems with decks that really want to focus on disruption and, you know, the decks that are like, I call these decks the question-asking decks. The can you deal with this? Like, I'm going to ask a question, or do you have an answer, or are you going to give me a card, right? And the question-asking decks that typically are Guardians, that's a really good example, they have a huge issue with action point economy. And I designed this deck so that if you leave me with 5 cards, I won't be embarrassed. If you leave me with 3 cards, I won't be embarrassed. If I block down to 1 card, I still have a play. And one of the things that I was really struggling with Aurora was the number of 1-card plays. It was like really hard to do 1-card plays. I mean, we have like Fry into Scorpio. I really didn't like that play pattern. I felt like I wasn't doing enough powerful things offensively to warrant taking a lot of damage to keep my hands. And to boot, I was falling apart to a version of the deck like this. If I got succumbed and they took the 1 lightning attack action from my hand, everything falls apart. Or if they took the 1 blue from my hand, I can't activate Aurora anymore. Everything started falling apart. I think these ratios do need to be refined and maybe tuned a little bit more. I was a little bit more impressed with Lightning Press, just watching you use Lightning Press multiple times. But one of the core also plays of this deck are when you want to be more disruption mode, you can switch that Gauntlet of Sword and Sorcery, and there's just these really cool forks you can put your opponent in. Gauntlet of Sword and Sorcery costing 2, and then dealing 1 Arcane. Any hero that doesn't want to deal with that Arcane, it lets you make an attack like a Command and Conquer or a Weakest Link, become that critical 7 breakpoint. And if you pitch 2 blues, which hopefully your hands have blues when you play this deck,
maybe
you would still represent 2 more resources, which could be a cheeky activation of Aurora or a pummel. And I think having those play patterns is really helpful. Something that you can also be representing is an activation of the Spellbound Creepers with a Succumb if you're sending a Runeblade attack, like the Tempestuous Kiss. I think the most powerful card in this deck is the Tempestuous Kiss, and I blocked all of them against you. I blocked with 2, and I pitched 1, so it wasn't ideal in our show match game, but there were moments that I had this in my hand. If I had a blue, I could have done some cool things. Also against Zyggy, I wasn't sure if I was supposed to be on the Tunic, which I really want to be. I want to be on Tunic against everybody. I'm on Dyadic because I have to. I'm not sure if it was correct to be on one or the other. I think I should have just been on the Tunic in that matchup. So I learned a lot. I haven't played that matchup as much. As I think you have more experience playing both of these decks, so I wish I put on a better show. And I guess the last card I want to talk about are just some of these yellows, Arc Lightning and Channel Thunderstep. Arc Lightning is just an insane card. This deck does not make Arc Lightning look that good. I'll be completely honest with you. But it's still a card that really gets that cool amounts of value. You get Go Again on... You get a ping whenever you get Go Again, so it counts itself. It counts the activation of your arm piece, whether it be Grasp or the Gauntlet. And it gives the next attack Go Again. So it's pretty easy to get 3 value from this and give it an action point, which for a single card is insane. I mean, if this is a card that a Guardian could play, you could go Arc Lightning to Command and Conquer, and then another follow-up attack. That's just so crazy. And of course, Channel Thunderstep is not a card that sees a lot of play, but of course, it is a non-block, 3-block non-attack action for Face Purgatory. But this is just one of those cards that, if I have to block with it, it's one of the first cards I block with. I know it's not the best card in my hand, but if my opponent strands me with a 5-card hand, I'm able to still take advantage of that hand, maybe pitch a blue, play Channel Thunderstep, then play Prophetic Quickstep, pay a resource, give it Go Again. It gets Go Again at the right timing to still get that quick strike ability, and then maybe hopefully pitch another blue and send either a disruptive attack or just send that weapon, which is the last thing I want to talk about here, that Dread Scythe weapon. There aren't too many weapons available to the Runeblade class at this point. So many Runeblades have come and they've gone and they've taken their signature weapons with them. We've seen Rosetta Thorn go away. We know that Reaping Blade is on the chopping block for the May 28th BNR. And so I had to really work with what I had, which was Dread Scythe, Scorpio. I believe we also have a Scepter of Pain that's legal, but that's not really where I want to go with Aurora. I don't really suspect that will ever be a weapon that really is used in her repertoire. So for now, I use Dread Scythe. I'm not like ecstatic about Dread Scythe. I would rather have Reaping Blade in a deck like this because Tunic Reaping Blade was one of the most powerful plays. We saw Charles Dunn do that to great effect a long, long time ago for U.S. Nationals. And, I kind of accept that this is the weapon of choice. It does let you do some things. It gives you kind of a floor, right? With one blue, you're always going to be representing this Dread Scythe. With a blue and maybe a yellow, and you can't really spend both efficiently, at least you can activate Grasp of the Arknight and send Dread Scythe plus 2 Arcane. It's not great, but it's still giving you that flexibility, that fungibility with your hands is something that I value a lot in deck design. It's what I like to start with, and as the meta evolves, as I see, do I have to be faster? Do I have to be more disruptive? Do I have to be slower, more blocky? You can start making changes to the deck. This is overall more of a mid-range deck, like an Aurora mid-range deck. Some people will jokingly say it's like a Guardianifying the deck. But these are some of the elements that I like in some of my decks when I'm first exploring a meta. I don't know what's going on. I want some D-Reacts. I like these decks that just, I'm able to block when I gotta block. I'm able to take cards when I gotta take cards. And I'm able to spend my hand reasonably when I have to. And it's just kind of my style, and it's why I designed the deck this way.
I think it was maybe not the most impressive showcase, but the concepts that we've just talked about were a great, well-rounded descriptor of why the deck works the way that it does. I know I found myself far more scared of Snuff Out now that lightning flows exist and it suddenly catch you off guard in that capacity too. So lots of tricks to explore with Aurora, be it more aggressive, be it more defensive, whatever the situation might be. I can't wait to see what comes of that hero as we make our way into Omens of the Third Age. I want to make our way into one other thing, though, before we make our way into the next round of gameplay. I've been a bit lucky. I've been a bit lucky with Gem Pack 5 so far today, so I want to give you the chance to be equally lucky. So would you like to open one more Gem Pack for me,
But you just
Michael?
got the Stardust Spike. What could I possibly
just open the Marvel. Just open the Carapace. There's plenty of other goodies for you to find. So we'll
try our best here opening this Gem Pack 5. This is one of my funnest experiences opening Gem Pack in terms of all the Gem Packs that I've opened. There's just so many fun cards. I feel like they've added more and more cards that are just kind of cool and epic extended arts. I believe this might be upside down. It is upside down. We have that Ebbing Arc Stride to start.
Another card I kind of look at, like you alluded to moments ago. It's got a full art in the Gem Pack, so
I
kind of expect it to be turned up.
Yep. And what's our foil?
Oh! I'm about to commit theft again. That's unfortunate. That's quite the card. Always rigged, chat. Always rigged. Cold Foil Phrodius is available in Gem Pack 5. I think that's the first time we've seen that one. So beautiful new reveal there. And I'm about to be poorer.
I have a funny anecdote about this. after I lost in Rotterdam in the finals, I
remember.
got my gold foil and I opened it and it was a Arcanite Fortress.
Oh, no.
And I was like, thank you, universe,
Yeah.
for reminding me what I just lost to. I had forgotten, really.
Well, the rest of us didn't, if it makes you feel any better. We got more incredible Flesh and Blood coming up for you in just a moment, and the names do not stop. It will be Maximilian Klein on one side of the table, and a top 8 on Teklevossen from Evan Bridges rocking up on the other side. Will Aurora be just as good as the Metrics Mastermind? We'll have to wait to find out.
Enjoy the ride, and if we fall, don't forget to just go with the vibe. Let yourself go, enjoy the ride, and if we fall, don't forget to just go with the vibe.
I hear you, chat. Some people think Aurora is the best deck in the format. Some people think it's Oscilio. A lot of Zyggy heads out there. I haven't made up my mind yet, but we're going to get a closer look in just a moment at how the metagame shook up and who picked what hero, and we'll have to wait to find out who was right at the end of the day.
Just because a lot of people picked a hero doesn't mean it was right.
Exactly. Exactly. We're going to have to wait to find out on the ultimate result, but I want to see what the impressions were going into today. So let's take a look at the metagame at large and see which heroes our players built out in sealed. And perhaps a slightly surprising one here, 289 copies of Aurora, Emissary of Lightning, a hero that people were kind of down on at the end of yesterday, is our big front runner at the start of day one.
It doesn't surprise me too much, actually. Aurora is a hero that was wildly popular when she was in her heyday last year, and there are still a lot of players who I bet sat down and said, I'm playing Aurora. I'm not even looking at my other cards. I love Aurora. Aurora's my girl. I'm going to make some embodiment of lightnings, right? And conversely, I think I'm not that surprised that Zyggy is kind of the least popular, least represented hero, least chosen hero of the today. Zyggy is the only hero here that hasn't had a previous iteration before, that players haven't had an opportunity to already play. And it's also of a specific class and talent that we haven't seen before, Light Illusionist. And to boot, there haven't been really that many illusionists in any limited formats of recent note. So like all those things make it so that a lot of players may be looking at this format, opening packs and just going, Zyggy, question mark.
Yeah, it really has been since part the Misveil, since we've had an illusionist in a limited format. So it has been quite a while. We've had a lot of players join the game since then. So some questions to be found there for sure. Altogether, pretty well-rounded, though. I think Aurora kind of picking up on the lack of familiarity with Zyggy, but otherwise quite flat across the board is definitely a good sign if you ask me.
Nothing too outrageous, that's for sure.
Okay, well, so we have some players to watch that we talked about at the top of the day. I want to watch them. I want to see how they are doing so far, and we may have picked some good ones for the most part.
Yeah. A lot of people here I recognize, of course, Arthur and Evan. These are members of Team Super Army. We used to call these two the Frenchies because, well, they're both from France, and they're also really good friends.
Creative.
Evan, of course, thank you. We try really hard at the team. Evan, of course, won last summer's, the Somerset's world premiere Calling, which was, of course, in Taipei, the High Seas world premiere. So someone who's not unfamiliar with being at the top tables of a limited world premiere.
Happy to see Jacob Clements, Jason Rolfe, two countrymen for me, rocking a 2-0 start. Aurora and Oscilio across the board there. We saw Paul Van Heysel make it to 2-0 on camera. Simon Nielsen picking up another win, despite only seeing him in round number 1. But Tommaso Rosido will be wrapping up our 2-0s for now. Tommaso, a player I can never speak highly of enough. Doesn't quite travel as much as some of the other juggernauts of the European scene, but every time is just an epitome of consistency. It's 9th, it's just about squeaking into top 8. It's 9th again, unfortunately, on occasion for Tommaso, but there's just never I failed to make day 2. There's never I just about min-cashed. It's Tommaso is in the mix, always in the mix, and occasionally bringing new to Living Legend.
He is just a player who doesn't make mistakes. I've watched him play many, many games. He's navigated game states and just the way he processes information, it's very subtle, it's nuanced. It doesn't really, I think he's a perfect assassin player. He doesn't have any tells if you watch him play. He's very cognizant of things and interactions, but he doesn't, like his facial expression doesn't change when he realizes, yeah, this is bad for me. I mean, I watched his game at World where he played new into a Marlin, and there were bad turns for him. He had turns where he knew he was going to get go fished, and just the way he handled it with full composure, he's just a silent killer and just a really consistent player as well. I think we talk about players who, have obviously done well, who have won events, but Tommaso, he's just a player who, it just would surprise me if he's not in day 2. It would surprise me if he's not in top 8 contention, at least, going into the later rounds of day 2. So, awesome player to have on the spotlight. Of course, rounding this out, we do have Brody, my fellow countryman, I guess. I did watch Brody while he was doing his build today, and I want to say his deck, his pool, it wasn't kind to him. I think he had a rougher pool in terms of what he could play. I watched him basically build all 3 heroes, and it's never a good sign when you're spending all of your time building all 3, and none of them looked amazing to me. I do think it was maybe correct for him to settle on the Aurora deck. He had a bunch of the Jolt steps, and seeing him at 1-1, a little sad, but I'm sure he's going to pick up the slack and get some more wins.
Our last calling champion, Filippo Barbani, similar story there on Zyggy, sitting at 1-1, and a rough day at the office for Bartosz Dabrowski, our world top 8 competitor, 0-2 so far on Oscilio. Fun fact for the Tommaso fans at home, has bumped into fellow countryman Andrea Mengucci this round, so we're going to see one of the Italians at 3-0 and the other one rubbing it in, I'm pretty sure. Should be an Oscilio mirror between those two, so we'll keep our ears open for a little more about that. We're going to be tuning into Oscilio versus Aurora this time around with Evan Bridges versus Maximilian Klein. We've learned a little bit more about this matchup so far, but I feel like both these players are going to be innovating on what they've learned in their first 2 rounds and probably changing our perceptions about it.
There's always more room to grow and improve, and I can't wait to see what they brew up.
Snazzy. All right, let's make our way down into the floor there and see how things shake out for these two. It will be Germany's Maximilian Klein on your left, rocking Oscilio against Evan Bridges from the United States on Aurora, who again has chosen to go first on the Lightning Runeblade.
Play Thunderous Retort.
Players here just getting themselves ready to go. Never mind, I have been lied to. The other way round, Max chose to go second, which is arguably equally interesting.
Yeah, this is kind of fun. I mean, Maximilian Klein, he knows his deck better than us. That's something we're going to say a lot, obviously. There's a lot of unknown information, both to us as casters and to his opponent, Evan. But Max choosing to go second, well, what can you do when you go second? What can you do on turn 0? You can play instants. Are you going to get punished for those instants? Who knows? No one knows, really, but Evan, he's going to have to play with what he got.
I was talking to Max just a little bit before this round, and I know he favors the more defensive style of Oscilio. He's a big fan of these brush-off effects and these Cosmic Sutras, likes to play that defensive game plan primarily, and I want to see if that's an a valid avenue for you to take on Oscilio. We've not seen a lot of hero ability activations right now. I wonder how much those instant speed prevention effects benefit from Ponder tokens to kind of keep the card advantage spinning. On the other side of things, Evan, I don't know too much about the Aurora list from what we've seen so far. Really wants to be keeping critical mass of cards to kind of push through Oscilio's shields, and that does go against Evan's tendencies with a deck like Teklevossen. So,
well, we can also see Evan maybe take it to the different direction and say, I want to fatigue you, actually. You want to be defensive? I can be defensive. And you know what? I'll make you try to spend your entire hand. If Evan is starting to see a lot of defense reactions, a lot of prevention effects, he might just flip the script and say, I will try to block as much as I can. Maybe I've brought in some retorts, some Spellbane Aegises, right? We saw that just happen at Paul Van Gijssel's game, where almost every turn his opponent had some type of prevention effect, although some of it did get a little awkward when Paul was sending just physical attacks. So a lot to unpack here. Let's see what the players end up deciding.
We've talked it out. Let's light it up in the feature match area between Max Klein, Evan Bridges, who are getting things underway. Those lightning flow generated equipment laid out. It's 3 pieces of Astral Sanctuary for Maximilian Klein, alongside that iconic lightning flow generating chess piece. On the other side, just 1, but we do see the snap fingers, which does feel like the most important part of the Aurora kit. Speaking of important, Thunderous Retort to start things off for Evan going first means there will be a meaningful way of shutting down what looks to be a core reaction on the other side of Max, which looks way less appealing to fire off on that lightning flow when you know there's a way of shutting it down.
Yeah, I don't know what color. It looks like a yellow core reaction. I think Max is probably definitely going to play something. I think he's just considering maybe he wants to activate Oscilio to play this core reaction. If he does... Oh, no, he hasn't. There's no actual arcane instant in his hand. I think he's just deciding if he wants to play and what he wants to pitch.
Makes a lot of sense to me. Going to reread this retort. Looks like a blue copy, so it's going to be Arcane Barrier 1. So a meaningful main of interaction, but not going to turn off the core reaction entirely.
We've seen a lot of Auroras start their turn by activating Aurora, but in this case, because he does have that Thunderous Retort that will be triggering on his action phase at the beginning of his next turn, he has no need to actually make that embodiment. He can save that flow.
With the conflicting thoughts, bottoms an ominous respite, the 2 life gain effect to the bottom for later in the game. Was very cool to see that core reaction not deployed in the face of this Arcane Barrier 1. Max actually says, yeah, you know what? I'll hold. I can convert these cards in my own turn, still park an arsenal, and when this core reaction goes off, your Arcane Barrier isn't there anymore.
That is absolutely true, and I think Max also just saying, hey, look, I'm going to take no damage. I get to go second. I get to be the first person to really start slinging spells and sending attacks, and I'll take it. I'll take it while the going is good. Why risk it by playing this core reaction and giving Evan that priority again to maybe send some damage at me? I only have 2 cards that block. If Evan sent like a, I don't know, a card we've seen a lot, the card that I'm blinking on now, Visionary of Orbits, Max would have been in a big problem. I mean, Brush Off plus a 3 block does not block a Visionary of Orbits well. I think that was a heads-up play by Max. He knows his hand is still able to fully convert here. Of course, in terms of total conversion, in terms of total raw numbers, it's you know, a 3-card 7. But still, he got to do that going second.
Evan happy to deploy a card on defense to keep things in check. It's now 19-19 as the core reaction comes down. We make our way back over to Evan, who will get go again on the first attack of the turn, courtesy of that Thunderous Retort. Hand full of attacks. We see Rush of Power available there at the front.
A little red Destructive Fleetfoot also in the arsenal. That would be a devastating on-hit, right? I believe it just says destroy an aura. I'm not sure if it says aura token.
I think it's Aura token, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
So we'll hopefully keep that core reaction in check. But still pretty good. For now, Rush of Power doing the Lord's work. 4 go again is just typical Aurora numbers. This one arguably a little bigger if it manages to actually scratch the sides.
I just realized something. Look at Max's equipment suite.
Yep.
That's triple Astral Sanctuary. These Scorpios are very unlikely to be touching Max anytime soon.
Feels rather indicative as well of Max's willingness to tap the hero for defensive options. And we've alluded to this a few times, just those hero ability activations, timely and important. And we'll need to squeeze in these equipment usages when we're not intending on using Oscilio. So we're going to see that now and join a Brush Off to try and cover up the 4 damage from this Rush of Power.
This is a very risky play, knowing that we have cards like Storm Shard in the format.
Yep.
Max could be completely blown out if there were some type of buff effect.
Are you declaring no blocks?
No. Are you declaring no blocks after gingerly thumbing these snap fingers? Will pitch the blue glide through Starlight to look to do a point of arcane damage. And that could be really bad news if Max Klein has been caught out. He's kind of obliged to use this Lightning Flow token to cover the arcane so that Brush Off doesn't get brushed out.
Lightning Flow I control to create an embodiment of lightning.
That was definitely a dynamic destruction of a Lightning Flow token. I cannot argue that Evan didn't destroy that Lightning Flow token.
They do say that sometimes Americans are too literal in the way we take things and understand things, and I can see where that's coming from.
Keep Evan Bridges away from my cards. it's just safer that way. 4 go again. I'm actually more worried for Max in general. That Lightning Flow token thankfully now gone, but if it was there, if this had hit, everyone was going to rip that one up too. So really lucky to be dodging this on hit both literally and metaphorically. Meteoric Impact does meet the Fleetfoot, and so Scorpio will come on through. And this is a good spot for Scorpio. Now we've seen one of those Astral Sanctuary pieces cashed in earlier in the turn. Does give this significantly more of a chance of tickling Maximilian Klein.
This was a solid turn. 4 go again, into 4 go again, into 1. All 3 of these attacks technically had on hits at the beginning. Of course, that second Destructive Fleetfoot didn't really have an on attack trigger anymore, as Max had no more aura tokens, but still a really strong first turn. And you are right, I am seeing Max really demonstrate that he is more defensive. He blocked that out quite well. I mean, he started at 19 and he's only at 16 now.
Soaking up the heat as we play another instant at the end of the turn here. Constellar Cycle. Again, this one, the flow side, doing exactly what it sounds like it'll do. It's got flow in the name. It means it's probably making a flow, but we're going to see that Starfall trigger activate for an incidental point of arcane. And Evan here, kind of an intriguing choice. Can pitch this card away to Seeker's equipment if he would like to deny this. It's a blue that doesn't really fit the arsenal in an ideal way anyway. So back into the stack it is going. We'll opt 1, try and fix the hand just a smidge and keep the Starfall damage in check. But there is still this core reaction lurking in the background that will be trying to smoke Evan in just a moment.
Yeah, this was great timing used by Max Klein, saying basically, Evan, you can give me your arsenal Or you can take one here, and I make a lightning flow. Of course, Starfall was active because of that red brush off that was played earlier. So red brush off, of course, having extra text in the Oscilio deck. Not just a nice defensive card you can arsenal, but also a card that triggers the all-important keyword Starfall.
3 Arcane from the yellow core reaction as we make our way back into Max Klein's turn. Start of turn trigger here. And we will see the Prevention of Astral Sanctuary cashed in here. No need for Aurora to be untapped when you have no Lightning Flow.
And I will activate Volzar.
Volzar activation here, joining Lightning Overload as the turn of choice here for Max, who will be firing off 4 points of Arcane. Instant, of course, has gone to the bin, so flow will be generated as a result.
Starfall active once again. Core reaction, a rare instant, part of a cycle, right? There's core reaction and also flash bolt. Both of these rare cycles of of instant arcane damages are just these clean cards that help you continuously trigger Starfall, which continuously lets you trigger Volzar, which is just part of the entire Oscilio's value engine of getting to the finish line.
Path of same ends to start the turn here for Evan poses the question to Max. Will it be a point of prevention to deny the go again? Will you give up a lightning flow and make me spend a resource? Difficult to do when Evan has 3 cards in hand, but Max will cash in a flow, soak up the arcane. We see Static Shelter in the hand for Max as well. Pretty impressive defense reaction available there.
And it's not clear which card Evan will pitch to this Path of Same Ends to give it go again. He actually doesn't really have a way to use extra resources. So if he pitches a blue, he'll have 2 float and kind of just not really convert it unless maybe Max sends a little dusting of damage again. Ooh, Max does have a Majestic in his hand.
Yeah, that's Static Shelter. Looking very appealing. Rush of Power is the follow-up here. Just a anemic 3, so a slightly unimpressive turn for Evan Bridges here. Does manage to convert these cards, but very much poorly. Blue being pitched, 2 resources being wasted, and just 6 damage being presented on 4 cards gives Max a lot of breathing room here. Thumbing that Static Shelter, deciding if it is in fact time to cash this in. Is happy to pitch and pay to the Lightning Flow. Again, keeping those powerful reds in the stack for when there is no prevention in the way, and converting cards in a meaningful way so that we can keep this 1-card hand, which no surprises here. Zap coming on through for 3 points of Arcane.
Is there a better red common that you could play as a 1-card hand as Oscilio? I feel like this might be the best. There, of course, is the rare Nebulous Aether Bolt, which is a block 2, and it does have an on damage. You can tap your hero, deal 1 more arcane damage to any target. But this feels like one of the bread and butter plays of a more defensive slanted Oscilio. I give you 3 cards on defense on my turn. An Ion Surge, make a new Lightning Flow. What does that Lightning Flow do in the future? Prevent another Arcane. This is like basically deal 3, gain a life.
What an unfortunate hand for Evan, who looks like he's playing Classic Constructed with double flowing Storm Strike, Storm Shard, Flow State Embodiment. Isn't challenged meaningfully with any damage and is kind of obliged to get value out of Flow State Embodiment by pitching both your red 0 for 4s to pay for a Storm Shard.
It could be a lot worse than this. He's ultimately going to be able to spend all 3 cards efficiently. Absolutely not. But a lot better than getting completely 0 value from these cards.
Correct. 4 off the Flow State Embodiment. This one has been very impressive for me. 4, 3, 0 are magic numbers in the corners of Flesh and Blood cards, and this one happy to get go again from an Embodiment of Lightning, or happy to make them for you if you can play some instants while it's on the chain link. Alternatively, Lightning Flow tokens, a hot commodity in both formats, readily available if you keep those instant speed cards available.
Just a clean way to create Embodiment of Lightnings or Lightning Flows, and a block 3 to boot. An excellent card. I don't think it's a Majestic. Is it a Majestic? Is it actually
It is.
a Majestic? Oh my goodness, I really thought this was a rare for the longest time, but it blocks 3, so of course
That's
why
majestic.
it's a Majestic.
That's what
And
very
that's
majestic.
why, because that's why. So Max's hand, though, he has a Cosmic Suture in his hand, red. This would be a great way to counter the Flow State Embodiment, and maybe if he puts a card to block and then uses the Flow State, and then Evan buffs it, then he plays a Cosmic. He's thinking about some things. He also has a Constella Uplift, so there's this dynamic here, right? This turn, playing Cosmic Suture is cool. playing Cosmic Suture when Starfall is active, now that's the real deal. That's what you actually want to be doing. And that's what looks like Maximilian. This is the first time we've seen Oscilio activation in like 2 games of Oscilio.
We'll see Oscilio cashed in, Flow cashed out. Cosmic Sutra discarded, Ponder token made, will be available to play from the yard for Maximilian Klein. We'll tap Volzar beforehand. And so our preventive effect will come on in to soak up 4 damage and present 2 back. Brings Evan Bridges down to 9 as the Arcane connects. It will be that Storm Shard that rips through the protection, pushes 3 points of damage so far for Evan. Will make a Lightning embodiment this time around, choosing to prioritize the go again on upcoming hands over the Lightning Flow, despite playing against Oscilio. Interesting choice, well worth thinking about. Heaven's Claws, the Return Fire from Max, converts 2 cards into 5 physical damage. That Ponder token will reimburse the arsenal. Pretty meaningful damage being presented when you're only looking at 9 life on the other side.
Yeah, Bax has quickly built this health lead, putting Evan kind of in the blender. Evan's had back-to-back turns that have been a little bit less efficient. After that starting turn, of course, that was out of the gates, a really nice one. This hand looks like it would have been able to convert, and, well, completely with no blocks. Evan has a plan of this hand.
Yep, it is time to make a stand. It becomes 13 plays 4, and Evan Bridges has 5 cards he would like to send at Maximilian Klein's face. Let's see how it starts. Embodiment of Lightning available already. Mercurial Skies lurking there as well.
We learn a bit about players' psychology when it comes to the way they react to what I want to say look like average or mediocre ponders. Max drew a yellow meteoric impact there, I think, and that card can be both insane or just okay. And you could tell by his pause of thinking, do I actually want this in my arsenal? Do I still have ways to trigger Starfall? And he ultimately, of course, did choose to arsenal it.
Cool one coming out from Evan here. Electrin Mind Meld is another one of these yellow quick strike attacks. Blocks for 3. Has 4 power if you're quick striking. Will deal a point of arcane damage along the way. And we've talked about these effects a few times in this format so far. First time this deals damage, instant from your graveyard onto the bottom of the deck. And I'm looking at that Storm Shard that was just used. Evan Bridges needs to find a way to kind of put damage back into the deck here to kind of get through the inevitable wall of Oscilio. And that's a pretty fine way of doing it if you can make any damage come on through from the Mind Meld.
Yeah, Max, of course, smartly, immediately looking at that graveyard to see what could be recurred. Of course, Storm Shard seems like the top choice. We've seen other players already grab and put that Storm Shard back into their decks. It's just a card that really demands answers, right? If you're trying to push damage, it's an excellent way to do so. Now, Evan's also double-checking. He does see a blue Thunderous Retort. Kind of makes a little sigh there. I feel like he's not exactly stoked to have this Storm Shard in the second cycle. Maybe realizing he's already at 4, never going to get there. Maybe would have rathered like a Thunderous Retort, but I am starting to feel this sense of maybe not desperation, but just this sense of doom that Evan already is in.
Quick succession into Stunning Swipe is the follow-up here. So more go again being snowballed. That last card in hand isn't electrolyzed, and so we see why Evan was so eager to keep this hand. Just 4 into 4 into 4 into Scorpio. Very proactive turn.
An excellent turn, though. And like this yellow electrolyze also coming in for 4. It's 4. This is what Evan needed to do the turn before and the turn before that. And if you string along a couple of turns like this, you can put the Oscilio into an early hole. And maybe the Oscilio can't keep cards anymore. The Oscilio's instants start really becoming a liability. And because hasn't happened yet, Max is kind of in a I could just no blocks, no problem position. You're at 4. You're like a spell this turn, a spell next turn. As long as I'm alive, you might not be able to make it.
Volzar being tapped, I should say, sorry. Not activated from the Stunning Swipe. Wants to shut that one down. Looks like a red electrolyzer. It's 5 points of go again, courtesy of that quick succession, doing its good work. And a Scorpio swing to come. This was the kind of turn that Evan needed to get back into this. Max kind of floundering a little bit here, staring at some non-functional cards, wants to play defense.
I've been impressed by quick succession in this format. All colors. In this turn, Evan was able to give go again to the Stunning Swipe, which gave the Stunning Swipe an on-hit, which also gave the Stunning Swipe that +1 from it having Go again. This Electrolyze gets another +1, and by the sheer fact of having these attacks having Go again, Scorpio is now enabled, which is another point of damage. I mean, it's hard to attribute exactly how much damage the quick succession is giving, considering some of these, points of value, like the Volzar being tapped, they're indeterminable, right? They could be 0, could be 1 value, but it felt like that was like a 4 value yellow block 2 non-attack action, and from where I come from, that is good numbers.
Helm of Astral Sanctuary soaking up the Scorpio hit, and we will see the quick retire back for 2 points of damage. The Comet Collision brings Evan Bridges down to 2, but will have 4 cards to convert. It's Electrin Jolt Step to start. Really impactful here. This Lightning Flow offers all kinds of permutations to Evan, but it also offers some freedom to challenge a little bit of arcane damage. We see another Jolt Step in the hand, doubling up on those Lightning Flows, and no doubt throwing a little something to make the most of all this bonus. It's red Vault-bound duality, means it's going to be 9 points of physical damage. Not a bad return if those Lightning Flow are worth at least 1 point of value.
This is an excellent turn. This is what Evan needs. He needs to keep starting to build that flow stack in order to not just instantly die to a source of arcane from Maximilian. Maximilian, of course, not happy to see more flow being generated, but this 9 damage is pretty telegraphed to just be 9. There can't be any tricks. There can't be any instants. There's not going to be a sudden go again into a Scorpio. So he can plan the rest of this turn cycle right here, just the way he blocks or chooses not to block.
Max staring at a hand that contains another core reaction, a card you would really like to get onto the board right about now to try and close the door, but somewhat forced to play defense. I think all 4 of these cards are red, makes it very difficult to blunt 9 damage and play out the core reaction. No, blue glide in the back, so we have significantly more choices for Max.
Yeah, I think Max is in this interesting spot where the ideal case is you play core reaction on your opponent's turn. Then on your turn, it goes into the graveyard, and you send a card like Meteoric Impact or Cosmic Collision. These really powerful spells that get amplified when you have Starfall active. However, the context of his hand is unable to do that. He could play Meteoric Impact and core reaction with 1 blue on his turn, but he wouldn't get Starfall that way. He could also maybe activate Oscilio on his own turn and try to do both, but that would also require more than 3 resources. So there's no clean way of doing this, and instead he's opting for kind of the more defensive play here. He's punting the football to the next turn by playing this core reaction. He gets that full value out of the flittering. Okay, this is a line I didn't even see. Maximilian's able to block 7 here, only taking 2, and has a core reaction that just says, you better have something else, Evan, or else next turn's going to be really painful.
Those Flittering Force fields just overperforming in these defensively slanted Oscilio decks. The core reaction will go off. It's 4 points of arcane. For now, it's just 2 Lightning Flow in play. So Evan Bridges needs something else that is not there. It will be Max Klein that finds a victory in round number 3 as Oscilio continues to prove exactly what he can do.
Invigorating. A worthy attempt.
That's a little less insulting than the
that was
previous
a lot
voice
more encouraging,
line
honestly.
from Oscilio. Happy to see that he's also brightening up. You would expect it from such a large lamp.
That's fair. I mean, Evan did put on a show, though, with that yellow quick succession, getting basically maximum value. It looked good. It's just he had that 1 stumble turn, and this is, even though this is limited, you really don't have that much space to make, not mistakes, but just have bad turns like that.
Yeah, any of those falterings. We kind of alluded to Aurora having to use Lightning Flow to make embodiment lightnings a few times to kind of fix these hands. And it's great to have that fail-safe, but it requires time. And if you're not being given time from that arcane damage coming through, it's a whole different puzzle to solve. I think that was a really intriguing game to learn a little bit more about what we should expect from both of those heroes.
Yes, totally. And I'm just becoming more and more impressed with Quick Succession. And I think we're going to see that card really make these powerful turns sing more and more. And I'm excited to see more.
Now, as much as I'm glad that you're joining us at home and enjoying the show, you're not in the room, which is disappointing. And I expected better from you. So let's fix that in the near future with some other upcoming events. There will be something near you to join us on the Flesh and Blood World Tour. $2 million in USD across, who knows how many events at this point. Plenty of goodies to look forward to. Next weekend, it'll be the showdown in Auckland being streamed, but the main event there will give people a taste of Omens Sealed and Draft in another calling environment.
Yeah, and so in 2 weeks, of course, Auckland, we're having that showdown on stream. And then the week after that, they always do this to us Americans, but we have the first of the series of national events, right? US Nationals is our first look at Classic Constructed, right? And Draft at the same time. Basically, we're mimicking what the Pro Tour in Vegas is going to look like a month after that. So it's just that preview that we're doing like a mock Pro Tour, so to speak, in Minneapolis. That's going to be an exciting tournament, of course. I'll be able to cast that with some other guys. But I think, there's going to be a lot of lessons that people take away. There are a bunch of Americans here. We just saw Evan, of course. In Limited, you're going to have these interactions of knowing that Quick Succession is a card that actually does cool things. I'm excited to see.
It's going to be pretty stellar. I'm certainly blessed that my national championship is 3 weeks after yours. It means that I have a little bit more time to figure out the format, figure out Classic Constructed, and also hope that Victor Goldmain disappears into Living Legend, which would probably help my chances.
You could also have the opportunity to travel to Minneapolis if you so choose to. We got a calling that's open entry to anybody who wants to get another Omens Sealed event.
I would love to.
Of course.
I would love to. Unfortunately, I'm already at negative PDO for the year, so another America trip is probably a bit of a stretch. Shinjuku Pro Tour Vegas, of course, the big dance presented by TCG Player this time around will be our next chance to see CC and Omens Draft on the biggest stage. World Championship qualifier will be Silver Age there. Open entry calling if you prefer. Classic Constructed as well. I'll be seeing folks in Scotland over in Edinburgh in July. Happy to bring that one to you for a taste of Classic Constructed. Bangkok joining us at the beginning, I should say, of August as well.
Which is a double Silver Age event. It's a Classic Constructed, the calling is in Silver Age, as well as a showdown. Not too many of those. I know some players either love Silver Age or want to play more Classic Constructed all the time, but, they're giving players the opportunity to play Silver Age at a higher level, right? It's not just the World Championship, the last Pro Tour, but, by having the stakes higher, we do have more players innovate in Silver Age, and those callings tend to be a little bit more exciting. It's a format that people don't really actually do.
Making our way into the Set 20 World Premiere in Seoul. Want to note Bilbao in particular is release weekend. So if you want a release weekend calling of Set 20 Limited and you want to see what's actually lurking in the shadows, get yourself down to that one. It will be Kyoto, Mexico City that closed the road to the World Championship in Paris this time around. Calling there, of course, to be determined as to what format you will be playing. That Set 20 World Premiere in Seoul, though, Sam said it earlier, this is going to be a marquee event. It's going to be a crown jewel. It already feels like it's going to be something special, and we don't even know what we're really talking about.
This is going to be epic. It's going to be the first major event in Korea. I'm extremely excited. I think I've been there a couple times already, and it's just a magical city. Of course, a lot of culture from Korea, K-pop, of course, has traversed throughout the world, so a lot of reasons to visit this country, and this is just a great, fantastic way to bring it there.
City of Lights, quite the destination as well for the World Championship this time around. Paris in November. Well worth coming to join us. It's just across the road from me. Not really, but kind of if you squint.
Apparently there's like a train that gets you there.
Eurotunnel will do the job, so I'll be there one way or the other. I don't know what I'm doing yet. If I'm lucky, I'm in the booth. If I'm even luckier, I might be playing. So keep your fingers crossed, and I'll see plenty of you there. If you want to chill out at home and enjoy some of these broadcasts, regardless of where you may be, you will be in good, safe hands. The showdown in Auckland, of course, will be brought to you by Hayden Dale and the lovely U Young, who knows not only a little bit about Flesh and Blood from the design side of things, but also that headshot there, that's inspiring actor headshot through and through.
He's the model for dashing flash field.
I would believe that. Yeah, that tracks. That makes a lot of sense to me. Of course, you know all about your cast and crew over at the United States National Championships in Minneapolis. Sam and Michael will be leaving me alone on the other side of the pond, but Pankaj Bajwani and Bryce Platts more than happy to take care of you there. That's quite the murderer's row of talent, if you ask me.
Well, it'll be the first time I ever do this with a 3-day event, so I'm actually really excited. I feel like those guys, they've been there, they've done that before, but I'm excited. I've never been able to do one of these 3-day events, so I'm excited.
It should be in good company, and I'm sure you'll put on a stellar show there as well. I look forward to watching at home one way or the other. Speaking of home, next round, we've got a countryman of mine who continues to charge up the leaderboards at these callings in the form of Jason Rolfe, quickly picking up a small fan base of his own. On the other side of the table, my favorite player to watch in all of Flesh and Blood, some of the most incredible facial expressions from Warre Sevens. We've seen him play Dash.io before, and every boom grenade hits like Christmas. We'll have to see if Zyggy and Aphrodisias offer quite the same high for Warre this time around. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
baby dances with the devil. I wanna know what's on his mind. Shaky hands, so sentimental. I sugarcoat between my lies. Inside a small cloud, asking why. I'm afraid we're out of time.
3 rounds gone by here from the Calling during the world premiere weekend of Omens of the Third Age, and the electricity is beginning to truly surge. Pro Tour champion Michael Feng, we are starting to see some real expressions of skill in the feature match area, and I think that's just going to keep intensifying as the day goes on. Thoughts after 3 rounds?
Players have been playing extremely well. Oscilio, a hero that when I first looked at the set, looked so challenging for me to play. So challenging even to imagine what turn cycles look like.
Yes.
Is not only, showing potential, but also just closing games.
Yeah.
Over and over again. And with gusto. These games are not like, wow, that was a nail biter if he had only... No. These Oscilio players have been winning games kind of just quite with a lot of health total left, especially because they're starting at 19. An interesting dynamic, of course, is that turn 0. Who's going first? Who's going second? I feel like, no matter what that decision is, it's almost like a damned if you do, damned if you don't from the Aurora side. Of course, this game, will be Oscilio free, but before that, we have some cool things to show you.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take a look at our standings as we have completed our 3 rounds here from the beginning of the tournament. Let's see how these 3-0s are shaking out, because I think you hit something on the head. Oscilio, it's hard to conceptualize until you've actually put the cards in your hand. During the side event I got to play yesterday, I looked at my pool, I'm like, this is probably a pretty good Oscilio pool. I'm tired. My brain is tired. I was like, I think I'm just going to play Aurora. And I think that's honestly a sentiment many players shared today. They looked, you saw Aurora was the most represented because the game plan makes sense in a way that is a little more straightforward.
It's closest to what we already know.
Yes.
What standard traditional Flesh and Blood has been. I have attacks. They have go again. I have a weapon that attacks.
But we're seeing here all variety of heroes doing well with these 3-0s. Let's see which names are sticking out. Of course, I look at Florin-Cristian Loghin, Pro Tour top 8 competitor, World's top 8 competitor, Alice Gijssel, Sammy Weckx. These are all players we've seen many times over in the feature match area. Gabe Schur, friend of the show, 3-0 so far on that Oscilio list. Fair amount of Aurora on this stream, but we haven't seen Aurora succeed in our feature match yet.
Not yet, but she is the most represented, most chosen hero of the day. So it might just be a numbers game. You run enough Auroras, and sometimes these Auroras are playing Aurora mirrors where an Aurora has to win. So not surprised by these numbers yet. In this page, we're seeing a lot more Zyggys. In the last, the top 20, there were only 3 Zyggys. But of course, right now, all these 3-0s functionally have the same record. They have all just won 3 times. There's just a lot of them. I believe there were like 631 players. So at this point, there's still going to be a ton of 3-0s for us to look down. And I see down the list, I see Yuki made it all the way from the west coast of the Americas to go 3-0 with an Oscilio deck.
Yeah, pretty good for her. Simon Nielsen, of course, still 3-0. Tommaso Vecito, 3-0 as well. Taking a look, Evan Tanguy, world premier calling champion out in Taipei last year. Paul von Gijssel, we saw him do some nice work in our feature match area. And our reigning world premier calling champion, not a limited format, but showing he is still a master of these.
Still a 20-life format, so, exactly. A lot of concepts, honestly, not too different.
Yes, absolutely true. See what names are sticking out. Pablo Pintor, 3-0. Arthur Trehet, 3-0. Max Klein, 3-0. Jacob Clements, 3-0. Will Bradshaw, U.S. Nats top 8 competitor, 3-0. Who else we got? Thomas Pryor, Jason Rolfe down there at 60, and these are going to be the last of our 3-0s. Jason Rolfe, a player that we've got to have our eyes on a tear recently, and for a player like Jason, has an opportunity, he's already 3-0, has an opportunity with a strong finish here, another top 8 finish.
A hat trick,
3
perhaps?
in a row. That would put him in a very vaunted list of players to have gone multiple times over, calling top 8 in back-to-back-to-back events. It doesn't happen very often. Already with the back-to-back, Jason's in pretty rarefied air, but he's going to be looking to really cement himself in a Hall of Legends if he can continue the run. And he very well might be just over that way, quite a bit of a ways, towards the feature match area, gearing up and ready to do battle against another multiple-time Calling Top 8 competitor, a player we know well for a mechanologist, but it's time to see how he does on an illusionist. Let's head over to the feature match area, dive down as the comet begins to collapse, and we see Jason Rolfe versus Warre Sevens. It's going to be 2-3-0 squaring off two multiple-time Calling Top 8 competitors. Jason Rolfe, of course, Calling Top 8 back in the Super Slam World Premiere as well, so no stranger to doing well in Day 1 limited formats.
Warre, of course, is a player who... there's actually a lot of similarities to playing Zyggy and playing Mechanologist, and of course winning that Sage Showdown last time in Rotterdam with a Wizard. A lot of these concepts are very similar. Whether or not he knows it, I think he's actually uniquely well prepared to play a Lightning Illusionist. Think about it. You play at instant speed, you deal arcane damage at your opponent's turn, you play permanents that can't block. Does this sound like some of the other things that he's been doing? I'm excited to see what he brings to the table.
Zyggy is Dash.io confirmed from our Pro Tour Baltimore Champion. I am excited to see this matchup play out. It is how we kicked off some of our action over these last couple days. I'm excited for both of these players as well. We've seen Aurora and Zyggy multiple times over, but we're still very much in the phase of discovering what these decks are supposed to do. But it's nothing like these World Tour weekends when you just get two players like Warre Sevens, like Jason Rolfe, who have like shown to be at the top of their game multiple times over. We get to see them duke it out in this limited format. So, let us head down to the arena. Let us see just what our players have in store. Let us begin this fourth match from the World Premiere Calling here live from Prague.
I did get to see Jason's deck. Well, we met in person after, I think, round 1. He just, called me aside and just said, hey, you want to take a peek at my deck? I think it's like pretty good. I saw multiple copies of a card that has become almost a pivotal part of the Aurora strategy of being able to attack a lot, and that's quick succession. I believe he has 3 copies of that, 2 in the blue, 1 the yellow. These are the good colors. The red one is one of the harder colors to really take advantage of. It's super unlikely to actually be able to get the +3 from all 3 attacks having go again. And also, of course, it only pitches for 1. So actually, I've heard a lot of players prefer the yellow one and the blue one just because of the pitch flexibility that they have.
This is a type of play we've seen many times throughout these first games. It's turn 0. It's arcane damage being threatened. It's the immediate activation of a piece of equipment to prevent that damage. Warre has plans for the lightning flow and wants to go ahead and keep it around. Get to see that cool Zyggy-themed lightning flow, of course, available as part of the Fabled package here at the World Premiere in Prague.
Warre also just isn't able to use his hand right now. He has 3 attack actions. None of them have go again. One of them is that lovely flow state embodiment, of course, but he has no instant to pair with them. So he really wants to filter his hand. So getting that opportunity immediately was nice. I believe he also bottomed the opt. So he's really searching for like an instant or something to let him really utilize his full hand.
And he did not get it. And you can see
a little grimace.
And a grimace and a little look to the camera.
Hand on his head.
It's fine.
I don't remember exactly.
You're all good.
Sorry.
All right, we can see now Warre had a choice to go ahead and pitch 2 cards into the Starflow robes, but was looking for the top of the deck to be a little more friendly.
Yeah, he got 2 looks. He got to opt the card in the bottom. I realize now he wasn't grimacing too much. He was actually trying to remember what card he had just pitched as Jason asked him, hey, what did you just pitch? Warre said, just some 0 for 5.
He said, I don't remember, I'm sorry. We've got a clear conscience now coming down. This is 7. Got that fragment keyword, and of course, one of the more impressive on-hits in the set. A lot of disruption threatened. You might see Jason have to respect this with 2 cards, and I feel you, Jason. This happened to me yesterday. I looked at my hand, I'm like, boy, I wanted this all to work together. Boy, these other cards don't block in the Chromatic Refinement and the Storm Shard, so I guess I'm just going to have to put 2 cards in front of this, multiple fragments 2 times over, which means I'm over-blocking all of a sudden. Doesn't feel great.
Yeah, if Jason was able to see Warre's hand, he might consider a single card and then the activation of one of his Astral Sanctuaries that would cover this 7-power currently fragment attack cleanly. However, he can't. And he has to assume there might be some type of reaction speed buff of some sort, and that's why he's lining up 2 cards. If he were to not do that and keep an extra card, he does have much more play with his hand, but he's respecting it. It looks like he's lining up that double block.
Let's see, a couple cards put in front of this one. Jason thinking through the turn.
Looks like he's keeping a Storm Shard and a Singeing Flow Stride of the yellow varietal.
It's going to be
Fragment.
Glide Through Starlight and Electron Mind Meld put in front of this thing.
Yeah, no response.
Fragments down to 2, no response. Bar goes ahead, arsenals a card, keeps that perpetual little grin on the face for our Zyggy player, as we've seen a pretty expressive player multiple times over in our feature match area from multiple callings, known for cracking that grin.
Yeah, so Jason had a bunch of opportunities to block or not block with. He did block with a red guide, clear the glide path, something like that. The 1 for 5
Glide
that
through
blocks,
Starlight, yeah.
Glide through Starlight, yes. Which would have in total done 1 more point of damage, right? It would have been a 1 for 5 that has go again from the embodiment of lightning. Here, of course, it's pretty telegraphed that a Scorpio swing might be what follows this attack, or maybe the use of something from Jason's arsenal. So that's damage that Warre has to kind of think about. But instead, Jason chose to do this line. And the Singeing Flow Stride, of course, the on-hit of just making a lightning flow, it's quite innocuous, but it's actually quite meaningful.
And I love when we see players. Flow State Embodiment, we've called it out as one of the best cards in the set, one of the most impressive things you can do. And sometimes you watch really strong limited players look at a Majestic, not think, oh, my bomb, think, oh, my 3-block. Put in front of that card to stop the lightning flow generation, but now we're seeing a Path of Same Ends come forward. 1 Arcane. That means if Jason wants to continue the turn, he'd have to pitch a card, which he does not have. So Warre here going to go ahead and take care of that 1 Arcane with the Gloves of Astral Sanctuary. No more go again, which means this brush off can be converted for the 3 full points of defense. Looks like Jason looks over. Wait, do I have that arm piece? Can I try to get this brush off a little more taken care of? No floating, no nothing. Scorpio remains at Aurora's side for now.
Yeah, so that usage of Astral Sanctuary was incredible. It prevented the Scorpio swing, so it functionally blocked for maybe 3 points of value. This card, Path of Same Ends, is a very skill-testing card, but it's also a card that really telegraphs what these players think about the way this game is going. Is it going to be more tempo-based, or do I need to get more value? Is my opponent using their Astral Sanctuary now going to be important, or do I want to eke out every Scorpio swing I can? Jason, surely by playing this path here, is telling us that he's going to take the maybe less card net efficient plays in order to deal more damage per turn cycle.
Jason, if he's wanting to try to go ahead.
Looks like a Leech Memory
Keep
and
up.
a Leech Vitality in his hand. Leech Vitality has a better on-damage trigger, so keeping that one in his hand. Of course, he doesn't have... I don't think he has an attack action in his hand, actually. It seems like it's a Jolt Step, a Quick Succession Yellow, and that Leech Vitality.
Ooh, that is definitely a bit of a brick.
I will play this. Word 1 gives this +1.
Crackle from afar. He's going to pump it up to an attack for 4 now after the fragment.
Any on hits?
No.
No on hits.
Yeah, this was a problem that Jason did tell me he was thinking would be an issue, which is just not having enough attacks. And I'm surprised then that he attacked with that Path of Same Ends.
Yeah, I agree.
Right, instead of attacking with the Scorpio that he guaranteed was going to have a Scorpio that turn, but by sending the Path of Same Ends, maybe not having that Scorpio.
Yeah. Also, the Path of Same Ends has the ability to get go again no matter what, either with the Arcane or with that pitched outlet.
Right.
It's a card that feels really good, but in Aurora, you want to often insulate yourself against either no go again or no attacks, right? And so Jason there went aggressive. I think we can say now, getting punished for it here, having to commit a card to defense with a Starfield Robe, and probably just to be able to convert the hand, because Scorpio Comet Tail does need that lightning attack on the combat chain to be activated, which means these Leech Vitalities, these Leech effects, the Quick Succession, I don't know what he's planning to do with him.
Yeah, he has no possible plays on his turn. or no possible plays that really advance the game state. He's able to play these cards, of course, but it won't do anything. He's not able to swing Scorpio without a lightning attack on the combat chain. And it looks like, oh, yeah, of course, he can still activate Aurora, of course.
Yeah.
Pass.
Yeah, activate Aurora and pass, put the leech into the arsenal. No effects from Warre, and so all of a sudden, we have a 5-card hand from Zyggy, all the tempo in the world. A lightning aura in the arena that can be utilized with the hero ability.
When this fragments, I gain 1 life.
I think lucky for Jason, though, I'm not sure Warre is going to be able to utilize all of his cards, but simply by not pressuring the Crackle from Afar on Jason's turn, Warre gets double dip on the Crackle from Afar's +1 on an attack. If Jason had sent maybe more damage, Warre may have considered that dynamic of, do I want to activate Zyggy and then bounce and flicker this Crackle from Afar. Of course, Crackle from Afar just says up to 1 attack. Probably doesn't want to buff any of Jason's attacks, and then get that Aphrodite's swing while the going's still good. Many of these Zyggy decks I've seen, now that I've seen more of these seal pools, more of these constructions, they're not playing a lot of Lightning Illusionist instants. Lightning Illusionist cards with Ward. And so activating Aphrodite is actually kind of a more challenging task. You kind of need a lot of things. You need a pitch card. You need a lightning flow. You need your Zyggy to be untapped. You need an actual permanent to do that blinking. And so because of that, you know, this is going really well in Warre's way. Of course, I think he'd be happier if he didn't have like maybe that defense reaction in his hand, I believe, and maybe just anything to do with the other 3 cards in his hand. But, you know, you can't be complaining when the reason why you have so many riches is because your opponent did stone cold almost nothing.
Yeah.
I have no reactions.
Yeah. Fraying Life Force going to go ahead and gain a point of life. It's the first movement of the life totals in this game, and it's
That's not
upwards.
the direction Jason wants his life total to be going.
Jason takes a damage after the fragment. Zyggy is going to go ahead and be activated here. Get rid of the Crackle from Afar.
Right. And then I will activate Aphrodite for 2 arcane.
And we're going to be activating the orb here.
Yeah, and I love the way Warre is pitched here. It's very intentional by pitching that red first. You do get to filter out an additional card. And Warre just wants to have a D-React in his arsenal. He wants to put a red card in the second cycle. That's usually where they're a lot better, especially some of these fragment cards in the second cycle where your opponent really, truly can't ignore them. I like this play. It's very clean.
All right, cards go to the bottom for our Zyggy player. Let's see what Jason has cooking up. Leech Vitality, pitch away that Volt-bound duality. It looks like it's going to be, is this the Flash Foot? Dashing Flash Foot coming down alongside the Leech Vitality.
Yeah, this is one of the more premium quick strike attacks. Of course, this one is a rare, and that's one of the ways the devs let us know that this card's supposed to be a little bit better than the other ones. Does present a really powerful on-hit. Of course, that embodiment of lightning. And coming in for 7 is a lot. It's asking a lot from Warre to block. Although I think he arsenaled a defense reaction, a flittering force field, and he has drawn up another one. This one seems like it's yellow, though. No, this one's red. He has no instants, though. So these are just going to be honest, you know, block 3 defense reactions. Just plain and simple.
Nice, though, that Ward 1 off the Crackle from Afar, taking care of the Arcane.
Yes.
Just such nice little bits of value. We've got 3 and 3, and are we going to utilize the Boots of Astral Sanctuary here? Yes, we are. Hero gets tapped. Boots are destroyed, blocking all 7. I was wondering, do we have something like an Electrolyze? That 1 for 4 to follow this up would have made this turn so much better for Jason, but instead, it is just the Scorpio Comet Tail. And then the Starfield Robes will make a lightning flow, pitching a card into those robes. So now Zyggy has fragmented so many times that actually the Emperor has no clothes. There's no more armor to work with for our Lightning Illusionist as they stare down Aurora on the other side of the table. But a nice just little 0 for 4 here in that flowing Storm Strike. One of the cards that I think is just going to be the bread and butter of all forms of this limited format.
Yeah, really interesting decision there also to use the robe instead of blocking with one of these cosmic dualities. I believe Warre has another blue cosmic duality in his hand. It could tell me a little bit about the construction of his deck, like in terms of how many instants he has, how often he thinks he's going to have 2 float on his opponent's turn ever again. Or it's just a conscious decision that, hey, I really need another lightning flow. It seems like every turn Jason is sending a quick strike attack at me that starts with ping you for 1. If that deals damage, I get a goodie.
Jason here staring this down 3 life to Warre's 21. No reactions, no blocks. 17 down to 13 goes Jason Rolfe as a second lightning flow is created. And Zyggy gets to arsenal a card here.
That might not be a blue cosmic duality then. I'm not sure Warre would have arsenaled it, so I'll have to take a better look at it in the future.
The card you called out, Quick Succession, immediately being shown off to be quite powerful here. A stunning, is it swipe or strike? Stunning swipe comes in for 1 and 4 go again.
Yeah, we've already seen all 3. A blue was pitched earlier, and one of the yellows were pitched. This is, of course, the third one that I alluded to, and he's getting good value from it.
Zyggy gets tapped here from the stunning swipe as the Aurora ability and action come forth and stun our illusionist. So no activation of that hero ability in this game. This is something we've seen going all the way back to High Seas when tapping was introduced, a way to actually tax these abilities that these heroes, these weapons, these onboard equipment want to do.
And I think in Limited, there actually usually is a correct answer in terms of who you should tap, or the weapon or the hero, and it depends on the hero. For Zyggy, tapping the Zyggy hero is incredibly important. Zyggy is how you actually
use the weapon.
Proteus.
Yeah.
But for both Aurora and for Oscilio, I tend to think that it's, it's obviously very contextual, but it's usually the weapon that you want to tap.
Well, it's a second stunning swipe here, as one good stun deserves another. We're going to tap the Aphrodisiac after the arcane damage goes through, so Warre down to 15. This one's just going to get a block of the conflicting thoughts.
Yeah, in this case, Warre has decided that the stunning swipes on damage trigger, it's not worth fighting over. His Ziggy's already tapped anyway.
Oh, yeah.
He's not committing a lightning flow defensively this turn. And Warre is still quite ahead here. Even if once that Cosmo or that Scorpio comes in, he'll still, the life totals will still be pretty balanced. He does have that lightning flow. He can choose to, AB1 on the Scorpio if he so chooses, or just committing a card.
Yeah, it looks like Jason here once again giving a think. Do I come in with the Scorpio? Do I commit this final card from hand?
He knows that all of his quick successions are he's probably not going to see them for a while. And so he's starting to enter that naked zone almost, where he has no lightning flows, which means he has no ability to make a embodiment of lightning. And so because of that, I think this actually is correct. Sending this lightning form. Yes. Sending this lightning form now. Also just realizing maybe Warre doesn't have the card economy to give me 2 cards here, right? One of the things about Zyggy is if you actually want to play a turn, sometimes you do want to keep critical cards, or sometimes you just have instants in your hand. It's all upside here for Jason. There's no clean way to block 5 in this set, in this limited set. So I think this is a really nice play by Jason, realizing, hey, I'm running low on go-agains, and the best part of this card is that he will be set up next turn if it does hit.
Yeah, I totally agree. The lightning form here, you get to utilize your pitch fully if you utilize this card. He had the one floating, and he gets the on hit, so the embodiment of lightning will be created, which is important because Jason was out of flow. And I think maybe the reason he did go for it is it's a little bit of a punish, given that Warre had already blocked with a card from hand on something that the on-hit effect had already gotten through. Committing more cards from hand, not the name of the game here for Zyggy, as the Cosmic Duality just going to come forth here for 7.
Yeah, the blue Conflicting Thoughts was a card that Warre had planned to block with from the get-go, but probably wasn't planning on blocking anymore. It's hard to understate how important this embodiment of lightning is for the Aurora hero. Jason has been committing 2 resources, tapping his hero and destroying a lightning flow just to make one of these embodiment of lightnings, which is almost it's 3 resources. It was almost like getting an entire extra card, this embodiment of lightning. Jason, of course, has this cool Astral Strike Marvel in his hand, but with no lightning flows to activate. Of course, it's still not a bad card of 1 resource 5, but Jason would love to have a beautiful lightning flow to pair with it.
Sport 2, when it leaves the arena, make a ponder 2.
All right, we got a Nebula Glide. When it leaves the arena, it makes a ponder. It's got Ward 2. Comes down for a little bit more defense. 10 plays 11, but passes over to Jason. So 11 life for Jason here. Got about just halfway through our game, a little over halfway. 14 minutes, 40 seconds remaining in the round.
Yeah, he has a Flow Shard Elemental. Not sure what that middle card is. Has to make some decisions this turn.
Glide through Starlight, Astral
yes.
Strike, the 3 cards there for Jason. Has the Embodiment of Lightning. Has to use it here. Or
Yeah,
else
doesn't have a clean way to use this hand and still get a swing of the Scorpio, which is kind of the name of the game with Aurora in Limited. If he does want to get the Scorpio swing, he has quite a high opportunity cost. It could look like he could attack with the Astral Strike just for 5, go again, pitching the blue Path to Starlight, and then choosing the Arsenal, the Flow Shard Elemental, or he could start with the Flow Shard Elemental. Bit of a spoiler, I do know his deck because he let me take a peek. We talked a little bit of just like, what are good cards, what cards have been performing, what haven't. And the only instant in his deck is actually that Storm Shard we saw him pitch a couple turns ago. These Aurora decks, that's not a big surprise. They often run pretty light on instants. They don't really have cards that synergize too well with instants. Flow Shard Elemental being one of the few, but Jason's pretty happy to just send this as a 0 for 4 attack here. Of course, it has Go Again from that Embodiment of Lightning that he was almost gifted by Warren last turn on that Lightning Flow.
At that gorgeous Marvel Ponder hitting the arena for our Zyggy player. We've got 4 Go Again with the Flow Shard Elemental. Once again, Jason asks, how many cards you got? I'm here. Jason never knows. He never knows how many cards are in hand.
And he's just sending the Scorpio. So he could be sending that Astral Strike for 5. He's giving up. It's not exactly giving up 5 damage because he still ends up arsenaling the Astral Strike. Ooh.
No, deciding I have to throw this, he says, for 5.
Yeah, I think he gave it a thunk and just realized, look, I just don't have that much Go Again left in my deck. He's also flowless is the best way to describe his situation. And so by keeping that Astral Strike in his deck, first of all, it might never get better than this, a 1 resource for 5. He might never have a Go Again source again. And that's what I'm talking about. Look at his hand right now. That's 4 attacks. None of them, they actually all have the word Go Again in their text box, but none of them actually have what we call natural Go Again. Their Go Again is dependent or they get amplified if they actually have Go Again.
And it's a bit of a smirk from Jason as he takes stock of the situation.
Yeah, he knew this was a possibility. All of his quick successions are gone. He doesn't have a lightning flow at all. His hand's a bit of a brick, and he's really hoping that Warre maybe sends another attack of some sort and gives him that opportunity to convert some of these cards defensively.
You can see Jason was aware this was probably coming. That's why the block was put in front of this attack for 3. I think he sniffed out this Auric Shard. So we get that hollow counter.
+3 again, so it goes up to 5.
Yellow Auric Shard, so it does go up to 5. So it would have been 7 had Jason not blocked.
Yeah, it could also have been just the passing of the turn from Warre if Jason had block of 2 cards, kind of hedge around the situation, considering the fact that Jason has a really hard time just spending these cards regardless. I do think this turn cycle went quite poorly for Jason, and it's going to be reflected on when he sends his attack.
Stellar Glide, of course, had there been a lightning flow, this would be able to have Go Again. Card that felt really good when I was able to resolve it yesterday. But here, just going to be 2 cards for 5 damage.
Great extender. Not so great when you don't have a lightning flow. It's not a card that I'm excited to play, but it does fulfill a role in this deck that actually sometimes is problematic, which is you want to pitch for some of these 1 costs, but you don't always want to be activating Aurora with the 2 remaining float if you pitch a blue. And so having some of these more beefy attacks, like the Stellar Glide, like the series of, I'm just going to call it the twice per instant series, those cards are really meaningful, but they also are cards you don't want too many of, as they are ultimately at the end of the day 2 blocks.
Take 2? Oh,
yeah, no reactions.
Okay, take 2.
So we got block for 3 and award for 1, right?
Yeah, I do want to mention this Auric Shards. You know, this is the tension of the
Block
Zyggy
for
deck.
2.
It costed 1 resource, and then the Zyggy activation costed 2 resources. Well, that's a clean 3 resources.
Yeah.
However, Aphroditeus also cost a resource, so Warre was not able to get that Aphroditeus swing from the Auric Shards played last turn, despite going through all the hoops, tapping the Zyggy, giving up the flow.
Jason here. Let's take a look. Let's take stock. Electron Jolt Step unlocks the hand, has the ability to create a lightning flow, and then from there, get go again on the turn. We see this meteoric rise from our Zyggy player, and that's important. Of course, it's coming in as threatening damage. Our Zyggy player is down to 6, but the thing I want to call attention to, red Auric Shards in the pitch. These players have 9 minutes and 16 seconds left. Currently 10 playing 6, and I think, or 6 playing 10, excuse me, and I think we're seeing, as both players begin to count the decks, the sculpting of an endgame stack. Warre might at the beginning of this game not known what card he pitched. He knows what card he's pitching now.
Yeah, the yellow quick succession. That's a card that Jason really wants to see. It's going to help him really turn the corner. This Electron Jolton looks really good. Jolt Step, sorry. And I believe he's lining up a block. I think he's trying to decide, am I blocking 2 cards or am I blocking 1?
No more blocks. Any more pitches into this meteoric rise? No reactions. 2 damage over. Jason down to 8, makes another lightning flow for Zyggy.
Gain 1 life.
Now we get to just go ahead and play this Nourishing Glow, gain a life,
Yeah.
ward 1.
Okay.
And so Warre here deciding, I don't want 2 more points of damage. I want 1 point of ward and 1 point of life gain. It's 2 points of value either way, but choosing, I want a little bit of defense and a little bit of life gain.
Also gives him a little bit of reach with the Aphroditeus. He's able to, you know, activate Zyggy, then zap cleanly with a blue, which has been a challenge already. He's already missed 1 opportunity to use Aphroditeus simply because of not having enough resources.
Yeah. Quick succession blue. Joins the party. Next attack, Runeblade or Lightning gets go again. Your next attack that has go again gets +1. I mean, we played Moth Skies. All right,
Yeah,
we played
yeah.
Mercurial Skies, blue quick succession, giving
we
go
played
again.
Moss guys because we had no choice. That was already a gift back in the Vizrai days, right? Like at one point we were playing
and what
Lead
a
the
gift
Charge.
it was. I played Lead the Charge. I had
Yeah.
Lead the Charge in my decks.
So this is 1.
Alrighty, so we've got +1, then we got +3 on the Electron Jolt Step. So that means 8 damage, and it's going to get that.
It's a Singeing Flow Stride, of course. It is a 1-coster, so a little bit awkward, a little bit clunky. Jason would have loved to have a 0-cost Quick Strike this turn so that he could still have that critical 2 resources floating to activate Aurora at the end of all of this and still be set up for the next turn, where I expect him to be drawing that yellow Quick Succession that he pitched just a few turns ago.
Then I'll block a tree. Like this.
All right, we've got, I believe, what is it? Singeing Flow Stride coming in. 8 go again.
Like this.
Warre's got a block here. It's a Flittering Spike that's put in front of it.
I'll make a flow.
Makes another flow. So all of a sudden, we're seeing our Zyggy player
Yes.
quite low in life. Down to 3.
I will say no blocks.
No blocks. Takes 1. Are we losing a flow for the Arcane? Yes, we are. So from 3 Lightning Flow down to 1 after both of the sources of Arcane were taken care of. And I see why, because 2 points of Arcane damage would have mean Warre is dead.
Yeah.
So had to take care of it in some way or the other, and it was at the cost of the Lightning Flow that he's so painstakingly put together over the course of this game.
5. When it's fragments, it gets go again.
This is a very scary 5 from Warre. If you were Jason's shoes, you really don't want to block this, because by blocking this and triggering Fragment, you do give Warre go again. But sometimes when your life total is this low, the answer can't be no blocks either. Either taking 5 puts you at 3, which is not a great place to be, or there's an Astral Shards that just could end your run right here. Jason has kind of drawn the cards that we've seen him pitch, which is that yellow Quick Succession and that red Storm Shard. And of course, he has 2 blues. He has that Jolton Quick Step.
Okay, so it goes to tree.
Endgames go again. This fragment is critical. Don't know if Warre was counting on there to be a fragment.
Then I'll attack you for 5. On fragments, it gets I gain 1 resource.
This is such a clean turn. If Jason triggers fragment here, Warre will also be able to swing a Frodius. He has a blue in his hand right now. He's going to gain a resource. He's going to be able to play the Auric Shards, the yellow Auric Shards in his art, the red one.
Activate Zyggy.
We have enough floating this time.
This is
all of a sudden,
perfect.
Auric Shards
This
is
is
going to come
perfect.
and give that full +5.
He should have 1 float from this because he did pay a resource. Oh, no, he has, yeah, exactly. He should have 1 float.
And that 1 resource only available because of the fragment on the pulsing Cardia.
And that's an
But
Aphrodite
Jason
swing.
had to block. If he didn't block here, that pulsing
Yes.
Cardia would have had too much damage.
He would
Jason would have been
died
dead
to
here.
the Ebbing Arc Stride if he didn't block, just straight up.
Oh, this is such nice sequencing here.
What a well-executed play. And this is these are cards that Warre pitched. This is the power of having these fragment cards when your opponent's kind of at that low life where it's a damned if you do, damned if you don't. I mean, obviously, triggering fragment feels good, right? Value-wise, it's great. When your opponent's getting go again, getting a resource, being able to swing the Aphrodite at you while also representing lethal, that feels really, really good. Jason, of course, blocking. The only attack in his hand, he's kind of had this issue. It's kind of a Rune Blade problem, right? You draw your non-attacks. You want to draw a nice, even split of them. You don't want to be drawing cards and not having them. And he kind of is in this unenviable spot again where he could just activate Aurora and pass, but that is functionally losing a point of life. But if, by straight passing, that's also not a winning play. He's really in a tough spot now.
Yeah, both players sitting here. Should Jason be at 1? He only used 1 lightning flow. Was that 8, right? Took 5 down to 3. No, okay, at 2. And it's just passing the turn.
Okay.
Just passing the turn, card in the arsenal.
Yeah, we've talked about the virtues of yellow quick succession, but you do need something to succeed the quick succession.
Yes. It may be quick, but it still needs some help.
And these Ebbing Arc Strides just look so good now when your opponent's at that I can't afford to ignore this range.
Yeah, these Ebbing Arc Strides, so impressive. Whenever it fragments, it gets go again, but you have to block it. So all of a sudden...
Jason might put a 2 block in front of you. He's realizing that the Ebbing Arc Stride is yellow. Does have a couple of 2 blocks that he's willing to block with. Oh no, the yellow quick succession potentially
that
hitting
we've
the
talked about
block
all
side.
game. 2 minutes left in this game. 2 life for Zyggy, 2 life for Aurora. 2 players in our feature match area, but only 1 can move on and remain undefeated after 4 rounds. An enviable position for any Flesh and Blood player, but for 2 players as accustomed to calling top 8s as these 2, you know how badly they each want it.
Then I'll attack you for 5. On fragment, create a lightning flow.
Okay, 5 damage here on fragment, create a lightning flow, but Jason's got to deal with this as well. Down to 3, it makes a lightning flow. Let's see if there's any follow-up. Jason thinking, wait a second, before the fragment, did I just block with the wrong card?
Last turn, just give me 1 second.
Yeah, by blocking this way, he doesn't really have a great turn to follow up. Instead, if he blocks with the blue flittering spike, he'll be able to go quick succession into this destructive Fleetfoot and then send the Scorpio while also having that Storm Shard in his arsenal to represent lethal. That could really flip the script. Or it could really just kind of die to that Storm Shard.
Yeah, looks like it might be a switch of the block.
It is interesting, though, because right now that lightning flow is one of the reasons why Warwick just can't send in an Aphrodite swing at Jason Rolfe. And if Jason commits to this line and Warwick blocks of a card, and this might be just talking too far to the future, but
it worked out for Jason. That is the card, the end of the turn for Warre, and that means, of course, we're going over to Jason's turn. Zyggy here deciding not to Arsenal, so the quick succession does get to power up this blue dashing flash foot.
This is
3 go
epic.
again.
Jason doesn't Jason has to play a fire here. He has to assume Warwick doesn't have another ward object, because if Warwick blocks with a single card and Jason decides, I want to risk it. I'm going to commit this Storm Shard. He has to pay the alternate cost of destroying his Lightning Flow. But his Lightning Flow is the only reason why he's not dying to the Fruitius. So is he going to do it? Is he not? Or is he just going to send the Scorpio?
Timer hitting 0.
Oh, I believe, I remember reading this. So I think Storm Shard just says a lightning attack. And that means Jason actually has Warre in a really tough spot, I just realized. Because he can actually Storm Shard the Scorpio.
Right.
Sigil of Astral Flow. That is a lightning instant aura.
Yep.
We're going to activate Zyggy here.
Bounce this.
Bounce it out. Make another lightning flow, so it just keeps one around.
2 arcane.
2 arcane. Now Jason
This is
immediately
excellent.
has to deal with this lightning flow, so now Warre doesn't have to think about the Storm Shard. And then
That's
Cosmic
3
Duality.
arcane.
Discard this to deal 1.
Discard for 1 arcane. There's only 1 life remaining for Jason. He takes a look. He says, wait a second. Is there anything I can do? And the answer is no. And the handshake is extended. It's a photo finish as lightning races across the stream. As lightning has struck on the final turn of this game for Warre Sevens.
Eyes off the fragments, darling. I know. It's confusing.
Warre and Zyggy here taking the game, moving forth to 4-0. And I think you were pointing it out right there at the end of the game. How many cards left for these players in deck?
Warre had 1 card left. When he won that game, you saw it. He was like, phew.
Yeah, a big,
Glad we got there.
a big exhale. Thank you to all of you for joining us in the stream. It's just going to get better and better from here. But that was an excellent game, truly, truly down to the wire. And we're getting to see just what Omens of the Third Age is all about. And it's funny because, we're able to check in, see how our players are doing out there. The feature match area, Aurora is struggling. But when you look at the games we're not able to show, there are great players on Aurora taking down Ziggy's, taking down Oscilio's, taking down huge names. But I feel bad, dude. If we keep bringing Auroras in, are they just going to keep taking L's in the feature match area?
Well, I mean, it is still a numbers game. It's the most represented hero. Literally, there are 2 Aurora players for every Zyggy player there. So, by virtue of that, we should still see a bunch who are in the XO bracket, the X1 bracket. But it just feels like a lot of these games, we're seeing these Aurora decks just not draw the cards in the right order.
Yeah.
Of course, there's some shimmers of brightness and electric excitement.
Yeah.
Some of these turns are with electrolyzes and quick successions and multiple attacks. They do look good, but if you think about it, they require some very specific things to be right. You need that quick succession or some type of go-again non-attack action. You need some attacks that already naturally have go-again. There aren't that many in this set.
Yeah.
And you need a resource card.
Yeah, 100%.
And so, it's hard to line it up. So I think what I'm starting to develop about the Aurora deck is ceiling really high, floor really low.
Yeah, I mean, it's a story we've told multiple times over multiple limited formats, right? There's kind of the default de facto, okay, I know I can play this. I know there'll be cards that work together. It doesn't require maybe as much as maybe as much of my pool.
Right.
But it's so many formats that we say this, but we also recognize if you end up with a mediocre pool and you still try to force the thing that is the default, potentially de facto pick, you're just going to get potentially taken down by better Oscilio decks, better Zyggy decks. So it's going to be a story we're going to go ahead and follow all weekend long, just as we continue to follow the way Omens of the Third Age will truly shape the next season of Flesh and Blood. Of course, we got pre-release so soon, my friends. Next week, pre-release is going to be joining us, and it's going to be so much fun to head to your LGS and see just what Omens of the Third Age is truly all about, because we're getting to see it here at the world premiere, but there's so much more that Aurora and Zyggy and Oscilio have to offer as we take a look at a couple of the cards that most recently were just played in this limited format. Dashing Flashfoot and, of course, Scorpio Comet Tail doing so much work as Omens of the Third Age is just truly looking to be one of the year's most exciting and, dare I say, electrifying sets. Taking a look here, Volzar, Cosmic Suture, of course. Cosmic Suture, a card that we're seeing really be the core, potentially not central strategy, but a really core piece of Oscilio decks in this format.
And just kind of bringing the Oscilio deck in a direction that we haven't seen before, trying to be a little bit more mid-rangey, blocking a little bit more, preventing a little bit more damage. Not just being on one side of the spectrum of just playing instant and trying to have this big combo turn of dealing a lot of damage, but actually playing out multiple turns and having some, counter play and interaction with your opponent.
Taking a look, of course, at the newest Lightning Illusionist hero, Zyggy Starlight, who I just think you have to say that has to be in consideration for one of the best Marvels in the game. Like,
yeah, that is amazing.
The aesthetic on all the Lightning Illusionist cards, this like just fractal, beautiful shattering of all of these heroes and the many different potentially Aether Scribes, denizens of the Auric Keep. I do believe Zyggy all alone up there, but has, of course, the fragments that you can see behind in the art, keeping them company alongside these very exciting pieces, Pulsing Cardia, Auric Shards, and many other pieces of the kit alongside the Lightning Flow. And let me tell you, folks, I mean, this is definitely a little more CC focused, perhaps, as we think about what these heroes are about to do. But the way you play with Lightning Flow in this limited format is some of the most fun I've had in any Flesh and Blood limited.
Yeah, it's definitely not a resource to be ignored. The correct usage, the usage timing, they all are so important and can really change a lot of the outcomes of these games.
Well, my friends, we are going to continue very shortly into our next feature match. But before we get into that, we got to open some Omens packs. We have Omens packs here. We have Omens packs in front of us. We've talked about Omens. Let's see what we can open in the Omens. All right, rock and roll, baby. Actually, why don't I let you? I'll let you give this one a little.
I'll do the first one.
Let you give this one a nice rock and roll.
All right. Let's see what we got. Got that Volt-bound duality. Quick Succession, we've been talking about this card quite a bit. Pulsing Cardia, just some workhorse commons that we have been seeing and will continue to see. Of course, this is a powerful Illusionist common that I still struggle to name. Fleeing Starbreeze. Flittering Spike. You know, I just realized yesterday I was wrong. I thought this card originally blocked 2. This is an additional potential blue block 3 lightning card for, certain heroes. Starvo. Then we have Thunderous Retort, Starlight Road, Glide Through Starlights, Lace Lightning, and an awesome rare Voltic Impact, Erode Authority, and wow, look at this beautiful rainbow foil, Polaris Pulse Ray, as well as some tokens. We got some tokens here. So nothing too crazy here. I'll go ahead and just open another pack.
Yeah, let's see what else we got.
All right, let's see. I wanted like a Majestic or something for the fans, Ebbing Arc Strike, Singeing Flow Stride, Lightning Overload in red. Nice. Path of St. Men's. This card, we're going to see this a lot. We're going to see it in Vegas. We're going to see it a lot of CC callings, Cosmic Duality, Electrolyze. This has become one of the best commons.
I love this card.
It's really outperformed my expectations.
What else we got?
And this is, of course, my favorite
Yeah,
card.
come on
Voltel
now.
Fluxor.
Come on now.
Brush Off in yellow. Starlight Road. Snap Fingers.
Ooh, hello.
And, of course, the rare Corrosive Space Dust.
Yeah, Corrosive Space
Nice.
Dust, truly one of the most exciting cards in the set.
Okay, we got a core reaction. Yeah, this isn't blue, but I've been impressed with this card in both yellow and red, and it wouldn't take me too much to also start considering it in blue. And, of course, a beautiful, gorgeous foil once again.
Path of Same Ends. I do like I love the storytelling on this card, right? You have multiple ways to get to the same destination. You have multiple different ways to go again. And I love
Arcane
the forks.
damage gives me go again.
Yep.
Or I pay the resource.
Yep, I love it. It's just beautiful
Hey,
storytelling
we got a
on the
little
card.
Golden
Come on.
Skull.
Golden Skull, of course, one of these new cards for Gravy Bones.
Can't wait to see what this does to the deck.
All right.
And Sam, yeah, you want to take that third pack?
Michael, I'd love to. Michael, I'd love to. I'd love to see what else we can open. These are the first packs of Omens of the Third Age that have truly, really been in people's hands. Electron Jolt Step, Comet Collision. Love the art on that card. Hollow Shield. Are you kidding me? Come on now, Volt-bound Duality. We're trying to get a nice Marvel, maybe a Legendary to give away. That's what I want to be seeing.
The Dort.
A Flittering Spike, Calm Veil of Volthaven. This is a card that I think has been doing well in the format so far. Voltic Impact, Flash Bolt, Nebula Duality. All right, we can do one more. We can do one more. We can do better. We can do better. We can do one more, folks. Because here's the thing: is we're just gonna have to open packs until we get something. Gosh, man, the art in this set. Till we get something worthwhile to give away.
Nyan Surge Red, one of the best one-card plays for Oscilio.
Pass. Yeah, last time around, James White sat down here, sat next to me, and calmly pulled an Eye of Ophidia to give away. I'm trying to do something along those lines. I did open a Voltaris in the sealed event yesterday.
Okay, all right.
That was a
Elemental.
That was a nice one.
Beautiful
Bolt Duality and an embodiment of lightning. All right, folks, we've got more packs to open, of course, throughout the weekend, but we've got another Calling Champion in the feature match area, and it is one that we certainly cannot miss. It'll be Evan Tanguy Calling Taipei Champion coming up right after this. It's all really and truly beginning to crackle and surge and amp and
lightning
thing as the world premiere Calling continues to roll forth. And we've got so many great games, so many great players that have been thrown down in our feature match area. Any thoughts, feelings from the floor as you've taken some time off and taken some time to reflect upon where we are and where we've been?
I took my company mandated break to do some number crunching, which is maybe not the best spend of time, but kind of looked at the standings, did some number work, and I'm pleasantly surprised to report that at this point in the tournament, we're kind of mirroring what we saw at the start of the day. there's 4-0 players. Like 40% of them are still Aurora, 30% of them are still Oscilio. I think Zyggy's actually overperforming ever so slightly. It's like 27% or so Zyggy. So I'm pretty happy to see that all 3 heroes holding their own in the undefeated bracket, kind of regardless of what vein you ended up in. That's really exciting to me.
That actually is very cool. They're all staying in the same.
Yeah, the same kind of rhythm.
Percentages.
Like,
because the best decks are still doing well. It's not a story like all of a sudden all the Oscilios are winning, all the Zyggies are winning. No, if you got a good deck and you're playing it well, it can still help you find success in this tournament. Let's continue to take a step back and look at just how it all is going to break down and what the players are fighting for. This is how the weekend will continue, folks. We are dead set in the middle of our first day of competition. After this, we got 4 more rounds of Swiss to get through, 4 more rounds, including this one of our sealed deck Swiss rounds before everybody's excited to see what draft has in store, because sealed and draft, they're cousins. You know what I mean? They're similar, but same, but different.
Yeah, I've kind of draft is in the eye of the beholder for a few of these players now. Those that are sitting at 4-0, you get the feeling that it's kind of hard for you to miss at this point, and so you start wondering what the plan is when you get there. And I've kind of seen a few players have that moment of realization, the facial expression of, oh, I need to learn how to draft this set tonight before going forward into the day 2 of competition, which is lovely to do. It's going to be a blast, no doubt, but you might want to book a later dinner reservation.
And what's cool about the event here at the World Premiere in Prague, there are on-demand drafts firing of Omens of the Third Age. So I have to imagine the venue might close and people are still going to be like, can I sign up for one more?
They're going to be in the streets. They're going to be drafting outside with no table, no chairs, just making it work somehow.
And of course, we've got our giveaway today, tomorrow, and every day. We've got a stream for quite a while, folks. You're going to want to hang out and stick around to get your chance at this just sick as hell cold foil hot stamp drinking buddy. You're going to see this card a lot on the streams for the foreseeable future. It's because we want to give each and every one of you one. That's right, folks. You hang out with us. You're active in chat during the last round of the day, and you, too, can have a chance to drink alongside your buddies. Buddies, much like our players to watch, who let's check in and see how they're doing and how they are shaking out. And I actually love to see that our next feature match player sits atop these players to watch.
Evan Tanguy, who last time we saw them at a world premiere, was crushing in Taipei and taking down a title over there, and has the chance to become a two-time champion at the world premiere level. Is not exactly an easy thing to do. Similar story for Simon Nielsen, who has done this before in Prague and would very much like to do it again. That's Aurora and Zyggy. It's Arthur Trehet that's our kind of leading Oscilio alongside both Jacob Clements and Paul Van Gijssel and Tommaso Vecino, all of them sitting here at 3-1. Happy to see that hero finding success, where a few people were a little worried about instant density, block value. Looks like it's a concern that wasn't really well founded.
Yeah, taking a look down the list as well. Jacob, Jason, Paul, Tommaso, all 3-1. Brody and Bartosz having a little bit of more trouble, so we'll have to wait and see just how it all shakes out for them. But for our friends in the feature match area, they're shuffling, they're ripping, and they are ready to go. Let's head down and see how a calling champion attempts to make that story a repeat affair. It's going to be Evan Tanguy versus Sammy Weckx.
Like, we've seen this a few times so far this weekend. Sammy choosing to go second on Oscilio. Michael's been pretty vocal about this. I'm finding myself agreeing. These players know a lot more about their deck than we do card for card before we settle down into the game. And it feels like certain card choices really are the decision maker here, especially if you don't know much about your opponent's deck. It's going to be very interesting tomorrow in the draft portion when cards go flying past each other and you have a better idea of what first turn plays, second turn plays you might find available on the way through.
Well, here's turn 0 for Evan Tanguy. Coming forth, Voltbound Duality, going ahead and attacking or getting that instant speed ability, 1 Arcane.
Definitely my favorite turn 0 cards in this format. Lightning Flow, just so important. The opponent very much inclined to give up protective pieces on turn 0 as well to stem the bleeding when they've got them. And while that means there's no damage coming through now, that means there's often less protective pieces for your later Arcane damages. Quite the fun exchange. We'll see Aurora turning one of those flow into an embodiment of lightning. Very much, again, bread and butter, what we've seen from these Aurora players most of the weekend so far.
Cosmic Flare gets 3 resources. Let's see how Sammy wants to deploy them. It's going to be a Constella Flow Tide, I believe.
Indeed. See that lightning flow being generated from this one on the flow slide. It is one of the better ones this cycle. As I say cycle, they're all yellow Constellas. They all have various different effects stapled onto Starfall. Lightning Flow, of course, again, just at a premium in this limited format, makes this one very appealing.
And what? Let's see. That was just 2 damage over the top?
Did you get wizarded?
I got
wizarded.
wizarded.
It was?
Oh, okay. Yes, I did. I did. I was like, wait, what is Evan pitching for? That was the end of Evan's turn. All right. And so at the end of that, it's going to be 18 plays 18 for the first turn. As we see Enian Surge coming on out. Looks like that might just be the majority of at least what's happening at action speed. Nice little zap with an on-damage effect.
This is my pick currently for best common for Lightning Wizard. 0 cost, 3 arcane, very simple, very plain and to the point. But tapping your hero to create a Lightning Flow, again, just proving to be the most important part of these early turns. And a block 3 red in that capacity that can be easily pitch stacked for later if you want to wait your way through all the opponent's Lightning Flow. It's very much at a premium, and we're going to see it met with some of those protective abilities nice and early here. The Astral Sanctuary piece, alongside the robes, which will be cashed in for a Lightning Flow on Evan's side. Looking to use the last point of prevention on the Lightning Flow there to cover up all 3. So no tap, no additional flow for Sammy, and we'll see the new Lightning Flow being made from the chess piece. So 1 spent, 1 recovered, hence why there is still 1.
Electron Jolt Step, the follow-up from Arsenal.
Make a flow.
Going to go ahead and make a flow. Electron Jolt Step coming from the hand. Going to go ahead and make a flow. And then the glide through Starlight to perfectly finish out that blue pitch. So you've got +5 on this glide through Starlight. This will be coming in for 10. Go again. And it will be a Scorpio to follow up this attack.
Yeah, speaking of best commons for each hero, I think Electron Jolt Step is probably my pick for the Lightning Rune Blade. Often demands your opponent do exactly this. Lightning Flow generation stapled onto a block 3 buff. Enables an attack to have go again a lot of the time. Alongside some of these 1 costs on a cost curve, allows Scorpio to come across at the end.
And it does really seem like those pieces of Astral Sanctuary are just so backbreaking for Auroras to have to fight through. If you're an Aurora, especially in sealed, because listen, they're going to be hotly contested in draft. In these sealed formats where you just have your pick of 8 packs, Aurora's a hero that we might see doing a fair bit better in the right draft environment than in some of these sealed games when the players might just have their pick of Astral Sanctuary equipment, just taking care of that Scorpio pretty much without any issue.
Inflicting Thoughts for 4 here and opt for Sammy Weckx. I'll note the light and dark themes in that card artwork as well. I'm sure that probably means nothing at all.
Beautiful art there on Conflicting Thoughts. As the individual on the card and Evan Tanguy give this a think.
Very happy to see the aggressively slanted variant of Fate Foreseen in this set. It's about time. Hand here from Evan, kind of intriguing. Another Jolt Step looking very promising, but a bit of an awkward cost curve. It's 3 reds and a yellow here.
Yeah.
No embodiment available up front means sequencing these attacks proving slightly awkward, and that's why you see the pause here from Evan. There's no immediately obvious way to convert all 4 cards on offense, so you're kind of incentivized to give something up, but if you want to convert 3 cards on offense, you might actually need the 4th to make the hand function.
Four damage still on the chain. No blocks from Evan Tanguy. So down to 14 goes our Calling Taipei champion. One of those few individuals to win a world premiere calling. Pitch away the Star World warning for the Electron Jolt Step. A whole bunch of those in Evan's pool. I understand why he went ahead and went with this Aurora deck. It's served him well so far. No Aurora has succeeded yet in the feature match table, but Evan been doing nothing but succeeding in the tournament.
And this is kind of what I mean. Like, this is just a 4-card 7 here for Evan, which is bad math, I would say.
Keeping that non-attack action for the Arsenal to power up something better.
Making do. And I think this is quite telling of Evan's understanding of this format so far, especially into a deck like an Oscilio, who can often leave you with 4 cards available, unable to convert them if you have no prevention effects remaining. you need to keep your foot down. You can't give Oscilio breathing room to just do the shenanigans. And so Evan was like, okay, 4 damage last turn. I can foot that bill. I can make that work. Sending 7 back isn't the most impressive thing, but you keep an arsenal, and more importantly, you meaningfully keep your foot down on the gas.
Sammy here, considering blocks. You can see Meteoric Impact. Looks like a Star World warning of his own. Flittering Force Field. No blocks. It is going to be the Flittering Force Field. Coming in currently for 3 as a defense reaction, and then as an instant, we've got that core reaction to bump up this defense by an additional point. So 3 damage over, and another Lightning Flow for Evan. So Evan flush with Lightning Flow, and you have to imagine some of those might go into Spell Void duty in this game.
Storm Shard being found, also an appealing way to use those. Core reaction to start here. Poses the question immediately to Evan, who can blunt this if he's so inclined. I think, for me, we've seen a few times this weekend, Oscilio has these pesky on-damage effects that kind of add a little bit of extra juice to some of these cards. And I really like saving these Lightning Flow to cover those where possible. But 4 is large. 4 is a very hefty amount of damage, and there's nothing more embarrassing if you're in Evan's seat than taking lethal arcane or taking lethal physical damage, even worse, and having 5 Lightning Flow sitting on the table staring back at you that you didn't meaningfully use. So this is definitely well worth the pause.
14 all as this arcane damage hits the arena.
Evan thumbing through as he Vault-Bound Duality. Storm Shard in the hand.
We can also see how Oscilio came to be this new form. This core reaction, you can see the pieces of Oscilio whirling around. And you can see just in that bottom left corner a bit of Aurora's old blade Starfall and the power coursing from that blade into that core of Oscilio, as it was Aurora's sacrifice of her Starfall that allowed for Oscilio to maintain enough presence to reform into that new shape.
Got to imagine Starfall full of reinvigorating energy, certainly cure a hangover or two.
And hey, you see Starfall has suffused its way into Oscilio's cards. The Starfall keyword, of course, allowing for all of those effects to take place.
Hadn't really thought about that. It's kind of flavorful, actually. Real deep moment of consideration here for Evan. These Lightning Flow kind of staring back at him, decides, no, we can do better with these.
Did not play Meteoric Impact in response.
Meteoric Impact with the Volzar activation and the Constello Waves here. 6 more Arcane on the stack.
That might be a yellow Meteoric Impact, but if you squint, it's a Burn Bear. And Burn Bear is a very, very potent card in Classic Constructed, the 40 health format, let alone when you're working with a little bit less than that.
Damn.
And again, this poses the same question here to Evan that he found himself kind of staring down just moments ago. Storm Shard demanding of Lightning Flow resources if you want it to be at its utmost efficiency. Aurora here really needing to make some embodiment of Lightnings to meaningfully pressure Oscilio. Guess what you need to do that? Lightning Flow. And so if Evan wants to keep some of this around, more arcane damage needs to be taken. Difficult position to find yourself in.
How many flows are we willing to spend on defense here? As this Burn Bear at home threatens to have a little bit even more than a Meteoric Impact on this game.
Starfall on this one, just incredibly impactful, meaningful increase in the amount of damage dealt. That core reaction kind of double dipping. We'll see 2 flow cashed in here, bringing Evan to 6. Intriguing choice. I kind of like this. The Storm Shard demands 1 immediately. If you want an embodiment, the second one gives you a piece of insulation left for one of those more pesky on here. It's 6 health. Not a lot to play with. I think there might be a Vitality in that. Okay, there's a memory in the arsenal and a Vitality in the hand for Evan here, which means this one chunky attack is not only going to be quite large and vaguely Storm Sharded, but we have access to multiple deal damage effects. Vitality here being the more important one of the Leech variety, because this is on damage gain a life, which hopefully mitigates a little bit of that problem for Evan as well.
You know he wishes this was red. So many pumps of potential on this duality. And that extra 2 points here, bringing this attack up to 10, and then the Storm Shard representing that additional 3 could be close to closing out this game. Sometimes you just got to play it out, even though you are leaving some stuff on the table. And we're just seeing a 3 block here. Then the Storm Shard with that 1 floating up to 11. So this would be 2 over the top, and both effects of the Leech Memory and the Leech Vitality.
I want to call out Sammy's stance in this matchup again. We've seen this from a few of our Oscilios so far today. You understand that the end game probably favors you if you're the one with red damage, especially when your opponent's already sitting on 6. So you can take these defensive turns. Aurora can't do that every turn, especially when we're having to cash out Lightning Flow to have a chance to do it. So put your cards in front of the attack. You're trading 3 cards for 3 cards. It's fine. You're not going any lower in the fatigue fight. Buy yourself a better window. And you see this from Sammy. How many Electron Jolt steps do you have?
Dude,
as another one comes down?
Both players are laughing about the amount of Electron Jolt steps that Evan Tanguy has already resolved. And yet another one hits the combat chain as this rush of power comes in for 7 with go again here on hit. 1 Arcane.
And I wonder here, and this is where things get a little stickier, because 2 cards don't cleanly cover this for Sammy. And so you will have to go behind in terms of trading card for card to soak it all up. So 6 block making far more sense. Happy to take just a little bit of heat.
Yeah. And
So I go to 13, and on the arcane thing, I'll AB1.
All right, AB1 or Spell Void 1, more like with that ping from the Arcane. It's just going to be a Scorpio here, following up the rush of power.
Like this a lot from Evan. Understands again, going wide has to be the name of the game here to meaningfully pressure Oscilio. Parking a card in the arsenal makes it much easier to do that. Getting value from Scorpio also very important. It's your only way of representing damage without expending actual cards. And now that all those protective effects from Sammy are down, Scorpio is very threatening. It's 2 free damage every turn if you can make sure you're swinging it without expending any cards. It's really meaningful when you're looking to get there without burning your resources.
Let's see how Sammy utilizes both of these lightning flows, given that he decided to accept the damage from the Scorpio Arcane effect.
This is exactly the kind of card I was talking about here in Nebulous Aether Bolt. 3 Arcane base on damage. Tap the hero, your hero does another one. In this case, Thunderous Retort arriving right on time to give a little bit more insulation to Evan. But because we had those Lightning Flow available, this one was going to be kept in check one way or the other.
And another Thunderous Retort in the pitch.
Multiple blue copies, it would seem. And again, pretty meaningful convert there as Thunderous Retort spends a resource. Okay, seems like Evan there just elaborating a little further. Does not wish to make the embodiment, I guess.
Yeah, he gets go again from his Thunderous Retort.
Makes sense. So Aurora here shouldn't be tapped, just for clarity of those folks at home. Just not immediately untapped. So that Flowing Storm Strike, the beneficiary of the retort bonus.
Let's see if that matters, because, yeah, Evan should have an untapped hero here.
Sammy's side. Looks like a mixture of options. Some attacks buried in this one. Again, Flowing Storm Strike of his own, funnily enough. Another red Meteoric Impact. Some real premium options.
I'll prevent the 1.
After the ends here, kind of painful for Sammy, and immediately snaps off the point of prevention to stop this naturally having go again. Does want to deny the Scorpio if possible. Snapfinger's going to ask the question again. Would you like to give me that final Lightning Flow and make me pay the resource?
Snapfingers is interesting in the games we've gotten to see, in the games I've gotten to play. I looked at it, I was like, oh great, this is how I'm going to be constantly getting through my, when this first time this deals damage, get my flow, get my ponder. Often we're finding it, at least initial returns, it's just a way to convert resources that you're kind of unhappy to be converting anyway. Not super happy to be using it on the path of same ends, and just if we're going to use it on the path of same ends, might as well get our value out of the Snapfingers. It's interesting to see how it's played out early and how it'll probably be played out as we get towards the later rounds.
I assure you it's plenty good on those first damage effects yesterday. Got to throw a Snapfingers on Tempestuous Kiss yesterday.
Oh, that's disgusting.
My opponent did not enjoy themselves as much as I did.
That is disgusting.
Scorpio met with a block from that flowing Storm Strike. Pretty miserable way to expend that 0 for 4, but Scorpio got to be kept in check here. Sammy Weckx with a meaningful life lead, and that's exactly where Oscilio wants to be as we start throwing these 3 arcane, 3 arcane, 3 arcane endgame. Looking to close things out as the prevention goes away. But again, Thunderous Retort just becoming an all-star against Oscilio specifically. Lets you save the flow and stop the arcane now. And perhaps more importantly, converts into go again on the following turn. Really doing it all for Aurora in particular.
Something interesting I think we're seeing play out in this game as well as Evan does attack with his Volt-bound duality. 6 currently plays 10, 23-ish minutes, but they didn't quite start the timer in time, so I don't think that's an accurate reflection of their exact time left, like 4 or 5 minutes off. But for Sammy and for Oscilio, we're seeing how powerful these Oscilio decks, when constructed well and played well, can be without any activation of the hero ability. So the lightning flow, we've talked about the tension, we've talked about the way it can be taxed in multiple different ways. Perhaps in the right Oscilio deck, a little less tension than in the Aurora and the Zyggy deck. So Sammy here, he had a fair amount of lightning flow, and he's plenty happy to convert it to Spell Void and still get plenty of use out of the cards, not as tied to the lightning flows for the core game plan as heroes like Zyggy, like Aurora.
Yeah, we've definitely found that the Oscilio hero ability tends to be activated most when it's Cosmic Sutra to get some value out of that one, turning on Starfall even, and to close the game, to kind of end things when your opponent tries to challenge you one way or the other. Makes those Astral Sanctuary pieces way more appealing to Oscilio, who is pretty happy to sit there untapped a lot of the time.
Scorpio joins the party. Take the 1. Let's see if this lightning flow is used on Arcane. No. Down to 4 goes Oscilio. At the end of the turn, it's going to be core reaction. Really impressive card in these Oscilio decks. Core reaction's going to go ahead. 3 arcane, and then immediately have an instant have hit the bin for all those Starfall effects.
There's going to be some alarm bells if you're Evan here. Comet Collision was deployed on defense there, and so you have to imagine there is an equally potent arcane effect lurking in the hand of Sammy Weckx that will be the beneficiary of Volzar after this core reaction goes off. So it's not just going to be 3 arcane staring at you this turn, it's probably a little bit more. You're going to need these lightning flow to cover a little bit of it, but those boots, they're going to be made for preventing more than walking, I think, in the near future.
These boots made preventing.
That is probably what they'll do.
And one of these days, these boots, they're going to prevent all over you.
That doesn't sound great. Not a fan of that one. Sammy here filtering through the yard, deciding what's been expended already. We're seeing this check quite a lot from the Oscilios. Again, the end game damage is kind of what's important in these spots because you're the one with the Never ability once the lightning flow tokens go down. So doing the math on how many red effects are left. So we see red lightning overload pitched for red meteoric impact, and it's a quick sheesh and death. Immediate death. No boots. No walking. Lightning is enough for Sammy Weckx to slay Evan Tanguy and put a bolt in the way of our former world premier champion.
Insufficient again.
Oscilio knowing that to face the dangers that are to come, he and Aurora are going to go ahead and have to have a fair bit more training. And as we heard from the once Constellar Intelligence here, Scion of the Third Age, that was insufficient. Their training must begin again. As even though it was insufficient for Evan Tanguy, Sammy Weckx moves on to 5-0 here at this Calling in Prague.
Yeah, I would like Oscilio to teach me how to survive large chunks of arcane damage. It's a lesson I think many of us could do with learning before the pre-release next weekend this time around. So maybe well worth rewatching that game and finding windows where Thunderous Wrath can... Why are we bopping?
It just kind of happened.
Okay, I'm in.
You want to talk about Silver Age?
Yeah, let's do that. Let's talk about Silver Age.
Silver Age and how you can get involved in this process. Because, my friends, the Silver Age voting starts tomorrow, May 24th and May 25th in New Zealand and Eastern United States time. Do the math, figure it out where it is in your regions.
Yeah, there
was only so much room on the slide. Go ahead and join us by logging into Gem and make your mark on the future of Silver Age. If you want to see a certain hero take some time off, take some time watching in the wings. You have your chance to cast your vote. And I am so curious and excited to see what happens. You alluded to it earlier. This benching affects everything forever moving forward because all the heroes that are left will be the ones that are benched from, and then so on and so forth. And so the metas that start from here are going to have this cascading effect for as long as we all play Silver Age.
It's pretty impressive stuff. Don't set an alarm for May 27th at 8 a.m. That would be very silly. 7:59 going to be the deadline there. So make sure you're awake, make sure you're logged in, and make sure you can cast your vote mostly for Ira and see who can find themselves no longer playing games of Silver Age.
Should we have some more packs?
I like opening packs.
Should we have some more packs?
Yeah.
We're still waiting for that epic hit. We're still waiting for that thing that we're like,
well,
oh my God.
I called my shot on the gem packs, right? So I'm going to call my shot again on my next pack, and hopefully it keeps working out for me.
This would be a bad one to have the crazy card in because they're going to think, oh no, okay, it's 2 tokens. It's 2 tokens. It's 2 tokens.
Nothing crazy in the expansion slot, at least.
This one's pretty normal. Let's open another. Let's open another.
Wow, what a throwaway. I hope there's not a cool Majestic in here or something.
No, I took a quick look. I took a quick look. Electron Jolt Step, Meteoric Impact, Shattering Flow Tide, Volt Bound Duality. I hope you all, as much as I am, are enjoying just the art in this set. Flesh and Blood from the very beginning. Industry leading in creative direction and in art. And this set continues that legacy. Show me Starfield Warning and an Embodiment of Lightning. Come on, baby.
That's not how you do it.
Come on, baby. You went ahead and called your shot earlier.
I'm going to call another shot in a minute.
What?
I'm going to keep it nice and secret because.
Okay, well then you get to do the next pack, I guess.
All right.
Because you're already ready.
Yeah, I can call the shot.
I love the Fingers of Fragmentation. This card was gnarly against me. Electron Mind Meld. This is an interesting one. We haven't seen it as prevalent, and I think it's kind of because, as we've been noticing, the instant cards in Aurora, they don't play as nicely as easily. You have to get some specific ones to make these instants worth putting in the deck. And the synergies, they're just not as present as in maybe Zyggy and Oscilio.
Yeah, I think Thunderous Retort and Storm Shard are kind of the big 2 targets for this. Gives you extra sources of go again and extra damage, and those are definitely the 2 you're looking to recur in an ideal world.
Cool. Polaris Pulse Ray.
The PP Ray.
Ooh, beautiful. Beautiful foil Auric Shards. All right, you're calling the shot. What are you calling?
Yeah, I mean, so we've had 2 Cold Force Stardust Spikes, right? We had the Cold Foil of Frodius, so I need a Marvel Adult Zyggy.
Oh, I see. Of course.
Like, otherwise, you know.
Yeah.
How am I supposed to play the deck without my Marvel Adult hero?
Yeah. If this happens, I feel like you have to leave.
I may
because
get,
then witchcraft will be
I would like
apparent.
this to maybe not happen because I might get fired if it does.
But we said if we open a Marvel, we're giving it away.
Oh,
so if you open the adult Zyggy here, then someone watching gets the adult Zyggy.
Oh, well, I should have learned from lessons past, apparently, and paid attention to what we were saying. Shattering Flow Tide, Any Surge, Comic Collision, these just good bread and butter pieces of Oscilio that we've seen on camera so much today.
I'm so excited to see which of these cards make it into CC, man.
I'm not excited to see which one of these I'm giving away. Storm Shard. Happy to see some Storm Shard. Flittering Spike, same story. I'm taking this slow because I don't want to break my own heart. Corrosive Space Dust. Big fan of this one, admittedly.
God, it's good.
A lot of fun.
Flow Shard Elemental. It's a Comet Collision. Oh, I saw Lightning Hero, and I don't know why I was like surprised and excited.
I panicked for just a moment.
All right, one more. We got one more here.
Silly. All right, well, I got one more shot to break my own heart, which is a miserable line to... Oh.
It was really so crazy when James sat down and opened up the Eye of Ophidia.
Yeah.
And it was the 3rd one, and it was the only one that he slow rolled.
Yeah.
He was doing them all like, all right, that's not what we want. Oh, cool. And then he just slowly opens. That was so insane.
Yeah, and I can't really one-up that one, I don't think, but...
I mean, calling the Spike, getting the Frodius
was pretty good.
And then if you can call the Zyggy,
no, Oscilio's stuck to my hand right now, apparently.
I guess so. We'll have more chances. We'll have more chances later in our stream. We were bopping a little before.
Just a little bit.
And so I'm aware that there's
we're out of rhythm now. I've run off.
This way and then this way. And we can come in and then we can go in and then we can come out.
Because you want
this is good.
No, we match.
It's all working well. And the reason we're bopping is because we've been told there's a fan favorite song that players like to listen to on the break screens. It might not be a part of Omen season, but it's a part of this break music. Let's join the same side.
If you come on over here, we could be on the same side. Same side, same side. Same side, same side. Same side, same side. Same side, same side. If you come on over here, we could be on the same side. Same side, same side. Same side, same side. Same side, same side. Same side, same side.
Now that's just a heater right there. Aiden Kwasniewski, people like the song. Doubt me again.
You've been warned.
Doubt me again and see what happens. My friends, Thank you for joining us here at the world premiere in Prague as the calling is well underway. And it has just been so much fun to watch these games. It's the type of limited environment that I sit and I watch. I'm sitting here and I'm just like, come on, let me in there, dude. Get me in there. This is a great calling. I want to play. How do I get into a side event? It's just going to be so much fun. And I think people are going to really, really like it at the pre-releases coming up in just a week.
This is literally the only calling in recent memory where I've been watching the clock, not because I want to get out of here, but because I'm like, do I make the event? Do I make the 6 o'clock side event? Because I would love to finish casting and also just throw myself deep into the depths.
Yes,
so,
well,
good place to be.
I think in that case, for our own sake, let's take a look at the standings and see how things are currently shaking out. We got some great names here that are doing well in this calling. What's standing out to you?
Well, it's hard to ignore Gabe Scher, surely.
Sheesh.
Sitting at the top there in second place, just underneath Sammy Weckx.
Come on,
the
Gabe.
show. Look, Gabe, I'm going to say this because I know you'll watch this back later, and I'm not calling you out or anything, but you made a comment not so long ago that you were the washed one and I was the professional after playing Yokohama. I was only 3-0 in Yokohama. Gabe is now the professional again. We're going to be fine. Florin-Cristian Loghin sitting in 5th here as well. Simon Nielsen in 9th, also standing out to me. And then a wall of my countrymen in 12th, 13th, 14th, all rocking Aurora as well. Finley Shepherd, Josh Williamson, and Sean Nolden all having a good time this weekend.
Evan Tanguy, we saw take the first loss, 4-1. Let's see some of our other X and 1s all very much alive. But it's when you get your second loss that things start to get complicated. As we know, moving on into day 2, it'll be top 84 or X and 2, top 80 or X and 2, whatever is more, right?
Correct,
so really, you can only take 2 losses on the tournament today. But all of these players still rocking and rolling. Can we take a look at number 37, Jack Pauly? Is that Max the Hype Nitro that I see on the screen?
Max the Hype Nitro. Jack quickly became a fan favorite, rocking that hero not so long ago. Managed to make day 2 with Max before the wheels fell off, hoping for a slightly better finish for Jack this time around. Not a bad place to be sitting just underneath Pablo Pintor, though, so I'm pretty sure he'll be happy about it for now.
Tommaso Vecito, 41. Who else? We got Paul von Gijssel still kicking at 4-1. Jason Rolfe took that loss. But one again, I feel like it's like the basketball when the commentator will be like, he hasn't missed a free throw all game. And then immediately they missed a free throw. I'm like, can't keep bringing Auroras into the feature match area. It's just a killing field. But they're doing well out in the tournament. Let's see anybody else who want to shout out. Callum Young. I think that's maybe Cup of TCG,
Correct,
Callum?
Yes,
Shout out to Callum Young, a Pro Quest winner on Puffin.
Yes,
I remember seeing that.
Absolutely, the OG LL points on Puffin there.
Let's go.
I want to give some credit to Declan Patrick, who, as much as we love Declan, is often a bit of the butt of the joke. For a lot of the Scottish community, especially for coming up a little short and finding himself working behind the vendor's booth at weekends like this. And so, Declan, congratulations. You have so far avoided the vendor's booth. We'll take those. Mine Holic has found a way to not be stuck in a different country this time. So 4-1 on Oscilio, of course.
Of course. What else could you expect? Let's take a look. We got a bunch of 4-1s still working out from here. Shout out to all of our players. See an American Griffin Myers doing quite well. Elaine at 88th place at 4-1. She
on
Illusionist, and she, let me tell you, made it look very good in our game yesterday in the side event. She made it look sweet and made me have a pretty quick defeat in that game. As we take a look, Shamir Sami, of course, at 4-1 as well. A bunch of players here kicking. Let's go ahead and take a look at our short list of players to watch, because there is a storyline that is developing that I'm not sure everybody is aware of that we're going to have to talk about. Let's start at the top of the list. We've made a bit of a switch. Bartosz, tournament not going so well, even though he had such a great run in his last couple of tournaments. But Gabe Scher joins the list. He's a player to watch, all right. He sits next to Simon Nielsen at 5-0. They're playing right now, Gabe versus Simon. That is a barn burner of a feature match, but we didn't select it, and it's for a very good reason. We'll get into it in a second. What else are you seeing on the screen?
Evan Tanguy, Jacob Clements, Jason Rolfe, and Paul van Gijssel joining Tommaso Vecito at 4-1. Still very, very strong at the moment. All these players you would expect to be making day 2. You see a variety of heroes finding success across this list, but it is our next player at 3-2 that I think we want to talk about a little bit more.
I believe we do need to talk specifically about one Arthur Trehet, one of this game's brightest stars, one of this game's most lovely, sweet, soft-spoken personalities, but so much heart, so much kindness. With Arthur, if you've ever gotten the chance to speak to him, he is just a lovely, like, A1, 10 out of 10 human being, and one of the best Flesh and Blood players of all time. Pro Tour Los Angeles champion, responsible for the single most iconic moment in Flesh and Blood finals history. That sigil of solace in that game, the call from Mitch Leslie and Brian Gottlieb, we had such an iconic happening there in that finals, only to go ahead and follow it up with a national championship, a calling championship, and a top 8 finish in Singapore, another Pro Tour top 8, as Arthur has just put together one of the most impressive resumes of all time in Flesh and Blood, a resume that will not be beaten by many players in the scope of our game. So why are we talking so much about Arthur? Why are we talking about him at X and 2? It's because this is Arthur Trehet's last tournament as a Flesh and Blood player. Because Arthur Trehet is going to be, in very, very short time, a Flesh and Blood developer. Arthur Trehet is joining the dev team at Legend Story Studios. He's joining the family, which is such great news for all of us as players. But it's a bit of a sad moment for all of us as Flesh and Blood competitive enjoyers, because he's one of the greatest stars we've ever had.
No, as a competitive player, it's one less hurdle I've got to get through on the other side of the table. I want to give Arthur his flowers, more so than you already have. Arthur had no reason to care who I was, frankly, when we first met, because it was long before I had been in coverage, and Arthur was a Pro Tour winner and everything else, and just gave me the time of day. Just wanted to talk, just wanted to chat, just embodies everything that, in my opinion, Flesh and Blood is supposed to be about, both on the competitive level and on the personal level, and I just can't think of many better applicants. It's a shame that resume won't be extended. We'll miss him on the tournament circuit, but you know full well the game is going to be better because we have someone like Arthur Trehet in the development department. So if you are a fan of Flesh and Blood, if you're part of the family, do me a favor, send some congratulations in chat. I want him to be able to look back, regardless of the result of this match, at the chat and see how much his efforts and how much his work means to all of you. I would really appreciate that. Thank you.
I mean, he's responsible for so many moments in Flesh and Blood history, so much success, so much camaraderie, and I mean, you just will literally never be able to forget. We're in the House of the Dragon, and at the head of the table sits Arthur Trehet, your Pro Tour Los Angeles champion. It is just so wonderful to have been a part of this journey alongside Arthur, but at X and 2, a loss here means his tournament run is most likely over. It's technically X1 and 1. He did have a draw, so maybe certain things can work out. But a loss here means this might be the last time we get to see Arthur Trehet in a Flesh and Blood feature match area. So we have to see it. We have to watch what happens. It's a losing out. It's a win and live for one of the greatest players in Flesh and Blood history, who will soon be making the greatest game that we all get to play and joining that team. Let's see how it all shakes out. Let's head down through the clouds as we all wish Arthur luck and congratulations for just a sterling career against Oggy Marinkovic on the other side of the arena. Whatever happens, whatever the story may be, God, has it been a good one.
It has been, and it's just remarkable that there is another match that will be part of the history of Arthur Trehet's resume. I'm hopeful that one way or the other, this final game will be a solid testament to everything that this player has achieved. And I know, at least from where I'm sitting, we have to be unbiased. It's part of the job, but I can't help but hope it doesn't end like this.
However it ends, however Arthur's Flesh and Blood tournament journey does come to a close, he will always be able to look back at some of the greatest successes that this game has ever seen. We take a look at the heroes. It's a matchup we've seen a couple different times. Aurora is really struggling in the feature match area, but has a chance to rewrite the script and do so against the player we just described as one of the best to ever do it, Aurora versus Oscilio. But I think one of the cool things, we almost always use this screen to talk about what the heroes are supposed to do, what the decks do. In this tournament, we're clearly seeing players are still very much figuring out. It's deck by deck, player by player, card by card.
I think even first and second is proving to be a choice based on the contents of your deck. so curious that you can win a die roll and go, actually, I think I'm going to choose the choice that's best for me, and it might just be the best choice for you too, regardless of which heroes we're playing. I hope this stays true as we learn more about this format, but for now I'm really enjoying the dynamicism of that decision overall, and also this matchup. Just a ton of fireworks as early as turn 0.
Well, folks, we've talked about it. We've set the stage. We've given some flowers. Let us see if the tournament life can continue for Arthur Trehet, Pro Tour champion, Calling champion, national champion, and a repeat Pro Tour top 8 competitor. He's fighting for his tournament life against Aurora and Oggy. Let's see how the story ends.
Riftbreaker as an opener here for Oggy is, I'll say, a little surprising. I think it's not uncommon to send damage at Oscilio on turn 0 in this format, but we're quickly learning that a lot of these decks are lighter on instants that aren't just native damage prevention effects. I'm not entirely sure this Riftbreaker is likely to connect. Makes me wonder if Oggy has on the mind the ability to fatigue Oscilio, because if you're intrigued in doing that or interested in doing that, throwing attacks on turn 0, earning cards to stop that damage, and in this case, defend your first lightning flow, actually quite appealing.
Path of Same Ends and a Thunderous Retort in the hand as well. So it does look as though Oggy wants can establish A/B at the end of this turn and have it for Arthur's first turn cycle, as well as having Go Again on the field in the Thunderous Retort and a potential Go Again piece in the arsenal in that Path of Same Ends.
Arthur reaching for 2 cards, happy to deploy that Flittering Spike and a Comet Collision on defense. We'll cover that up nice and cleanly. We will see that Thunderous Retort deployed on turn 0. No big surprises there. Sets up for a big turn next turn. Provides some Arcane Barrier if Oscilio decides to swing for the fences. Both players drawing back up. We'll see what Arthur has to offer on the other side of the table.
Taking a look at the hand here, yeah.
So again, we see Meteoric Rise, another one of those powerful Starfall effects. But Constellar Uplift, not easily enabled in this hand to get that Starfall ability. Will enable Meteoric Rise to be up and online, though, if you fancy just setting a card on fire. Red Heaven's Claws, kind of intriguing too, but probably feels like the best arsenal of the bunch in here. So we're going to see Arthur reaching for Oscilio here. Going to discard that instant speed uplift, and I like this a lot. It does cost you the lightning flow. It's a very meaningful decision, but it means that instant has been popped into the bin, and we can find ourselves using Volzar proactively on Meteoric Rise and scoring the extra Starfall damage from Constellar Uplift if we work for it.
It was like Oggy reminding Arthur, make sure you make your ponder.
So this is
Yeah, maybe a little bit of a hint that the card staying in hand is the intention here for Arthur, who otherwise would have very much wanted that ponder.
I'll respond to it. Tapping Volzar.
Volzar activation as an instant has gone in the bin. I'm going to see this responded to, and this is the trick. This is how you get the most out of Constellar Uplift. You can respond to your initial arcane effect with a tap of Volzar. You'll then go untap on top of that and a point of damage from Starfall. You resolve the untap, then you tap the Volzar again before the original source of arcane resolves to kind of double dip on what Volzar has to offer you.
This is so interesting, though. Normally, I'd be like, wow, Arthur, Oscilio, so much arcane damage. It's going to be potentially up to 7 points of arcane damage alongside the Meteoric Impact. But you look at the Thunderous Retort. I haven't taken a peek at Oggy's hand yet. If he's got the blues, this could be significantly less impressive.
Let's take a peek. Brush
he
off.
Does not have the blues.
That is the opposite of blues, in fact. Yeah,
wow.
not ideal to find a hand like this.
Let's take a look. What we got? We got a Helm of Sanctuary. We got a Lightning Flow. That's 2 points of prevention. I'm trying to see, can that brush off get into the picture here?
Players just confirming they want to keep track of life totals outside of the feature match life tracker. Not a bad idea. Paper records very important if something goes slightly amiss and a judge needs to double check and rewind the game. Just
let me tell you,
good practice.
As someone who's played many games on camera with just a phone life pad, and then I look across the table and go, wait, what, am I supposed to be one higher?
Yeah,
and then we just stare at each other like dumb idiots, like, how do we fix this?
Yep. Yeah, it's 7 arcane from this Meteoric Impact. Volzar double dipping appropriately. This is exactly what you want from the strong Oscilio decks that are finding success. These reds very much at a premium. Players just confirming to our table spotter that the Volzar was untapped, courtesy of Constella Uplift, and that's why this is 7 Arcane. It was tapped, untapped, tapped again, and twizzled around.
Because you tapped Volzar, that's a cost.
Yeah.
And then in response to Volzar...
Yeah, just confirming everything works the way it should.
Yeah.
And then this resolves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then the Volzar gets tapped again.
And that is pretty much how it should work.
Yeah, and again, it's pretty good to double-check these things if you're at all uncertain.
Love to see it. And then just the really quick, okay, thumbs up. But it is exactly what you love to see, making sure that some of our coverage attendants check in, make sure everything is copacetic. That's how
Especially
we
with
can
new
ensure.
cards.
Yeah, with the brand new cards, especially in these new matchups. There's a lot of things happening at the table. We'd much rather see people check and make sure versus assume and be bummed later.
Brushoff looking a little sheepish in the face of this 7 Arcane. Does not work the same way as Cosmic Sutra, and therefore not the prevention effect Oggy is looking for without a little bit of extra assistance. So we're going to see Aurora tapped to the Helm of Astral Sanctuary. Provides 1 point of protection. And then we will see that Vault Haven protective spell to soak up just a little bit more and make a lightning flow. Brushoff going to do the rest. So whole hand kind of required equipment piece 2 to get through the tail end of this, but Oggy finds a way.
No, I actually didn't see. It was the Conveil of Volthaven in the hand. If you're going to pitch your whole hand, at least you get the lightning flow out of it. Let's see if it's a attack in the arsenal that can come out and get the use. This is not an embodiment of lightning. It's just go again on this turn from the Thunderous Retort. So you'd love to get that value out of it. You'd love to have a lightning attack in the arsenal that you can throw alongside the Scorpio, not the Starfall anymore.
It's destroyed and it'll give go again.
I'll take Rush of Power for 500, Alex. Ah, close.
The same ends. We did see this. We did see this in turn 0. So this one 1 Arcane, and this time, even if you prevent it, the go again is still going to be conferred. So this is a pretty clean response and a perfect setup on that first turn from Oggy.
Yeah, if you squint, this is, a 1-card 6. It's not strictly the case. You can deny little parts of this if you have Arcane Prevention around. Scorpio easy enough to cover with the Seeker's Hood on the other side for Arthur if we'd like to stop 2 damage that way. Any of the prevention effects, frankly. Still got 4 of those available. In the hand for Arthur, interesting one. Sigil Lightning lurking out, not at its best in Oscilio typically. Cosmic Flare of interest, though, does let you play an instant that foots the bill on a bigger spell and also activates Volzar in the process.
Going to be pitching into the robes here. Have one floating for the Arcane.
Like a lightning flow from preventing that point of damage from the chess piece. Hopefully Arthur doesn't forget to generate that. There we go. Not ripped in half this time around. Any Surge on defense here. That card just, again, overperforming. Even in the blue variety. 3 blocks just very strong. Scorpio will do the rest. And as you alluded to just moments ago, there is a resource floating. Works very cleanly with that Seeker's Hood if Arthur is so inclined. Going to reach for that one immediately.
I will use Seeker's Hood.
Seeker's Hood on the Scorpio. Opting.
Very much finding it's a big deal for your equipment suites in Sealed. I wonder if it's true in Draft. I expect it to be so, but having some of these Astral Sanctuary pieces alongside a 2-cost prevention effect that gives you upside, a token of choice, and then a 1-cost prevention effect with one of the Seeker's pieces feels kind of the ideal. You really want to have access to 2 points of prevention on a single blow. Time and again, watching those kind of thrive. I think Aurora especially can get away with a couple more 1-cost ones because you can activate Aurora to fill in the other 2 resources instead. So some flexibility there, but well worth comparing those equipment to see what you prefer.
19 all here. 25 minutes remaining. It's a red Heaven's Claws coming out with 2 floating. This was in the arsenal from Arthur's first turn. So 5 damage. Aurora really finding 0 success so far in the feature match area, but as we've seen in the standings, having so much success in the tournament in the right hands and the right matchups. If Oggy is going to flip
flip that switch, it will be at the cost of our Pro Tour Los Angeles champion, fighting for his tournament life in what is his last tournament before joining the LSS dev team in Auckland, joining the likes of Alan Lau, Xing Sang, some of this game's greatest players working to make the game even greater.
Going to be quite the time zone switch for Trehet. That relocation. I hope he survives that jet lag on the way through. Electrician Mind Meld here, lining up pretty cutely with Mercurial Skies. These Lightning Flow plenty available to threaten to pop a little bit of extra damage through if Arthur takes any of it whatsoever. Instant recursion available on the Mind Meld if damage leaks through as well. Cosmic Sutra lining up intriguingly against his hand. We do have the ability to prevent damage on the equipment. Sutra can do the rest.
Talked about the Mind Meld. You talked about the type of instance you'd want to bring back. One of them is in the graveyard, that Thunderous Retort Red that was established on turn 0. So the Electron Mind Meld suddenly looking better than we've seen in other feature matches so far.
Yeah, Retort definitely one I prioritize in this matchup especially, I think. Having access to Arcane Barrier in those dying turns feels so important in shutting down
checking if it's okay.
Yeah, I was just thinking it's...
those final chunk of damage, those final red arcane effects. And that's got to be on the mind of Arthur here as this Mind Meld threatens to do that. These games have been going reasonably long in the feature match area, and so I'm sure Arthur's experience has been quite similar out there in the field. So you kind of see some sheepish reach here of pitching to prevention effects. Yellow Lightning Overload being reached for here. I imagine it's the Laced Lightning that's trying to foot the bill on. Some uncertainty, though, from our Pro Tour champion. Reassessing the situation, as all good players do. Laced Lightning will jump on in. Suck up the Arcane, make an embodiment of Lightning.
Pitch is a yellow, so it doesn't have any inefficient pitch floating. We see it's a blue Heaven's Claws. Oh, it looks like maybe something from the arsenal. So that
I think it's a Cosmic Flare that's parked down there, which will pay for this Sutra nice and easily if required. Wants to keep the other two cards together. The benefit of Cosmic Flare, it's this blue that turns on Volzar, but it's also a blue you can arsenal. Does tend to make these hands come together a little bit more smoothly.
And turns on all the Starfall effects on these cards, right? So
just an incredible piece of glue. Been having a lot of fun in Classic Constructed with this one, with the Starplate. Does make you 4 resources on your opponent's turn, which gets a little disgusting.
Cosmic Sutra gets amped by the Volzar now. So preventing 4 damage, and it will be 2 Arcane.
This is just what I'm loving about Oscilio as a deck. My opponent grits their teeth, pitches cards, plays things out, burns their whole hand, threatens me with damage, and I go, what if you took damage? What if you were behind on this turn cycle? Cosmic Sutra, one of the premier ways of threatening that.
Cards in hand?
2 cards in hand.
It's like a Comet Collision, and that Heaven's Claws as the last 2 cards for Arthur, which will make for a pretty clean play on his turn as well.
Most likely, what do you think? Seen an Oscilio activation utilizing that flow?
I'll take the 2 Arcane.
Not impossible. I think no instant in the hand currently for Arthur, so I'm kind of just expecting it to be a solid 2-card hand on his turn. Easy to get wizarded again here, but...
So definitively impossible then. Because Oscilio can't discard those actions and get it back.
So, again, I kind of like this. Blocking 3 at the moment means that just a point of this Cosmic Sutra is being taken up. Arthur prioritizing leaving prevention available to blunt Scorpio.
Before we end, I will pop.
Really impactful when you see this protection equipment getting a little light. Holding on to one when you've got the ability to do so. Arthur just happy to park a card in the arsenal and convert that Sutra ultimately for 2 Arcane and 2 Prevention, which is pretty far from full value. But being able to split it across an attack and the Scorpio means you cover your bases with a single card.
This is tapped and this is not. Yeah, I think so. I'll send 2 Arcane.
2 Arcane from the Comet Collision. Arthur not wanting it in arsenal, just wanting to send some damage across. 19 currently plays 15. Oggy's got an embodiment of lightning set up.
Makes more sense to me of the yellow variety. It's a fine card. Block 3s at a premium in this format in general to make sure you're not falling behind, especially in Oscilio. But I would maybe want to bank the red arcane to try and find a better window to tie it all together. Yellow arcane, I kind of like my arsenal available depending on how Aurora wants to attack me. So just forcing the issue here, asking Oggy, would you like to convert any of your damage prevention, any of your lightning flows on a yellow, somewhat unexciting arcane effect? Might open up the way for some of those more exciting arcane effects somewhere down the line.
Now let's see. We got the Embodiment of Lightning. It's going to power up a Lightning form on hit, make another Embodiment of Lightning. Just comes in for 5 and leaves 2 floating left over for that Aurora ability.
Been subtly impressed by Lightning form in the limited format, truth be told. Very potent reprint. Didn't really get its time in the sun over in Rosetta, but with these quick strike effects, it's a way to line up an existing Embodiment of Lightning, make another Embodiment of Lightning on hit, and then land a quick strike effect afterwards. So it kind of lets you tie those hands together that would normally rely on being spaced over 2 turns to have access to enough go again. Makes the puzzle fit. Looks like Thunderous Retort in the hand here again for Oggy.
All right.
I'm just happy to take this from Trehet. Life total is, of course, a resource and a buffer. Excuse me. So 5 damage coming on through. Embodiment being made. Now an interesting choice for Oggy, who can continue the assault outside of just Scorpio. Alternatively, can bank that Embodiment of Lightning, play out the retort, take it slow.
Yeah, this is interesting. So you have the 2 floating so nicely to make another embodiment. But instead,
and one of that if they want to keep the assault going.
Yep.
With this stinging.
Why
is everything an S?
Stinging flow stride. Singeing flow stride.
Flow stride. Adjective verb, my worst nemesis.
Gorgeous art, though. Kidding me with this? Look at this, homie.
It's very pretty. This one.
That's what he's doing.
I didn't know if that came with sound effects. That's crazy.
Yeah, every now and then.
I need to open more booster packs now.
Yeah.
Lightning flow generation on damage. Pretty big upside of this one. The red quite appealing. It has a natural breakpoint tied in. Does that arcane if it has go again. So still got 4 value out of this in the yellow variety on a block 3. Made another lightning flow, so arguably even more value.
Arthur staring at a handful of reds.
Hand does contain Flowing Storm Strike and that Storm Shard. So 2 cards, 7 available for Arthur at the very worst. I think Core Reaction in the hand there as well, if I'm not mistaken.
So I will not take...
Is not. Comic Collision, my apologies. All very red, though. Does make this a little difficult to navigate. Does leave Arthur blocking with power cards if he wants to slow this down. Does choose to convert at least one of these on defense, it would seem.
Block 3 here with the Enian Surge. So 1 over, makes another lightning flow. Or actually already dealt the damage with the arcane, so that's when the lightning flow got created. So now the Scorpio gets to come in, and the gloves do what these Astral Sanctuary equipment do best. Take care of Scorpio.
Tap target Scorpio. That's roughly what they say.
We'll move to Arsenal.
Parking and Arsenal 13 plays 12 now. As we go back to Arthur, who is looking at red efficiency in the form of Flowing Storm Strike and Storm Shard. Comic Collision, I believe, in the hand there as well to potentially follow up off this Embodiment of Lightning. This turn could get really big, really fast. But again, it's the fork that these attacks put your opponent in. Flowing Storm Strike with go again, and maybe I want to spend some resources to make this bigger. Maybe I don't.
I love when Oscilio and Zyggy get access to Embodiments of Lightning. It's just when you start to see some of their most interesting and exciting turns as these heroes take some of these lightning attacks and put them to such good use.
You know, that's a Thunderous Retort in the arsenal of Oggy. And again, finds Arcane Barrier staring back when physical damage is instead coming in.
Convale of Volthaven, really impressing, right? Just doing so well in almost every game we see it.
Yeah, into Oscilio especially, looking very potent for sucking up those taller arcane effects and reimbursing you with a lightning flow to cover up the next one as well.
Sorry, thinking.
Tough decision here for Oggy, rightfully so. This hand is complex. Very tempting to try and deny this lightning flow from Arthur. Try and convert those cards meaningfully when you don't know if the follow-up is an arcane effect or a physical one.
Oggy does have that Thunderous Retort in the arsenal, so can start his turn with an attack with Go again. The call is no blocks. Storm Shard, get rid of the lightning flow, up to 7. Goes this attack.
Crunch.
No other reactions. Any prevention from Oggy. Does have that Calm Veil. And a big inhale, nothing on the side is the call. 7 damage taken. Oggy goes down to 6 to Arthur Trehet's 12. All of a sudden, things are swinging in Oscilio's favor. Activate Volzar for 5 arcane with this Comet Collision.
Oh, you can just feel it between your eyebrows. So much arcane damage. Hair literally standing on end as a result of what's coursing through the body.
That was awesome. You just heard Oggy go, oh, wow, okay. Because, of course, the Storm Shard was the instant that has now hit the combat chain and then hit the graveyard for Arthur Trehet.
Good, clean deck building. Tough decision to reevaluate. With that Calm Veil in the hand, Oggy reaching for that Thunderous Retort to soak up some amount of this. Got to wonder if the Calm Veil is joining it. 6 to 12, definitely a pretty sizable disparity in the face of Oscilio specifically, and so it will be AB3. Aurora tapped to prevent a point as well.
Okay, yeah. Taking 1.
Well, currently 1 point of arcane coming through if no Spell Void is cashed in on the lightning flow. Seems Oggy is happy to fall to 5 here and keep those around for a more pressing concern.
Really nice response here from Oggy, though. Gets the value from the Thunderous Retort, gets the Go again, gets to use that blue to prevent 3 points of damage, which is pretty important here. So he's down to 5, and the question remains, as 13 minutes are remaining in this feature match, will Aurora once again ascend to the Auric Keep, ascend to the feature match table, simply to fall?
Premium rare in the hand for Arthur Trehet. Looking at a copy of Turn to Mind Fire, Arcanic Snatch if you prefer. 5 Arcane Ponder Token, all very potent when you're sitting across an opponent who is at 5.
Villa Voltaven pitched into this Leech. Renown, +3, and on hit destroy the Aura token, which would be the Lightning Flow. So this is now a nice attack for 7, and then on hit, deal an Arcane, and then Scorpio gets to follow this up. Scorpio finally gets to truly cut through the clouds once the Astral Sanctuary has been put into the dust. And we're going to see Scorpio finally start to look a little more impressive once you've cleared through that Astral Sanctuary equipment.
Rush of Power here, threatening a total of 8 damage. All in all, pretty good stuff. Gonna funnel on through the yard. Now I'm going to take a moment to reread Leech Renown. Rightfully so. 3 different leeches in the set, and confusing one for the other might result in some unpleasant side effects.
Can you give me your best Darius Nimbus?
Sure.
Here we go.
We Vault folk must find the strength to carve safe paths through troubled times.
It's just not fair. The accent is just not fair.
I'm so OP.
It's just not fair at all. 7 go again. On hit, 1 Arcane.
I feel like those people feel when they're in films and stuff now. It's great. That was great.
I choose to order triggers however I want, I think.
Players confirming yes. Turn player would get to choose to order the triggers before the arcane damage from the Rush of Power to instead have the Leech Renown's on-hit trigger first, so that the Leech Renown would trigger, get rid of the Lightning Flow, and then there would be no Spell Void available for that arcane from the Rush of Power.
Sequencing very important in spots like this, and so
Wow,
we're just
look
going
at
to see.
this.
And the slightly knockoff words of Michael Jackson, "Eat it," is the phrase uttered by Arthur Trehet. We will soak up the on-hit arcane from a Spell Void, and we will see another prevention-based aura jumping into play. I believe it's the blue version of this, so it is on end to prevent 1 arcane at the start of the turn, destroy itself, and activate target Volzar Medios.
So we keep track that this already happened, I suppose. It's not going to prevent a 1 again. It only prevents one once.
Yeah, one once.
All right, Haven Veil.
So
just prevents the one arcane from the rush of power.
Well, I thought the lightning flow had covered the damage from.
No, it was destroyed to the Leech Renown.
Of course, you're right.
Yeah, destroyed to the Leech Renown, destroy aura token. So that's what they were discussing. Can they order the triggers? An Oggy turn player can order the triggers. I'll resolve my Leech Renown on hit trigger first to destroy the token so that my trigger of the rush of power is cleared for that one arcane. So Haven Veil now heads to the bin, which now means Volzar is turned on, plus all the Starfall effects.
That might be bad news here for Oggy, who might be staring at lightning flow that are required to cover bases. Volzar alongside turn to Mind Fire. Going to be 6, which means the chess piece alone won't foot the bill. So lightning flow or some kind of additional prevention effect in hand is going to have to keep this one in check. Starting to feel like this is probably the rare I want to open most in draft tomorrow. Feels like it's incredibly directional and just in every Oscilio deck for the rest of time.
I mean, Burn Bear is a really good card, and we are seeing the same stat reflected multiple times in this
what
format.
if a Burn Bear made a Ponder? What if you could also play it in Silver Age?
Huh?
Adequate response.
Huh? What's going to be the response from Oggy? We've got lightning flows. There's no prevention effects.
Joel's, is that a tempestuous kiss? It is.
That is a tempestuous kiss.
Turning up, I'm going to argue a little bit too late for our
end
5
of the
health
first
Oggy.
cycle.
Definitely a little bit unfortunate. Would rather have had that one wreck and face a little bit earlier on.
So we're pitching into the chest here
And prevent 2 more.
to go ahead and prevent 3 total. So 3 damage taken.
This will then
Make a flow in the back, but now Oggy down to 2.
Arthur, of course, will make a Pondu. If you don't own a Pondu token, you definitely should. They have character and great taste in cheese.
I don't think so.
Players talking about whether this is a replacement effect or a trigger, which is, again, important to know based on what Arthur intends on doing with the rest of the turn. So just confirming with the table spotter what the situation is there before things continue. Oscilio on tap and duty to make that Pondu.
Probably because Arthur wondering if there is a follow-up. Can I respond to the lightning flow being generated?
Bingo bango. There you go. Starfall trigger on this Constellar flow tide. One arcane would definitely have preferred that lightning flow not to have been there to remove the decision from Oggy, but Oggy says no, actually. I would rather keep this around. Flowing at 2 life for now.
2 life, so yeah, still has to deal with this 1. That's
got to debate. This is tough because you really would like to turn that lightning flow into an embodiment, make Tempestuous Kiss do its thing. And so down to 1 you go, and you gotta hope there is no Starfall in your future. If you're Oggy, Marinkovic.
Wonder what the ponder was there from Arthur Trehet. It's a 3-card hand. It's Arthur Trehet down to 3. Quick succession gives go again, which means this Tempestuous Kiss gets to come in for 1 arcane and 6 physical. If any of this damage is taken, Arthur has to discard a card.
Yep. Like to think of this one as on damage, take the house.
Wow, just in the potential nick of time, Oggy Marinkovic sits at 1 life, but an absolute bomb in that sealed pool came at the end of the first cycle here for Aurora, and perhaps might be enough to steal this game and finally put Aurora into the victors column in our feature match area.
This is so painful. I gotta note the copy of Quick Succession, which is so much better than an embodiment of lightning here, because it turns this Tempestuous Kiss into a breakpoint. You can cover the arcane with the lightning flow, but we're +1 from the kiss, +1 from Quick Succession. It means it's 7 points of physical damage that on hit discards a card. You're really kind of obliged to cover it up if you don't want to die, literally die.
Well, and look at this. I mean, the last card in hand, we've been able to see it. It's Star World Warning. So for Arthur Trehet, this last card does not block. So the way is cleared for Scorpio.
A lot of reds. Damn. Okay.
That is a lot of reds damn is...
No reactions?
I'm going to treat this as a positive thing from Oggy. He's going to be happy to see those arcane spells not flying directly at his skull. Arthur would rather have kept those around score. Okay.
1-1 has our Pro Tour Los Angeles champion, Arthur Trehet, in what could be the last meaningful game of his tournament career. Nebula Duality.
Duality.
But it's a brush off in the hand. A brush off for Oggy can take care of this Nebula Duality. Oh my God.
Arthur staring victory in the face, tries to keep the story going, but
And
Oggy
brush off.
brushes it away and has 3 cards and a lightning flow to work with. That flow, so difficult to manage. You want go again on your Aurora ability, but if you take the risk and remove the Spell Void 1, you may fall victim to a timely Starfall effect. And now Oggy evaluating the best way to navigate this handful of attacks with no go again available.
You know, I mean, he's got the lightning flow.
Hang on.
Do you?
It's an Arcanic Cunning, which on attack prevents an arcane.
Yes, but he also has a card that on attack deals an arcane, and if Arthur has no prevention effects.
So which way do you go? Do you take the risk of getting Starfalled? You've turned your Spell Void into an embodiment of lightning.
Yeah.
So surely you have to lead on the arcane prevention, so that you don't randomly get Starfalled out. And Oggy very heads up.
Arcanic Cunning hits the combat chain.
Gotta read this one.
Attacking or defending or on the stack. If you would be dealt arcane damage, prevent one of it, and it comes in for 4, which is a break point.
What a timely rare. It just gives you the security to take this line, take that Spell Void down, and know you are going to be safe while challenging Arthur Trehet with 4 into, I believe, 3 or 4 into Starfall if an Arsenal is preferred. It's going to earn a card either way.
Can't do Starfall, right? Because it's not a lightning attack.
Correct.
This is just a Runeblade attack. So Scorpio cannot be the follow-up.
So should be 4 into 3 if I'm not mistaken. Stinging Strike, the last card in hand there. Arthur with a difficult block here. 4 must be given 2 cards minimum to keep this in check, and no way to cheese it with the Starfall instants that are infamous. Dualities infamous to Oscilio. 6 block being dedicated here to Arcanic Cunning, and this effect doesn't go anywhere. For now, Arcane Prevention available. And Oggy needs to
yeah, how
continue.
does it so if it's just on the combat chain, is it still technically attacking?
3 more.
Like once we've moved to the next, like now that we're on this chain linked, is it still preventing
I can
damage?
only go by what the judges told me yesterday, which is a yes.
Interesting.
And if the judges are incorrect, we'll find out in the release notes. That's what they're for. The joy of a world premiere is we go by what the judges tell us. And yeah, my Scorpio walked headfirst into this yesterday, and I was like, wow, that's a great rare. And if that's not how it works, I will be sad, and I will have concerns.
Stunning Strike is going to block 3 here.
Oh, yeah.
Stunning Strike is going to attack for 3. It's going to buy a block for 3. Arthur has a Star World Warning in Arsenal. He's got 4 cards remaining in his deck, and that is it.
But a player like Arthur Trehet knows. Arthur knows where things are in the deck. And so we'll see Lightning Flow Deuce generated from our warning.
Before
you got it. There's a response window, and it's going to be a duality.
There's one arcane heading across the table before any lightning flows can be created. And that's going to get the fist bump. And you can see a little bit of an expression of understanding on the face of Arthur Trehet, as it's going to be Oggy Marinkovic putting Aurora into the victor's column for the first time and putting Arthur Trehet out into the remainder of his life, looking ahead at Flesh and Blood through the lens of a developer.
Did you miss me?
We missed you plenty, Aurora, and we will miss Arthur Trehet. And as you heard at the end, can I get an autograph from Oggy? If that does not encapsulate what Arthur means to our game, I don't know what else could.
Oh, that's perfect. That's just perfect. I wanted to see more of the story. How can I not? It's such a captivating story, but what more could you ask for on your way out than someone to ask you for a reminder of who you are. I mean, I love Flesh and Blood.
It is a beautiful game we play. It is a beautiful community that we get to be a part of. Exemplified by Arthur, exemplified by HowlingMines, overtaken a bit by the emotion of the moment of watching one of our game's most bright stars and truly most kind souls take a step towards, rather than searching for more personal glory, rather than searching for more personal accomplishment, just searching instead for how can I better this game through his incredible talents. And here, Arthur, you will always sit at the head of the table. And from those of us who sit at the table looking at you, we salute you for everything you have given in this game and all you will give in the future.
We're so much better for it. It's such an unselfish decision to make. And I can't wait to see what Fab becomes when you have talent like Arthur Trehet at the desk. It's going to be pretty spectacular. I'm very excited.
I think it's time to go to a break. I think it's time to let our friend HowlingMines take a moment, get the lightning once again too. You can look up to the scars because this is probably just this is perspiration from the clouds above,
I'm just
from
warm.
the omens of the third age.
It's toasty in here.
Thank you all for joining us for that round. It's bittersweet watching a player like that move on into such a beautiful next part of the story. We'll go ahead and see if we can chat with Arthur at some point today. But for now, I think we just watched one of these game's brightest stars reach living legend himself. We'll see you in a sec.
You know what they say, it's an awful day for rain, but it's a great day for brand new stories, brand new tales that we get to discover as players make their way through our feature match area and attempt to become the next world premier Calling champion. Michael, I've missed you. Have you been having fun?
Yeah, took a nice little break, got some good games. Man, it's like a who's who up there at the top tables.
Oh, yeah. It's just Murderer's Row all the way down. Should we take a look at our Murderer's Row we picked at the start of the weekend, see how they're doing?
Oh, my gosh.
All right, let's check in with some of our favorite names. Gabe Scher, my brother, fell to Simon Nielsen, who is now standing not quite alone at the top of the hill, but I believe one of the best performing Zyggys at this moment in time. A deck that people have kind of been falling away from as the day has gone on. The rest of the pack at 5-1, Oscilio all the way through, definitely feels like the story of the day so far.
Yeah, like, we saw this already happening earlier with all the XOs and the X1s, but there's a disproportionate number of Oscilios. And we're seeing this play out in the actual games themselves. We're seeing Oscilios really just kind of feel like they're always getting an early life lead and then maintaining it. It's like crazy, like as you mentioned, with these cosmic sutures, being able to deal damage on the opponent's turn while still preventing the incoming damage in a way that's like, it just seems like unexpected. We would think of the traditional Oscilio as in back from Rosetta days, the original Oscilio, not having a lot of block value, being a glass cannon. But this Oscilio feels a lot more robust.
Certainly does. 4 more Calling champions in the 4-2 bracket fighting for their life to make day number 2. Evan Tanguy, Filippo Barbani, Jason Rolfe, and Tommaso Vecito, all still in it, but all with a lot of work to do.
And of course, just had that game with Arthur. Arthur, number 4. I'll be missing him too. I mean, it's bittersweet. He let me know a while ago while, you know, one of the guys from the team that I used to test with. And of course, Brody, not having the best day.
No.
Hopefully he can make up for it. He's been having a really good time in the showdowns when he is forced to play them, winning or making top 8 pretty consistently. So I do expect that from him as well.
Okay.
But, you know, won't be able to continue playing in this limited set. That is a big bummer. That does happen even to the best of us, even to our, you know, current, I guess, reigning player of the year. So, you know, for those at home, don't fret if limited is not your jam.
No, absolutely not. And I hope that some folks will find out whether it is their jam at pre-release in the coming week and then see a little bit more down the line. We got a barn burner lined up for round number 7, though. We have Florin-Cristian Loghin, again, world's top 8 competitor, Mr. Phi from London, if you happen to remember him running the pre-constructed deck to a 21st place finish. We'll be rocking Zyggy this time around, who we've not seen for a hot second. On the other side of the table, Adam Urban, I'm going to say on the bad guy at this point, Oscilio on the other side of the table in the 6-0 bracket. I have some thoughts about this matchup, but I'm quickly realizing that what I learned yesterday might not be as true anymore as these Oscilio decks get more defensive, more robust.
Yes, absolutely. And I'm expecting Florin to already have a game plan. And at these top tables, specifically at these top tables, once you get into this 5-0, 4-0 range, there are so fewer players that I do expect some scouting to be done.
Yes.
Maybe Florin finished the game earlier and he took a peek at what Adam's style of Oscilio deck was. Is it lean more offensive? Does it lean more physical damage attacks? Does it lean more pure arcane? Does it have more defensive tools? Or is it trying to just proactively spend the entire hand? And I bet Florin will come with answers. This is more for Florin, more for the non-Oscilio side to adapt and try to play around the Oscilio side. Whereas Oscilio, you kind of just have a game plan and you kind of have to stick with it.
You ready to rock the show?
Absolutely.
Let's go. Feature match area. Let's check it out. Round number 7. Florin-Cristian Loghin of Table 1 fame will choose... Well, no, I should say Adam will choose to go first, in this case on Oscilio. Zyggy on the other side. 6-0 each way. Impressive stuff. Impressive showing from both these heroes, both these players. And Adam Urban's face... where it's putting me to shame. I'm a bit embarrassed by how robust that beard is, frankly.
Florin sleeving up his deck in these Starvo sleeves. That seems extremely thematic, given that his first time on stream in the big old days, the glory days of Pro Tour New Jersey back then, he was sporting this very hero.
Oh yeah. Fell victim to Pablo Pintor there. Good luck sleeves, I have to imagine, in the form of Starvo for Florin-Cristian Loghin. These two heroes 2 of our 3. We've seen plenty of Oscilio this weekend. That hero ability, less of a factor we're finding, as the lightning flow proving to be more important for other needs. But Zyggy, it's a real tension point. You want to have that level of protection. You have some cards that care about utilizing them. But ultimately, Aphrodisias is your end game, and you need some lightning flow to make that work.
Yeah, Ziggy's lightning flow tokens are both defensive and offensive, whereas Oscilio, you could totally activate Volzar without having had to consume a lightning flow. Sometimes that lightning flow, of course, does aid in that quest, but Zyggy, it's very unlikely you ever get to use your Aphrodisias without activating Zyggy and consuming that flow. And I think that dynamic in Limited has been one of the reasons why we do see more Oscilios kind of levitating towards the top tables.
True.
And Zyggy less so, but that doesn't mean Ziggy's completely out of it. Of course, still 6-0. Florin-Cristian Loghin. This game's going to be a thriller, and I really hope we see some of those adaptations by these non-Oscilio players.
Guys, gals, non-binary pals, let's open the clouds and see how it shakes out. Adam Urban at 6-0 on Oscilio stares down Florin-Cristian Loghin on Zyggy. Shaping up opening hands here for players. We see multiple copies of Nebula Duality in the hand for our resident wizard. On the other side, Flow State Embodiment in the opening hand for Florin. Very potent way of generating some early lightning flow and or embodiment of lightning.
I'm just looking at Florin. He seems so locked in.
Aether Sling comes ripping on out. Haven't seen this one so far today. For Arcane, 1 cost action. If you successfully score a hit, you can tap your hero and give this go again. I expect this one to be a menace in Silver Age.
This is a great turn 0 play. Florin really has already had to answer, or Adam's already asking questions, and I'm not sure Florin has the answers, although technically with the Seekers, plus the Star Robe, plus an Astral Equipment, plus that Lightning Flow, which is basically everything, almost everything he has, he could stop this Aether Sling from doing any damage, thereby denying the potential chance of Adam tapping Oscilio and getting that go again. But I can't imagine that Adam is upset about this.
Equipment being expended early here for Florin to soak up this Aether Sling. We see 2 points of prevention so far. What looks to be an aura emerging from the hand to cover up the rest. Nebula Cycle here, I believe. This is the Ponder Generator, I want to say. Ward 2 in the yellow variety.
Absolutely.
We're going to see that duality as the last card try and snipe the ward away.
Yeah, and this is, Adam lets that Nebula Cycle resolve first, then comes into the Nebula Duality just to pressure this Nebula Cycle, try to put Florin in a zone where he has to inefficiently let that ward.
So we do see the gauntlets of Astral, Sanctuary, tapped, and Zyggy tapped, I should say, as well, to soak up that 1 treacherous point. And we found ourselves with significantly less clothing on Zyggy's side than we started the game with. A pretty impressive showing for Oscilio on turn number, 0.
But not entirely a bad thing for Florin. He does get a Ponder for his troubles. Of course, he's utilized 3 of his equipment, which is a lot, and his hero ability, Zyggy, is tapped for his first turn. So kind of a win for both players, to be honest. Not taking any damage is still pretty nice, but Adam can't be disappointed. He got to choose to go first, and he truly utilized that first turn very well.
Interesting suite available to Cristian Loghin. We see Sigil of Lightning, that Flow State Embodiment, Pulsing Cardia, and an Electrolyze at the back of the hand. So ways to extend, can go multiple attacks wide, and can potentially get a little value from that Flow State Embodiment if preferred.
Yeah, there are multiple ways to take this hand. You have just a clean way to make an embodiment or a lightning flow with that Flow State Embodiment, or you can choose to pitch one of these cards and just send 2 attacks.
I really like this for Florin. I think pitching away this Pulsing Cardia, it gets so much better in the late stages of this game when the opponent is forced to respect it. And we'll see the Flow State Embodiment. And this one is a reader every time. Majestic power level. People haven't seen it all day, and so it hits the combat chain, and it needs to be checked out. Every instant you play on a chain link, it's on. Makes an Embodiment of Lightning or a Lightning Flow. Your choice as things pan out.
Scott, what do you think Florin will be choosing to create here when he plays that Sigil of Lightning?
My instinct, given it's a Sigil of Lightning that makes an Embodiment of Lightning, is a Lightning Flow, but Maybe Florin knows something I don't know about how those stacking together for go again, go again. You never know. Will indeed be the lightning flow selected. Up to 3 of those now. Healthy bank of protection for Florin. It's going to be quite important as Oscilio gets to work.
Yeah, did 8 damage and got an extra flow, plus an embodiment of lightning for next turn, which could be maybe carried over through the turn after that, as you mentioned in your deck tech. One of the neat ways of using that Sigil of Lightning. Could you explain that to the guys again?
Yeah, absolutely. So Sigil of Lightning is really intriguing in the way that it works. You have a trigger at the start of the turn, and because Zyggy can respond to that trigger, you're allowed to blink it out, put a hollow counter on it, and bring it back into play. Now, the way Flesh and Blood works, you see it as a new game object when that Sigil of Lightning returns, and so it's not going to try and leave the battlefield anymore. That means you get your embodiment of Lightning because it left, and it means you still have a Sigil of Lightning to hopefully get another embodiment on the following turn as well.
So clean. I love that. I actually didn't know that until
Really?
you mentioned it during the tech tech. So I took away something from that. That was awesome.
Oh, well, now I feel very honored indeed. Meteoric Impact is what I appear to have had on Michael, but also screaming on through for 3 Arcane right now. No Starfall trigger on this one this time.
Yeah, just an honest 3 points of Arcane, but it's enough to give Florin-Cristian Loghin a little bit of pause.
See if we can take a look at the grip for Florin. Storm Shard, Clear Conscience in the blue variety, Starlight Road, and another Nebulous Cycle tucked away at the back there.
Looks like a Pulsing Cardia in the hand. That was what was pondered into the arsenal. Couldn't tell what color it was.
So we're going to see that lightning flow gingerly reached for by Florin. Would like to prevent some of this if at all possible. That Nebulous Cycle capable of preventing 2 of it as well, if we're willing to pay the bill on getting it into play. Could potentially activate Zyggy, blink that out, and score an Aphrodisias hit as well. Lots of permutations for Florin to consider here. Starlight Road pitched away to enable Nebulous Cycle. 2 floating for now. Looks like a Shattering Flow Tide in the arsenal there for Florin, which is another lightning flow generator in theory. So see that Nebulous Cycle going down, Ponder token being made, so insinuating that Flow Tide is coming out to play in a moment's time.
Adam passes priority here, and Florin just says, okay, go to my turn. Notably, he had 2 resources at the end, so it wasn't really a very efficient turn, but sometimes that's better than absolute nothing.
Yeah, an extra resource would have been required there to get the Aphrodisias to sneak in, and this hand had no way of making that happen while still having a meaningful play on Florin's turn. Difficult choice now with this embodiment of lightning. You want to make the most of this Ponder token, so I fully expect this Clear Conscience to be converted to just paying for this Storm Shard, keep the lightning flow around, and allow that Ponder token to refill the arsenal.
Yeah, I have this feeling that Florin isn't a knower. I don't think he's aware of the line of maybe doing that flicker on the Sigil of Lightning.
Maybe not.
It's not something that maybe he considered. I can't tell, because it seems like the line he's taking here is pitching that Clear Conscience to send maybe the Storm Shard. He does have a resource from the fragment here of Shattering Flow Tide.
This one making the flow on Shatter, on Fragment, I should say. We're just going to see a slow, methodic line taken by Florin. Just holds on to that Storm Shard in the face of that block and says, sure, my Ponder goes to waste. I'm just going to sculpt a hand, sculpt a better play position, park an arsenal, and ask you the question to what can you do? How far can you go? And Flittering Spike is the answer. That's a pretty good answer, if I do say so myself.
I apologize. That was a Shattering Flow Tide, so not a Pulsing Card. He didn't have a float. Maybe Fatigue. Maybe Fatigue is the angle here. Florin choosing to be very conservative with his usage of cards, especially with cards that can block.
Intriguing stuff. 4 go again for now. No, Adam says no. You're not allowed to wear feet on your torso, Florin. Put them back where they belong.
Just keeping the board state nice, clean, and organized.
Got to keep them honest. That Storm Shard was the arsenal of choice for Florin this time. Happy to hold on to that one until it makes more sense. Clear Conscience deployed as a block 3, and we will see Storm Shard on the other side. Rips the Flittering Spike all the way up to 9 on the hit Lightning Flow. Pretty darn good turn for Adam Urban.
Yeah, that was 9 damage plus a Lightning Flow, all for the cost of 3 cards. About 10 points of value. that's on rate in our game. Like in a classic constructed hand, that would be a very reasonable play. But this is not classic constructed. This is limited. And so that was a really good line. Oh.
Now, stop me if we've seen this one before. There is a flittering spike on the combat chain, and there is a storm shard in the arsenal. If it's good once, why not twice?
Well, the key would be figuring out a way to use the floating resources. Now, Florin probably is going to pay a resource into the storm shard, but that line would still be 1 point, like, inefficient, so to speak. You still have a dollar that you could have spent. But, you know, if you were truly able to get that, I think that's what really puts you kind of into that above rate territory. Of course, in limited, even just getting close to rate is already good. And, you know, we're talking numbers a lot. Like, it feels like we're doing, like a lot of crunching and counting. But that's what our beautiful game is all about. It's a lot of this +1, -1, min-maxing of value between a point, turn over turn. I mean, most of these games at the highest level are determined by a single point. And sometimes if you miss that 1 point, that's the whole game.
18 plays 13 in round 7 here. Adam Urban, Florin-Cristian Loghin, Storm Shard, and a giggle from both players. Actually, a round of applause. Go on, chat. Join in. Join in. Round of applause. You also can do the thing.
Adam's gingerly applause there kind of broke Florin. He's been really locked in. I mean, I would be too, right? 6-0 at the world premiere. I'd try my best to stay focused. But Adam, he's way more comfortable right now than Florin is. And it shows. And I think he's really gotten to Florin. Florin cracked back a little smile there. I'm loving that.
The mask cracked for just a second. Electrolyze is the play of choice here. 4 go again. Pitching tap lessons passed. Florin eager to deploy some defense on this one. 12 now plays 13.
Yeah, Florin's been playing quite defensively, but not in like a very degen way, just enough to be very efficient. Like, he's blocking 3 when he gets to block 3. If he were all about that block life, I would have expected 2 cards blocked here. 2 cards blocked on that floating spike earlier. But he's not. He's showing some restraint. Maybe prioritizing being defensive, but not necessarily completely being defensive.
Oscilio activation. Volzar activation lines up very nicely. It's meteoric impact out of the arsenal. Gives us 5 more points of arcane to contest. I do want to eyeball those 5 lightning flow that Florin is sitting on and has the ability to blunt something. Has been banking that life for a turn when keeping cards is important or when the prevention effects are at their lowest.
Yeah, he's been showing a lot of restraint with this lightning flow. And against Oscilio, I think you're able to do that. Oscilio often does more arcane damage. In this case, well, meteoric impact has no on-damage effect. There's no reason to block it. But at a certain point, once you have enough of these flows, it starts becoming prudent to maybe start cashing them in. Adam Urban has already shown that he does have Storm Shard in his deck. It would be quite embarrassing to die to a Storm Shard if you still have lightning flows in play. And, well, they're all gone now.
They are. Florin cashes out. Keeps himself at 12. And we see a hefty chunk of attacks. Polaris Pulse Ray, another clear confidence. Erode Authority in the arsenal here for Florin as well. Quite the game closer alongside Auric Shards.
Yeah, this chromatic refinement was discarded and then replayed by Adam Urban in order to really kind of trigger the Starfall ability of Meteoric Impact. But that was done not knowing his next hand. He's kind of banking on next turn there being ideally a red Meteoric Impact or a red Lightning Overload. He does have a red Flashbolt, which isn't perfect, but it at least gets that +1 potential from the chromatic refinement. And if Florin had maybe kept his little stash of lightning flows, he would actually be able to get a little +1 from being able to prevent the entire Flashbolt. As it stands right now, he can't, but there's possibility he draws some more ward, some more protection. And I think Florin realizes that. He does need to cash in those lightning flows. I don't blame him for doing so, just pointing it out.
Polaris Pulse Ray, the PP Ray, 7 points of physical damage on fragmentation. Will deal a point of arcane. We're going to see that Cosmic Sutra soaking up some of this and presenting a point of Arcane in exchange. Just typical Oscilio things.
Yeah, just an activation of Oscilio right now.
Sorry, you have no pitch. And in response, I would like to Volzar still. Yes, and I have no pitch.
Players just confirming there 2 has been spent on the Cosmic Sutra. So no resources floating. Volzar tapped before that Starfall trigger goes off, and so it's 2 Arcane that Florin needs to worry about.
And just to mention, Florin wasn't able to have a very efficient turn here. Because of the only Arcane source of damage from Adam, Florin's kind of overpitching to play this Polaris Pulse Ray, putting another Pulsing Cardia into the second cycle. Second cycle seems pretty good. There are 2 of these red zero-cost fragment attacks, but neither of them are the really nice ebbing arc strike that would have go again. So if we do get there, I imagine he'll still have some issues with action points.
Flashbolt, the instant speed Arcane alternative, available at rare in Omens of the Third Age. 3 Arcane normally, it's going to be 4 thanks to that Aura popping at the start of the turn. Volzar thankfully already tapped, so no way to make it 5.
Yeah, I'd actually like to correct you just a little bit there, Scott. Not saying you're wrong. It is ultimately a net of 4 damage, but actually it's coming in as 3 damage, and if it does damage, it would deal an additional point.
Correct.
And this is quite important if there were prevention. If Florin could muster up 3 points of prevention somehow, that would be quite impactful. It would be another point. I mean, this whole game is all about those little edges of an extra point. How do I, squeeze out a little bit more from the toothpaste tube, so to speak?
Yes, so worth mentioning. These additional bonus effects are requisite on you connecting with the Arcane effect in the first place, and that's why you see 3 Arcane and the extra dice off to the side here. Adam doing a great job at representing the implications and the interactions of this Flashbolt. Florin in the blender.
He does have a Fleeing Starbreeze, which honestly, looking at his hand, unlocks it quite well. I believe he has still that zero-cost fragment in his arsenal.
Florin pulling away because I wanted to show you.
He had an Electrolyze, a blue card in addition to the Fleeing Starbreeze, and one of the series of 2-cost twice per turn instants. I couldn't tell which one. I can't tell them apart. They all look the same to me.
Flowing Storm Stride, which is the 0-cost one in the hand. So Electrolyze 0 for 4 on flow.
Yep.
Yeah, you're right. This hand chains together pretty cleanly, all things considered. Before go again, the first question is 8 plays 7 as these life totals follow each other down in round 7. The calling here in Prague. Adam now staring at another Flashbolt in the hand. Does clearly have some closing power in this variation of Oscilio, Scion of the Third Age.
Yeah, you're right. That is Flowing Storm Strike, which is the 0-cost one. Unless Florin doesn't actually have that 0-cost fragment attack in his arsenal.
I think it's a Road Authority in the arsenal here for Florin, which is the Dominate Fragment attack. Okay. Does cost 3, so would need to be paid for the hard way. So I don't believe we can do it all.
Now I understand why Florin's having a hard time, because you're not really going to be able to utilize all 5 of these cards efficiently.
So this Storm Stride likely to be 6, as those 2 resources are floating and somewhat face up. Does demand some respect from Urban. That Starbreeze likely playing the game of Ward 1 in play to try and soak up some of the heat from arcane damage on the way back for Florin-Cristian Loghin. Adam, of course, doesn't know that. Still an unknown card in hand, staring at 4 of his own. Looks like we'll take flexes at the front of those. Cosmic Sutra tucked away in the middle does offer some permutations. Another Flashbolt in there as well.
Yeah, it's a Comet Collision, a yellow Flashbolt, a blue Volatile Fluxers. I believe he also arsenaled one from the Ponder, the Volatile Fluxer. Nice. I think it's kind of an Oscilio card. You know, of all the heroes that really want to use it, Oscilio uses it maybe the best. It's the hero more likely to have instants in their deck that they're happy to play proactively.
Yeah, feeling the same way about Flow-Tide Elemental, the discard an instant for go again variation. We saw that doing some damage in Oscilio earlier on by activating Volzar in the process.
Right. Turns on Starfall, the Flow Shard Elemental, yeah.
Some cute synergies available on these lightning attacks that are viable in all the heroes, but have neat tricks in specific ones. It's very cool design space. Seems like Adam here debating offering a lot of respect to this flowing Storm Strike. Would be an embarrassing way to win a game when the turn feels kind of face up. But
well, you want to play this Cosmic Suture, but you also want Starfall. So I think he's like just taking his entire hand and seeing how can I get Starfall value here and play this Cosmic Suture. And there is a way to do it. You can pitch your entire hand, play the Fastball for 2, then play the Cosmic Suture. But is it worth it? Is that the best usage of the hand? And this is Adam's kind of running through the numbers. Or should I block and then maybe Arsenal the Cosmic Suture and then attack of the Fluxers from my Arsenal and play the Flashball at instant speed? There are multiple ways to kind of carve the buffalo. I can't think of the right.
I guess carve the buffalo works. Yeah, we can
carve
work
the
with
turkey.
That. Yeah, that's more apt, I think. But an interesting one from Adam here. Just was fanning through the hand, kind of shakes his head and says to Florin, one of these cards is incorrect. So clearly looking for a better way to sequence this resource curve, not happy with the way it plays out in actuality. Staring down this Storm Strike, which has been one of the more impressive and I'll say widely applicable rares in this format, just fitting cleanly into every hero. It's a card you're going to want.
Yeah, it doesn't help that it's an unclear amount of damage that this Flowing Storm Strike is going to do. And this, of course, is Zyggy. So if you do give Zyggy a Lightning Flow token, it's possible Florin plays an Aura from his arsenal and then does the Zyggy thing, then swings with Aphrodite. So lots of potential here.
So we'll see that Fleeting Star Breeze jumping on in to give go again, and Florin being patient on holding those resources. Cosmic Sutra will join the fight with Voltaic Fluxes, now looking to cover 7. Flashbolt pitched away to pay for that powerful instant.
I think Florin is ecstatic here. He doesn't look it, but I think inside he's ecstatic because the threat of giving this go again scared Adam. It caused Adam, incentivized Adam to commit the rest of his hand defensively, and Florin really didn't have much after that.
No.
He wasn't really planning on doing much. I like that way that Florin did the timing here, giving it go again first before committing any resources to pumping it. The moment 2 resources have been pumped onto that Flowing Storm Strike, the gig is up. The total amount of damage is clear. So I think there could have been some cool things that Florin did there. I think Adam ultimately is not too unhappy with this turn. He, sending these 1-card hands where you just send a 1 red zap are honestly quite nice.
Mm-hmm.
They're efficient. They're hard sometimes for your opponent to really deal with and still be able to come back with a real turn. Florin, of course, is also flowless right now, so hard to kind of use all of his action points when you're not spending some resources activating Zyggy, activating your weapon, Aphrodite.
Painful card in hand for Florin here, actually. Denying that Storm Strike proving to be somewhat important because there is a Corrosive Space Dust in the hand. That one, pretty good for Incidental Arcane, but much better if it's warding 4, and without any flow, that's not going to happen. However, Voltaic Flexes. I love how we've ignored the damage dice for now. This is just go again. We'll figure out how much it's coming in for in just a second.
Hard to say. I mean,
now, if I'm not mistaken, Florin has another Flexes in the
yeah.
hand here, and so you can just, the old assassin side grade, the Duke.
Yep.
Move it over.
I never feel too bad about the situation, right? Like, technically, Florin, my opponent, committed a card. If I committed a card in defense, we're still at parity. It's you really start looking bad when you commit 2 cards to block here, and they're like, okay, Volatile Flexer number 2. But I love these mind games, by the way.
Me too.
I have definitely sent a Volatile Flexer with no instance.
Yep. 0 go again. I love doing it with Raiden myself.
Oh,
I love
yes.
sending Raiden and representing the fireball that is Beacon of victory.
Yep. I love that.
So Florin deciding what the follow-up should be. Is the Flex is better spent on resource duty, or is it going to be that Space Dust being deployed off a red copy of Shattering Flow-Tide? Do the tricks continue, or is it about numbers now for our Pro Tour finalist, who is definitely stuck here? Feels like a very meaningful turn It will be pitched away to enable that Erode Authority out of the arsenal. It's been stuck there for a while, waiting for an Auric Shard. The Storm Shard not going to work on this one, so it really does have to be those meaningful pieces of interaction. 7 Dominate does offer some meaningful evasion, though.
Yeah, I believe on Adam's side, I see a Chromatic Refinement red as well as a...
It's a Voltic Impact in the hand there. I think the 2-cost version of the on-hit make a lightning flow attacks.
Okay.
Twice per turn effects. Does cost 2, though.
Yeah, that doesn't pair so cleanly with the Chromatic Refinement. So I wonder if he has another Meteoric Impact or similar spell in his arsenal, because he seems happy to block with this blue resource card. He tapped through the pass.
So we will see the last piece of Sanctuary equipment cashed in. Oscilio taps to soak up a point, brings Adam Urban down to 3. Florin
and
takes...
That was he had a choice between arsenaling that Scattering Conflicts or the yellow Corrosive Space Dust, and chooses to arsenal the Corrosive Space Dust. He's getting ready to block physical. I think he's understood what Adam's Oscilio deck is, and it's leans towards more attack actions.
Mind games here again, and if you're in Florin's seat, the alarm bells have to be going off a bit. As he said, there's 2 cards in hand here. You don't know what the follow-up could be. It could just be a Voltic Impact. It could be terrifying, but you really want to deny the lightning flow here if at all possible for your own endgame. And correctly read in this spot by Florin.
It was a Scattering Flow Tide. I was wondering, because if it was a Conflux, the Conflux's on-hit or the Fragment is quite good, right? Creating Embodiment Lightning. But the Flow Tide, a little bit less good.
Yeah, Lightning Flow tokens, as you kind of alluded to, not as valuable if Florin thinks this is about physical damage now.
Sure. Also just less damage. It's yes. A 0-cost 5 Fragment instead of a 2-cost 7.
Thunderous Retort being pitched away for, I think this is Elliptical. The embodiment of lightning, or elliptical conflux. Yes. Yep. Embodiment of lightning on leave, this one. Has Ward 2 stapled on. We know it's a Space Dust in the arsenal and another Thunderous Retort in their hand here. So no real pressure for Florin, but can build a wall of ward and try and take things over from there. Desperately looking for a lightning flow token to get your blink on.
Florin maybe not too happy with this turn. He still doesn't have a lightning flow in order to activate Zyggy, which would be a big deal for this Corrosive Space Dust. Right now, it was a 1-card, 1-resource one, which is extremely bad rate.
I think Florin is looking to copy a Starlight Road at the back of this hand, which will fix that lightning flow problem.
Yeah, he would have to pitch another card to start activating Zyggy, so that would be 2 cards for this journey. Ooh, a red Thunderous Retort in the arsenal. And of course, facing physical damage. I mean, this is going to be something I think we see all throughout this weekend. Players kind of bringing this arcane protection package against Oscilio, and then kind of getting sidestepped almost, getting a little baffled, buffooned by these physical attacks that, yeah, they're still in the set. These are still, there's still cards that can send physical damage. Oscilio's not just a wizard, but also a lightning hero.
Worth noting here, turn 6 means Florin is back to stack, and we just saw Adam with a quick count. I think it's 4 cards in deck alongside the 3 in hand and 1 in the arsenal. Florin with a quick count of his own, looks to be 5 or 6, maybe 7. Couldn't quite tell there, so slightly ahead in the war of attrition. Takes a quick look at the yard, notices the other Electrolyze is gone and goes, right, okay, settle in, brick wall, let's try and get there.
Yeah, and he blocks 2 cards here, but it's actually blocking 5, of course, because of that Chromatic Refinement. Doesn't seem too upset about that, and he still has these 2 blues that he can convert both pretty well with the Corrosive Space Dust. So I think, Florin's actually in a reasonable position to maybe potentially do this fatigue. Oh, just kidding. Here we have that Voltic Impact. 6, potentially 8 physical damage.
Bit of a fork here again. Nebula Duality in the hand of Adam Urban. Can throw a point of Arcane in the mix to try and blow one of these wards out. If Florin relies on needing them, does indeed just juice up the Voltic Impact up to 8. Florin's hand goes in the way. And we'll see some of this ward begin to fall. Space Dust pings for an Arcane, brings us down 2-3 in the favor of Christian Loghin. The wall is gone, but Florin is alive.
What a clean turn. Adam still has the ability to activate that Nebula Duality. And it's coming in
Bang.
for 3 because he also cashes in the Constellar Waves. What a turn.
Amped on up means theoretically we get there, but Thunderous is in the arsenal and Adam shakes the head. Arcane Barrier 3 keeps Florin-Cristian Loghin in the game, and it's these final bursts of damage that Adam desperately needs to take this game away. Florin with the answer parked perfectly in the arsenal. Impressive stuff. Flashbolt in the hand here. Oscilio activation looks to be discarding it away. Ponder token being made. Will fire it off as an instant when the resources are gone, and the Flashbolt will steal it 2-0. Adam Urban is now 7-0 here at the Calling in Prague.
Invigorating. A worthy attempt.
I would say it was a worthy attempt. Invigorating depends on which side of the Flashbolt you were on, to be entirely blunt. But an impressive game by both players. I think pitch tags came up there, Arsenal choices came up there, and that last sprinkle of arcanic damage definitely came up there.
What an excellent game. Flashbolt yellow, kind of like the middle child between blue and red, but looks really good when your opponent's no cards in hand and at 3 exactly. Adam had more damage in that hand.
Yep.
He could have sent, I believe he had a Constella Uplift or a Contemplation still, and still had a Nebula Duality in that hand as well, so he still had 2 more points. Florin could have been at 5, and it still would have been the same result. So that was really impressive. We see another Oscilio take it again. Is this just the stream curse at this point? I can't tell.
I don't know. I feel like Oscilio has definitely proven itself to be a formidable force in the sealed format. I do notice a lot of rares are very impactful for this archetype, though. We're seeing flashbolts, we're seeing core eruptions, and these kind of things that are just mainstays and make this deck work. They're going to be a lot harder to get tomorrow, so I'm curious about how that one pans out. If you did enjoy some of the Zyggy gameplay you just saw on the camera, though, well, I've got some good news for you. There's a really easy way to get into that hero in Classic Constructed. Armory Deck Zyggy will be in stores for you on May 29th, 2026. Any feelings about this one, Michael? Are you excited to pick one up yourself? Is Zyggy of interest to you?
Yeah, I mean, any Illusionist always piques my interest. I typically have enjoyed the Illusionist class as one of the heroes that challenges deck designers to not make a deck that just wants to do blocking, I guess is the best way to describe this. They've always been kind of like, we have like the decks that are very fatigue-oriented, and they're the gatekeepers of the decks that can't deal enough total damage. Illusionist historically has been that class that makes sure these type of Guardian-esque blocking decks aren't top of the meta.
Inclined to
Zyggy,
agree.
though, a little bit different, right? Like the way that the way that they do their turns, it's not as traditional of, I create a board and my board is really powerful and it sticks around and then all of these ward objects give me value. Instead, the way that Zyggy gets value from them is by basically having them leave the arena either through taking damage, by preventing damage, or through Zyggy's own hero ability. So it's this different aspect of it, and this is just, I mean, the guys at LSS do a really good job at this. It's always something similar. We have these board state ward permanents, but executed differently. And I've been having a hard time learning, but looking at your deck tech, it's given me some inspiration. So yeah,
I'm happy to hear that. Like, for me, the multi-modality of this hero has been very appealing. I like the ability to kind of blend that Illusionist playstyle of I can take a staunch defensive route, I can set up my ward, I can chip you with a Proteus, or if you ignore me, I can make an embodiment of lightning and I can rip you for 16 damage. Does very neatly blend the Lightning and the Illusionist. I think it's just great design space. The deck feels very thematic to me. Stardark Spike, definitely the glue that kind of ties the whole package together and leads to some very, very explosive turns. I want to talk about the equipment that's available in this Armory deck just a little bit. We saw Starfield Touch from myself was actually the game ender in our show match as well. Untapping that Aphrodisias for an extra point, extra activation. But Starfield Veil, Starfield Carapace, very interesting design space, especially if you're worried about lightning flow generation.
Yeah, Starfield just kind of being a lightning flow that doesn't also require your hero to tap. I like the thematic design of these pieces of equipment. They're very in line with what your hero wants to do. And from watching, for example, the Armory deck video that featured Jason, being able to use Starfield Carapace in conjunction with Starfield Touch is a really nice kind of like a power turn, a little pivot power turn. And so I think that they've done a great job with the art, with the design, and it really, this is one of those decks that the first couple times you play it, please don't be too frustrated because it might feel difficult. You might lose games where you felt like I really couldn't do much, but it takes some tinkering, and I think you can speak to that much better than me.
Yeah, some tinkering required. Also want to give a quick shout out to our incredible artists here in Flesh and Blood. You may look at this suite and go, oh, it looks so neat together. It's 3 different artists on these cards who have worked to create this entire panorama.
I just realized that.
Incredible stuff. And the art direction team at LSS doing a wonderful job at kind of tying this all together, making it feel very thematic. It's incredible, incredible stuff. 2 more cards we really want to touch on here. Another Armory deck exclusive in the form of Shattering Stardust. One I haven't quite found a way to make work yet myself, but it's the inverse Stardust Spike. Additional amp is going to give you a ton of reach. Got to be a way to crack this nut. Not quite sure how we get there yet. But a reprint of Miraging Metamorph, very, very welcome for me.
Yeah, this was one of my favorite cards. I played a lot of Prism back during the day, like, for example, Pro Tour Lille. And Miraging Metamorph was one of your classic punishers of decks that had a lot of Phantasm poppers, 6 or 7 or 8 attacks that really kind of punished you. And this is one of the clean attacks where you send it and your opponent's in a bind, especially if you already have auras in play. Then they don't really want to block it with an illusionist attack action, a non-illusionist attack action. But they don't really want to take 7 either. This is kind of the original design space of illusionist attack actions, and now we've evolved to Fragment.
I definitely learned something real quick with this one. Obviously, people don't want to play into Corrosive Space Dust. They don't want to play into Stardust Spike. But if they do just want to give you a Lightning Flow, that comes up more than you'd think. You can just generate an extra Lightning Flow token as well, which sometimes is all the fuel you need to kind of make the fire keep ticking over.
Yeah.
We got one more round today of action from the Calling before we go into day number 2, and we've had our fair share of champions on stream so far today. We've talked about number 4. I want to talk about number 1 and number 6. They happen to be the same person. If you want your fill of Pablo Pintor, stay tuned. We've had some incredible rounds of action today for the first day of Sealed here at the Calling in Prague, but we are lucky enough to get one more of them. Pablo, Pintor, going to keep trying to push Aurora in our feature match area and break those curses. Sitting at 6-1 in a pretty healthy position. Will be joining us in day 2 one way or the other, but
absolutely.
Would prefer a stronger finish if at all possible.
He's won 6 times already, so, you know, this can't be the time he loses. That's all I got to say.
I certainly hope not for Pablo's sake. On the other side of the table, it will be Joakim Gustafsson, who is representing Oscilio. The scion of the Third Age is becoming maybe the only non-demon big bad we have in the building this weekend, sitting at 6-1 as well. Very eager to see if this is, again, a defensively slanted Oscilio or aggressively one. We've just seen a fine mix of the two across today.
Yeah, and it's crazy, too, because I'm coming to the conclusion. So I started this morning thinking Oscilio can potentially get fatigued by people who bring in a lot of arcane barrier and prevention effects, and that's bad. But now I'm coming to this like realization that no, what happens is you bring in these prevention effects against an Oscilio, and they send 11 physical damage at you, and you don't get to play the turn well. You have cards that are just extremely awkward, and I think that's actually been an advantage for Oscilio, that you almost encourage players to worsen their decks, right? To try to be more reactive and less proactive, thus giving the Oscilio deck more time to shine, whereas I've always been saying that the Oscilio decks, you don't really adjust too much of your game plan based off your hero. Now, of course, you probably will adjust your game plan in the mirror, right? But I don't know, it's like, it's flipped for me.
Sure.
This narrative.
And that's kind of exactly what we wanted to learn today before heading into the draft board tomorrow. Couldn't agree more. We got one other thing to keep on your mind as we make our way through this round. Someone else gets to acquire a drinking buddy. If you want the second ever copy of this, you gotta be active in the chat. You can say whatever you want. You need to be present in the chat. You gotta answer when Ethan calls you.
You gotta like type something, I guess?
Gotta answer something, acknowledge that you are in the chat.
Okay.
I wanna see your favorite moments from the weekend. I don't want random words. If you want the best chance of winning, it's statistical. We know your odds get better if you listen to what we ask you to type. So give us your best moments, give us your favorite cards from the weekend, whatever it might be. I wanna hear all about it in the chat, one way or the other. Shall we check out who is still live to join us in day 2 of competition?
Yes, let's see who's at the top.
Bingo. Let's take a look at the board. We have 5 undefeated players so far over. Well, going to see maybe 2 or 3 of them overnight. Adam, of course, just on camera. Oliver and Mark there in 4th and 5th, also rocking Oscilio. The other 2, my countryman Sean Nolden, who was given me a kicking in a couple of Battle Hardens in the past, rocking a 7-0 record on Aurora, and Jose Muller at the top there on Aurora as well, sitting at 7-0. Way more 6-1s, and I can't help but notice between 14th and 19th there is a wall of Aurora there.
There were a lot of them to start the day. Once again, it still is a bit of a numbers game, but yeah, they're still winning, and of course Pablo amongst them, still rocking that X1 record. Really excited to see how he finishes.
Couple standouts here for me as well. Want to note there are 4 copies of Zyggy in the top 10. For the deck that was the least represented on day 1, really impressive showing. Another one in 12th there. Simon Nielsen and Florin-Cristian Loghin amongst them. Sebastian Grondel there sitting in 20th place as well. Jacob Clements, Paul Van Heysel both sitting at 6-1, 23 and 24th respectively. Declan Patrick, the normal booth boy of the weekend for the vendors, sitting at 6-1, running strong, will be joining us in day 2 of competition. Sammy, Weckx, Gabe Share, struggling a bit from their 5-0 records. Gotta hold on if they want to join us there. A few other big names, though, at 6-1.
Yeah, I see Elaine still rocking that Zyggy. One of the only, it looks like there's 4 on this page. There were, I think, 4 or 6 on the last page, so 10 out of the top 36. Not that bad, honestly, for the least represented hero. I think that might actually just be roughly about the percentage of representation.
Yeah,
so
20-odd%.
Basically, not underperforming based off the numbers, right? Based off the meta share. And of course, we still have Griffin Myers, my fellow countryman, still rocking that Aurora, still rocking an excellent 6-1 record. I don't know too much about Griffin Myers' previous limited experiences and limited tournaments because, well, there haven't been too many limited tournaments as of late. But of course, this is a great showing for a day one in a foreign country.
A few more standouts here. Two-time world's top 8 competitor Rob Catton there in 34th. Ian Holland, the Rune Blade lover, fresh out of Ireland, finds a new one in Aurora, continues to rock that class to a 6-1 record. We'll keep going down. Willie Bradshaw sitting at 5-2, fighting to keep the US alive. Callum Young of Cup of TCG fame in a similar bracket. Andrew Rayner, Thistle Tavern fame. Kevin Zanka, multiple top 8s there. Just a true murderer's row of players yet again as we make our way down the standings.
Yeah, and a 5-2 record at this point in the day, you're still alive. You're still possibly going to make it. And especially that last page we saw, some of those players might be able to squeak in with an X3 record if they lose this round going in at 5-3, because we are cutting to the top 80 or everyone with an X2 record or better. So there's still hope. We're going to see a lot of players really playing their hearts out, as this is the last opportunity to be playing Omens of the Third Age in a competitive, limited capacity. If you don't make it, of course, tomorrow is the showdown, but it is Silver Age, so it won't be this fun, new, exciting format. It'll be kind of a farewell, I guess, to an older Silver Age that doesn't have any of these new cards yet.
A lot more standouts here in the 5-2 bracket. Philippe Van Donzelaar on Oscilio. We see Maximilian Klein doing the same. Warre Sevens on Zyggy. Evan Tanguy on Aurora. We see Tommaso Vicido still alive and kicking. Jason Rolfe still kicking as well. Many fan favorites playing for their dream in the 5-2 bracket, which goes all the way down to the top 100 players right now.
Wow, and we still have Yuki, of course, from the Americas, from Canada, still alive, 95th. That's very alive. That's very alive.
Alive and kicking. We have a few other names. Anton Sidmeheas here. Sebastian Spicter, the ideal original Verdant's top 8, the first person to ever find success with that hero as well. Shamir Sami, Pro Tour top 4 competitor, recent top 8 of a Calling on Vincent, finding success on Aurora as well. So many story threads that you must continue to follow as we make our way into the second day of competition, but only one game remaining that we'll get to see. It includes a Pro Tour champion twice. So pretty good bar to set. The only person who can maybe double my co-caster for the weekend. It's not easy to do. Not easy to do. And so I'm paying attention to you, Pablo Pintor. Let's see what you have to offer to this format this time around. It will be Aurora, the emissary of lightning in the hands of the Spaniard Submarine. Joakim Gustafsson on the other side, the Swede rocking Oscilio, who has chosen to go second this time around. Walk me through it one final time, Michael. We've learned a lot of different permutations about this matchup over the course of the day. What are you thinking we're going to see?
Well, at the beginning of the day, we were seeing Auroras win the dice roll and choose to go first. That didn't go so well for them. I think Oscilios have realized that they're a great go second deck. They can play instants on Aurora's first turn, and then they get to go to their turn, right? It's the classic our turn mentality.
Yes.
And we're seeing this here at the very top tables where Joakim has chosen to go second, and I think this is an advantage for him. I mean, he won the dice roll. He deserves to have a slight advantage, right? It would be kind of silly to get a disadvantage for winning the dice roll, but I'm curious how that turn 0 plays out, because there's so many different permutations that are possible, and either hero can get an advantage from these turn 0 situations. Aurora can truly leak a lot of damage. If Joakim draws the wrong cards or makes the wrong actions, is a little greedy on the way he spends those cards, he could truly be punished for it. On the flip hand, Pablo could draw a hand that can't really do much, and if Joakim detects that, smell some blood in the water, he could really try to punish and get an early health lead against Pablo. There's a lot of possibility, and I'm excited to see what the players draw up.
Will Aurora, emissary of lightning, finally light the way, or is a victory here for Pablo Pintor truly impossible? There is only one way to find out. Confirming the equipment suites on both players' sides here, that nebulous arm piece, the floating pending amount of amp on an attack later on. We do see the ideal pairing for Joakim here. The Seeker's Hood alongside the robes in the chest slot means blue does offer 2 points of prevention. And we see astral equipment on that side as well. Similar story for Pablo. It's 1 and 2 in the chest and legs. Lace lightning standing out there. Astral piece in the headpiece and those snap fingers to wrap it up in the arm slot.
Great opportunity to really cash in this Jolt Step here. It's the yellow variety, so not an exciting card to play. And ooh, we do see a bit of a majestic action in Pablo's hand.
Canic Reproach. Just out of frame, Pablo, you got me. Just about. Had this one myself yesterday in Sealed. The first time you take damage each turn, you can show your opponent a lightning card. If you do, you deal an arcane to them in the process. If you want to keep it around, you need to feed it auras. Sometimes that's embodiment of lightnings or lightning flows. Sometimes you just decide it's going to eat itself and leave the battlefield after it's done a little bit of damage for the trouble.
Yeah, Pablo's keeping up this embodiment and passing priority, keeping his action point. If Joakim does anything, Pablo might be encouraged to attack with that. I believe it's a red Voltbound duality in his hand that would be coming in for, crashing in for 6 because of that Jolt Step played earlier. And so Joakim is thinking.
Difficult one. Turn to Mindfire in the hand, but we also saw one of the Constellar cycle locked in there as well. That was an appealing free token on turn 0. Joakim, as you suggested earlier on, decides I would rather not take the chance on letting you clap me with the thunder and lightning. So sure, I'll take the pass. I don't mind this slightly awkward hand. This Cosmic Flare will do just fine in funding turn to Mindfire.
Yeah, he also, I think this might be a turn he just plays that red lightning overload while he has the free Starfall, so to speak, from the Cosmic Flare. This is actually a really good hand proactively and a very bad hand at blocking. It blocks for 5 in total. So I think Joakim really kind of got away with this one. If Pablo could have seen his hand, if he had, you know, X-ray vision, I'm sure he would have sent in that red Voltbound duality, and of course with the chaser of the Comet Tail.
It will be that turn to Mindfire that is paired with Volzar Meteor Swarm for 6 points of arcane damage. On connecting, Oscilio can be tapped to make a Ponder token. Should be 1 resource floating here for Joakim. Hasn't funded this turn to Mindfire just yet. Pablo scanning those 4 cards as to how best interact with the powerful wizard rare.
I like this line as well. It's not necessarily getting value from this Ponder token, but Pablo doesn't know that. Pablo's thinking maybe Joakim has a plan. He didn't choose to take any actions on my turn. Maybe he has a way to spend all his cards efficiently. Or Pablo's thinking, how do I just spend my hand, man? It's not that great. Let's take a peek at his hands.
We do see that Arcanic Reproach just kind of tucked away in the front there. But unfortunately, Pablo's Samurai arm piece is way more of a focus at this moment in time.
He just loves blocking.
Sponsored, hashtag.
Looks like he's actually debating whether or not he wants to play that Arcanic Reproach, get a little bit of value from it while the going is good.
Take 6 is the declaration as our Pro Tour champion falls to 14 at the hands of Mindfire. Now we have a trigger. Joakim can tap the hero for that Ponder token. Kind of saw the pause there before firing off.
This is a Constellar Contemplation,
Yep.
which makes yet another Ponder token.
Aptly named, doesn't want to tap the hero, but more importantly in this case, the Ponder still comes through, and Starfall adds a little squeak of value for the trouble as well. So converting the cards, Constellar Contemplation not doing all too much here, given the card that was already in hand. Ponder token kindly going away, it's just a point of arcane, but converting, which is the important thing.
Yeah, what an excellent card to potentially Arsenal. I couldn't imagine a better card than this red Lightning Overload, but Joakim drew a red Flittering Force Field, which that can block from the Arsenal.
That counts as a better Arsenal. Embodiment of Lightning cashed in here for this Destructive Fleetfoot. For go again on hit. Steal your Lightning Flow and well, rip it in half, apparently, if you can.
If you're Evan Bridges.
Feature match games earlier on.
Yeah, Joakim with a pretty nice hand. Starlight Road, a couple of Nebula dualities, red and blue, and that Lightning Overload he had kept from the turn before. The Starlight Road actually kind of pairs well here. He's able to potentially get the 4 value from the Flittering Force Field in his arsenal. It is, however, the only instant he has, and also the instant that would have been able to turn on Lightning Overload Starfall. So some decisions to be made. You can see him already starting to formulate a plan for his cards.
Fanning through, debating those options in our final round of today. Tough to navigate when you know that Pablo paused, thought, has prevention effects available, and went, take 6. You know There is more waiting in the wings, so Starlight Road will facilitate that flittering force field. Now blocks to cover this will make that lightning flow in the process.
Of course, that card does have an or clause. You could also make an embodiment of lightning, so Joakim, intentionally, consciously making that lightning flow instead.
So
tells us a little bit about his deck, by the way. Maybe a little bit lighter on the attack actions.
Looks like Path of the Ends. Same ends, I should say. 1 Arcane, 3 physical on the red copy. That 1 Arcane, very important. Might give this go again to keep things spinning with cards in hand or Scorpio. Of course, can pay a resource to keep this going if the lightning flow is cashed in to deny that arcane damage. Nebula Duality on defense here. Does block 3 to keep this covered.
Yeah, it looks like Joakim does have a plan for this turn. It's seeming more and more so that he's just going to send that Nebula Duality for 3 arcane, use the other mode of that card. It's not always just discarded for 1 arcane and a lightning flow.
And approach on pitch duty will activate Aurora.
Just common usage of that lightning flow to prevent the 1 from the Path of Same Ends. We've seen this all day, and I expect to continue to see it.
I want to talk about this Aurora activation from Pablo. Something I feel like we haven't seen on camera enough over the course of today is starting to turn on an embodiment and then using Aurora to fund a second one. And now I do feel like it's a really important part of tackling the Oscilio matchup. You do want to go wide. You want to pressure those resources, punish the no blocks in spots where that's possible. Pablo here, not with an ideal hand, forced to use a blue stunning swipe as the next attack, but decides, actually the best way I can convert these blues is to try and guarantee a point of damage here, another arcane potentially, tap your Volzar, tap your hero, and squeeze in Scorpio as well.
This is still what looks like an 11-point swing at least, unless that Scorpio gets blocked out. And this Stunning Swipe actually does a really cool job here. I think normally you want to tap the Volzar, but if you tap the Oscilio instead here, you turn off the potential chance of using those Boots of Astral Sanctuary that could otherwise cleanly block your Scorpio. So I'm interested to know what Pablo decides to actually tap here.
I've got my eyes on Oscilio. I think denying that Astral Sanctuary protection surprisingly powerful. That is Pablo's choice in the end.
I love it.
Hero down, Scorpio through. 1 point of physical, potentially a point of arcane if a tickle is allowed to connect.
And if Joakim really thought that this was a possibility, it's possible to just activate the Boots of Sanctuary before the damage of the Stunning Swipe. So, well, maybe Joakim didn't see this line, possibly. Unsure, but Pablo finally gets connected to that Scorpio, which is not something we've seen happen
Feels
too
like
often.
a win. Definitely feels like a win there for Pablo Pintor. Just players confirming how much arcane damage was taken at various points of that turn to tidy up those life totals. Now 13 for Monsieur Pintor and 15 on the other side for Gustafsson. As you alluded to just moments ago, Nebula Duality hard mode. 3 arcane and an Arsenal kept. More arcane lurking in the wings for our Oscilio player. Ominous Respite in the hand for Pablo Pintor. Intriguing rare. Little way of gaining some life, a generic. Seems like it could be quite impactful in the face of all this arcane damage.
One of the only ways to do so, and this is not a card that was on my bingo board for cards that I would put in my Aurora deck. This could be one of those, once again, sideboard considerations for Oscilio. When Oscilio is just sending a lot of arcane damage at you and you're not able to convert your hand, does feel pretty bad. Ooh, we also see another instant as part of that cycle of these generic instants. We have the Ominous Aggression.
Livewire Press also in the hand.
Oh
here
boy, this hand is
Pablo.
very instant heavy. He's trying to tell us, no, I'm the Oscilio now.
Yeah, not so sold on that one myself. Pablo.
Actually, his entire hand is 4 red. Sorry to cut you off there.
Yeah, yellow, I believe, in the Ominous Respite. I think it's yellow only, I think.
Yeah, but the Prophetic Quickstep is also a rare.
Yes,
spoiled by our fellow
yes.
caster, Ellie.
All unusual juice, we'll say,
yeah.
for Pablo. Some intriguing cards we haven't really seen all too much on camera today. Some of them have to cover up this Nebula Duality. At least Pablo is debating interacting in some meaningful way.
A single extra resource could make this hand really sing, or it depends on Pablo's arsenal, if he has maybe a zero-cost attack that could really make things work as well. He definitely has a zero-cost attack in his arsenal. He currently has no attacks in his hand, so doing this to get that embodiment of lightning, since he has no more lightning flow, this could be a really painful turn for Joakim that he's about to experience.
Yeah, I can feel this one in my bones. Embodiment of lightning does kind of suggest this is a zero-cost attack into Scorpio, and it's exactly that.
Oh, right, it's the Vault-Bound duality from turn 0.
Parked there on the 0th turn of the game for physical damage. For now, of course, Joakim doesn't know what is lurking in the wings, just knows 3 cards in the hand of Aurora. This could go really wide. I fear it might go rather tall instead.
Yeah. Pablo, this turn, the embodiment of lightning is going into the graveyard. It's technically still on the field right now, just to help represent how the Vault-Bound duality got to go again. So his ominous aggression is online, so to speak. It's going to give +4 to this Vault-Bound duality. Alternatively, of course, he can also choose to maybe kind of gamble and use that live wire press. I imagine Pablo, who's known as a Guardian player, will try to play it safe, a little bit more conservatively, get that 4 value from the ominous aggression, which is more than 4 value if you think about it, because it doesn't cost an action point, and the moment you're able to keep an action point as Aurora while you have a lightning attack on the combat chain, that means you also get a Scorpio swing. So if this ominous aggression was instead just a 2-resource 4 attack, for example, you would have the opportunity to cost loss of the Scorpio swing. So this is still a really clean turn. It represents about 10 points of damage, these 3 cards, which is, it's close to being on rate, but you do have to factor in the embodiment of lightning that was utilized. So a little bit still below rate in terms of pure numbers. And it's this dynamic of being slightly below rate that I've seen a lot of Aurora limited gameplay devolve into, and it's one of the things that maybe is the reason why we're not seeing Aurora win as much on stream. But sometimes you just have to be good enough. Sometimes you just have to do enough to get those wins.
Something I'm really liking about Pablo's list is this kind of evasive damage. We've seen it be so powerful for Oscilio and Zyggy. Aurora typically kind of denied that due to the card pool, but options like Ominous Aggression, these live wire presses, give the deck a way to really get ahead of the curve. As to cards like Astral Strike, which unfortunately is staring at a whole fat 0 lightning flow right now, makes that one a bit more bulk bin, if I do say so myself.
I think it's all reds as well. So this is it's just not a good hand. There's no embodiment of lightning. Pablo's already used his kind of get out of jail free card in the Lace Lightning to get an embodiment last turn. This turn, unless Joakim sends some physical attacks, which it looks like he is lining up to send a Fluxers, Pablo's gonna have a hard time converting his hand.
Pablo Pintor staring at a difficult problem, not something that has felled our champion before. Our flexors will come on through. 0 go again, I promise. It's just 0, probably. Volatile Fluxors. Potentially +3 if an instant would like to join in. We'll see if it's the Duke from Joakim, who decides to sidestep after this Flittering Spike is deployed on defenses. So that Lightning Overload will come out of the arsenal for 4 points of arcane damage. Split damage across the turn. Earned a block and now forces the hand. No lightning flow here this time, unfortunately. No instant put into the graveyard this turn for our Oscilio player.
Yeah, notably this 4 arcade doesn't have a on damage effect.
Pablo here in the blender.
Yeah, so he's probably just thinking maybe, do I want to use the Helm? Do I want to use the Seeker's Gelée? His turn as it stands might be a little bit more anemic. Might be just pitching one of these reds to send one of these red 1 costs. Of course, he does have access to that live wire press, which pairs actually brilliantly with the Beckoning Brilliance. But that would involve having to figure out a way to use the other 2 cards, or at least one of the other 2 cards efficiently. And it's still a little bit risky. Beckoning Brilliance, of course, one of the cool earlier spoiled cards, and has a unique effect, this Beckoning Brilliance card. It's just an 4-powered, 0-cost attack that has interesting text that when it attacks, the next instant you play would cost 1 less. It seems like it pairs quite well with the live wire press in Pablo's arsenal.
Does some things with Storm Shard in a pinch as well. It's a cool synergy piece all around. We will see that Seeker's Gilet cashed in. Soaks up 1 point of Arcane, brings Pintor down to 8 as the Astral Strike pays the bill on that one. Finding a way to use these cards one way or the other. So back to our Spaniard, looking at Meteoric Rise, which will be kept in the hand for now, as the Beckoning Brilliance comes on through for 4 points of damage. Kind of smells like a live wire press to me.
But that's a rare. I feel like Joakim might be just thinking about Storm Shard potentially. But if Joakim puts even a single 3-block in front of this, it's a lot riskier to go for that live wire play. I'm really curious as to what happens next.
This is really tense. If you want to block 3, you know the prevention effects are lurking for Joakim. Live wire press not guaranteed to come through, but it does force the issue on one of them being activated. Really intriguing tension point that we've not really seen in the feature match area. So
Joakim has a Flashbolt Red, a pair of Comet Collisions, and a Flow Shard Elemental. He could kind of navigate this turn quite well by going Flow Shard, discard Flashbolt, Comet Collision, but he can also just block with 2 cards and then go Flashbolt on his turn, Volzar, and use that Lightning Overload that's in his arsenal, or I believe it's a Meteor. He refreshed it to something else. He just played that Lightning Overload.
Block 5 declared with 2 cards here. Puts Pablo in a painful position. We'll see this Snap Fingers coming on through to deal a point of Arcane. Now, Live Wire Press, unfortunately, says when this hits a hero,
yes.
So no way to Snap Fingers your way into a bonus bunker of Arcane.
I think Pablo accidentally put that card into the graveyard. That should have gone to pitch the Meteoric Rise. But from Joakim's perspective, he thinks that Pablo just couldn't spend his hand and just went for that type of play. But if you carefully look at those 2 cards, Pablo would have been able to send the other card instead, right? So
why didn't you send Meteoric Rise?
I know, but from Joakim's perspective, he just felt so like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Like, you probably couldn't spend your hand. Now you got to cash in the Snap Fingers. Little does he know, he was on the precipice of near death there from that live wire press that kind of lurks in that arsenal to hunt another day.
Flashball met by Brush Off, reaching for the Constellar Wave to consider amping this one up a point, and we'll see the retort as the Astral Sanctuary taps Aurora to prevent Brush Off being brushed out and having no effect whatsoever. It is a Comet Collision alongside this Volzar that is the very clean follow-up for Joakim as 5 Arcane comes through. Pablo says, sure, send me the bill. I'll go down to 3 and keep the remainder of my cards to challenge you back.
Players at this level playing so quickly because they just know what they have to do. But that brush-off interaction, we kind of just brushed it off, right? It went so quick. But both players had their, it was, I'll do this, and you'll do this as a counterplay. Both players were nodding quite quickly. Of course, Brush Off is a very specific card. There's a little bit of a liability of this card, right? It says the next time you prevent, you'll be dealt 3 or less damage, right? If somehow Pablo didn't have that prevention to be able to stymie that Flash Bolt, the entire Brush Off prevention would have just fizzled there because 4 damage would have been greater than 3. So I like how players kind of zoom through that. I want to make sure everyone at home knows exactly what just occurred.
Path of Same Ends to start the turn here for Pintor. That Arcane looming to decide if this gets go again the easy way or the hard way.
And a pair of Flittering Spikes. That is a card that loves to be followed through with an instant. I believe one of them is blue, the other one might be yellow, which is good enough. That would mean if Joakim doesn't put 2 cards in front of the Flittering Spike, he'll be taking a lot of damage. And this is clean as well. If one of them is blue, Pablo will be able to pay a resource for this Path of Same Ends.
Arcane flowing here. Joakim thumbing a Brush Off. Gotta hope we let the Arcane damage resolve before firing off that one. But could get very potent here if it manages to blunt Live Wire Press. Reaching for the Brush Off here. Does deploy it.
I love this.
Cosmic Sutra as the follow-up does cover all the bases. Of course, you get to choose how replacement effects work. So this is going to function the way Joakim would like it to work. Going to double arcane Pablo down to 1. And have 4 prevention and 3 prevention respectively. The arcane can eat the Cosmic Sutra, so 3 of that left. And then if you'd like to use the 3 from Brush Off to cover the path, you certainly can. So go again will be paid for.
This
keep this turn
was
going.
so cool.
It's very clean.
By playing it this way, Joakim gets a guarantee, gets that Brush Off Valley. Brush Off triggers Starfall, which lets him deal an arcane damage with Cosmic Suture, which he then amps with the Volzar because Starfall is active. What a cool line.
Absurdly cool sequencing, and it will be the duality as the last card in the hand. Pablo extends to get there, but Joakim Gustafsson will be 7-1 overnight as Nebula Duality claims yet another victim.
Insufficient
Again, indeed. I'm down for more Oscilio gameplay. I'm expecting to see a good bit of it tomorrow, as the hero has proven itself to be a real force to be reckoned with in this limited format.
Brush Off. Didn't think that card would be that good, but it's been looking so good, triggering Starfall, preventing Arcane that would otherwise be unpreventable. What a game. What a game, Scott.
Incredibly impressive stuff all the way around. You could tell 2 very experienced pilots at this point. I think something that we've maybe been a little unstated about across the weekend, people were very hesitant when we started. World Premiere very slow, very methodic, a lot of card reading going on. Start of today, still a little tenuous, as people were like, I'm in a calling now. Got to think things more seriously. And then these last 2 rounds have been, I'll do this, you'll do that, I know how this works, you're going to do this. Players are just getting that level of familiarity you need to win a calling. Yes,
it's very intentional, quick with the actions, because that's not the first time they've done that before. They've been tapping their heroes, tapping their equipment. It's already been 8 rounds today. It's been a long day.
Quick reminder for you folks, we have a giveaway for you in just a moment for the 2nd ever hot stamped copy of Drinking Buddy. You got maybe 2-3 minutes to get active in the chat if you want a chance to win this one. Do yourself a favor, type something nice, increase your chances of winning. That's just how that works. Before then, though, I'd like to look at the standings for the end of the day, see who is joining us in competition for day number 2. Adam Urban, Sean Nolden, Oliver Saprins are the 3 names you want to watch. 8-0 heading into day 2.
2 Oscilios and an Aurora. That inverts some of the numbers we've been talking about, with Aurora being the most represented. And it's something that I think we're starting to formulate this hypothesis more and more, that the Oscilio hero maybe has an edge in the sealed pool. And I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, right? Especially if you have the rares to support the Oscilio hero, being able to do flash bolts and core reactions. And we're seeing that kind of all over the place, not just in the XO bracket. A lot of X1s also still donning the Oscilio hero.
I want to talk a little bit about Zyggy here. Was our least represented hero on the day, but number 6, number 8, number 9, all playing Zyggy, including Thomas van Minsel and Simon Nielsen, who rocked our feature match area earlier on there as well. Paul van Gijssel, Jacob Clements, both Oscilio players on the day, both find themselves at 7-1. Player of the Year race heating up around those 2. Names you're going to want to watch. Your countryman, Griffin Mayers, picks up the win in that last one there to finish the day on 7-1 as well.
Wow, that means the top 20 were all the X1s. Now we're only seeing the X2s and other X2s, or sorry, just the X2 records. Florin-Cristian Loghin still hanging in there, still makes it to day 2, punches past, go, and still is able to draft tomorrow. Of course, everyone that chose a hero today for sealed, well, tomorrow is the great reset. We come back for 2 drafts, and you can draft any hero you want to draft tomorrow.
Plenty of other big names there. Friend of the stream, Gabe Scher, doing a great job at making day 2 as well. I would follow his draft if I had the choice, but it's not up to me. I'll let Sam make the decisions. You have 20 seconds. I'm going to stop waiting after that. You want to be a drinking buddy of some of the coolest kids in town. Start talking. I'll show it off for you one more time. Nice and close. Nice and foil. Hot stamp. All golden.
Yeah, that's my favorite part right there.
Look at that.
Legend Story Studios.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm shaking. XA7737, your EX, I should say. Our newfound drinking buddy on the day. Round of applause. Your details are in chat. Respond to Ethan. You should do that, or you won't be getting it, and that would suck. So please do your best to respond to the details in chat and respond nice and quickly by the sounds of things. Enjoy your incredible promo card. Speaking of incredible, what else can I say about today?
What an incredible day.
We got a treat for you as we wrap things out for the day. We're going to be bringing in Arthur Trehet to have a conversation about fab life and the future as a LSS developer. If you want to learn more about that, stay with us.
Well, folks, our first day of competition here from the Calling during this world premiere weekend may have ended, but the fun is going to continue for but a bit longer, as I am lucky enough to be joined by our Pro Tour Los Angeles champion, a national champion, a Calling champion, and yet another Pro Tour top 8 competitor, the one, the only, Arthur Trehet. I know, as we alluded to earlier on stream, this was the last Calling, the last day of a Calling you're going to get to participate in, given that you're about to join the LSS team as a dev. But how was your experience? I know it didn't end with all the victories you wanted, but did you enjoy the games?
Yeah, of course. I think the set was really, really fun. I'm actually leaving pretty soon to Auckland. Yeah. So this is my last tournament, and like I really wanted to do this, even though I'm leaving like 2 days after I come back home. And awesome. I'm enjoying it. Like I think the set has a lot of interactions. It's really skilled, and yeah, it's just fun to play.
Yeah, dude.
Limited again.
Yeah, Limited's back.
Yeah.
Dude, well, good news for you. You're gonna play a lot of Limited.
Yeah.
You're gonna play a lot of limited. But I was like, found you after your last game. I was like, hey, you want to come do an interview? And you're like, yeah, I'd like to do a draft. So
Exactly.
you're here to get the games in while the games are good. So listen, we talked about this earlier on stream, but you didn't get to sit here. You have one of the most impressive resumes in Flesh and Blood that Flesh and Blood will ever see. We have a Pro Tour championship. We have a national championship. We have a calling championship. We have another Pro Tour top 8. We have countless great finishes.
Yeah.
When you look back on your journey in Flesh and Blood, knowing that the competitive journey is coming to this chapter is coming to a close, what do you think about? What comes to mind? What are the memories that pop up?
Of course, the top 8s in the Pro Tour, like in both Pro Tours, being like when I learned that I was going to talk to top 8 and then play the next day, I was like extremely nice.
Yeah.
And yeah, mostly the Pro Tour top 8s. Of course, I'm super glad of also winning the national championships in France, like with all the friends and stuff, and also the calling. The only thing was that I would have liked to try and do the whole events, like also the Worlds, but that one is really hard.
Worlds is
Yeah.
You've got some pretty good finishes under your belt. My first memory of you is I was casting in Los Angeles, but you were pretty fresh to Flesh and Blood. You had joined us from other card games. You were a number of months in, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Like a bit less than a year, yeah.
Yeah. So I watched you play a limited game, and I remember I think you
I
lost
lost
on stream to
lost.
Francesco Giorgio.
Yeah.
And I remember just like watching the game and noticing like, okay, blah, blah, whatever, watching the game. And then after the stream was over, after everything was over, they were trying to do the top 8 photo.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm hearing over the loudspeaker, Arthur Trehet, please come to the stage. Please come to the stage. We're trying to take the photo. 5 minutes later, Arthur Trehet, are you in the building? And I'm like, my mom was there talking to my mom. And then I look over and I see this curly-haired dude sitting headphones on, table so far away by himself. I'm like, I think that's the guy. And I run up and I remember being like, are you Arthur? And you were like, yes. And I was like, we need you, brother. Come this way.
Yeah.
And it was like, I bring this up because you were a fresh face on the scene and then delivered what is still to this day and will live on as one of, if not the most iconic moments in Flesh and Blood history, with that sigil of solace off of the sink below. The call from Mitch Leslie and Brian Gottlieb. Just for the people at home, what was it like in that moment sitting there? For more context, you had faced down terrible turn zeros in every single top 8 game. It was literally like cast bones, and then in the finals, spill blood. And I remember every time you were just like, okay. And you still took it down. Talk to me about that run in Los Angeles, because it was just so miraculous.
Yeah, it was crazy. And also, like, even the round before the top 8, like the win and in, also my opponent first turned cast bones. So it's like, come on.
Didn't matter.
But I was against KO, I was feeling like pretty confident always, because I just had like wins, even though I
shouldn't.
Like, I don't know. Yeah, even though maybe I shouldn't.
Just worked out.
Yeah, so I wasn't so stressed, I think. But like the finals was when I was super stressed, of course.
Yeah.
But before that, I think I was still like, okay, I have to focus. I can still like just show the best I can, and then we'll see.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't remember the question.
just how did it feel? As at like just the moments like when, because we were talking about it, like there were 3 cards I remember at least. There were like 3 cards remaining in your first cycle. So we were like, it's a 1 in 3 to draw the sigil. When you ripped it off the top, did you know I just won the Pro Tour? Like,
No, I wasn't sure yet, because he could still attack my dragon, and I had 0 Ash.
Yeah.
So there was a Chroma on board that was gonna kill him next turn because of
burn them all.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But I had to keep the poker face, because if he decides to not swing at me the second time, but to swing at the dragon, I just lose, because I will pass with like 3 cards in hand.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay, please, like don't react, don't do anything on so that Max can see.
Yeah.
And he didn't look at me because I did some like big eyes.
Yeah, you did. There was a moment, but you kept it very cool.
Yeah, and then I kept it cooler, and then he attacked me. I was hoping he didn't draw the attack reaction, and finally, and at the end, I was relieved, but I wasn't relieved until the very, very end. Yeah.
Wow. Have you seen the edits of the
yeah,
call.
of course. It was nice.
Yeah,
Really nice.
yeah. Well, again, one of the most impressive Flesh and Blood careers we will ever see. What is it about joining the team, becoming a developer that excites you? What inspired you to take this step, to join the team of people that make this incredible game, make our favorite game? What is it that put you in that position and put you in that direction, and what excites you? What is firing you up about what's about to come in your next steps?
Of course, I'd love to like give my input on new cards to see like also see how the game is made.
Yeah.
I helped with that. I really enjoyed the game, playing it. In competition is really nice, but I think I will be playing it even more when I'm game developer.
Yes,
and
for sure.
Yeah, so that's the job.
Yeah.
And yeah, I just really enjoy it, and I think I will be fulfilled in my everyday life.
Yeah.
Not only in the tournament weekends, you know.
Yeah, totally. You get it. You get good people and good games.
Yeah.
All the day is long.
And I think like New Zealand is really a nice place, Auckland as well, and I've heard only good things about like LSS, the office.
No, it's good.
Yeah,
it's good. Yeah, we got a couple people here. Our producer Ethan right over there.
Yeah,
we're all very selfishly stoked that you'll be kicking around in the work channels and things like that. You know, man, the resume speaks for itself. The accolades are very impressive, but I think on just a personal note, as we also talked about during your game, you have just one of the brightest, kindest souls and energy in this game that we've come around. It's been really lovely getting to see you at all these events, getting to watch the way that you move through and how there's so much camaraderie, the way you enact your game plans with a lot of kindness and just not the iffy parts of competition, just like above the board, the way it's supposed to be done. It's been a joy watching you do what you do best at all of these events. So we'll miss you on the World Tour stage.
Thanks a lot.
But man, it's the game is better for having you involved in its creation. So we're happy for you in what you've done and what you're about to do.
All right. Thank you a lot, Sam.
Yeah, man.
That's great to hear.
Well, hey, we hope you've enjoyed this stream today. We hope you've enjoyed these games, because tomorrow we get into 3 drafts, baby. Arthur might not be drafting then, but he's going to go draft right now, and I might see if I can jump in one too, because I want to play some games. Damn it. We hope you've enjoyed the stream. We'll see you tomorrow. Don't you go far.